The 38th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 38. The Argument. Marphisa doth present herself before King Charles, and in his presence is baptized. Astolpho doth Sinapo's sight restore, by whom such hardy feats are enterprised, that Agrement therewith molested sore, is by Sobrino finally advised to make a challenge on Rogero's head, to end the troubles that the war had bred. Fair ladies, you with gracious ear that hear my present story, now meseems I see by this unwonted changing of your cheer, that with Rogero you offended be, for thus again departing from his dear, and that you take the same as ill as she, as though you thought, and durst affirm it boldly, that fire of love in him did burn but coldly, and sure had he been moved hereunto by any other cause than that I told, no, though thereby he had attained to rich Crassus wealth, or richer Croesus gold, yet would I think, as now it seems ye do, love's darts in him had ta'en but shallow hold, for so sweet joy as this was to be thought, with gold nor silver never could be bought. But when one's honor shall thereon depend, then should it merit not excuse but praise, and chief when one so truly may pretend he cannot save his honor other ways. And that same woman that herself should bend to stop the same by prayer or by delays, should give just cause to every one to guess her love were little, or her wit were less. For if a woman should of him she loves esteem the life and safety as her own, I speak of such whose choice no change removes, and whose affections are not rashly grown, then sure much more in reason it behooves, that of his honor should more care be shown, by how much more it should in due account both pleasures all and life itself surmount. In following of his lord so faithfully, Rogero did but even as he was bound, and if he should have left him then, think I, he should have done it but on slender ground. What though Almonte made his father die? On Agrement that fault could not redound, who had for all his ancestors' offenses given to Rogero many recompenses. He did but well in going to his lord, and she as well it cannot be denied, in that she thereto granted her accord, which she might hap have stopped had she replied, that from the same her liking had abhorred. What now she wants, henceforth may be supplied, but if that honor have 1 minute's stain, 100 years scant can it cleanse again. Now while Rogero unto Arles went, as duty bound him to Trajano's heir, unto the Christian camp incontinent Rogero's spouse and sister, noble pair, as loving friends and cousins now they went, and unto Charles's tent they did repair, who minds by siege or battles doubtful chance to drive these tedious troubles out of France. When in the camp it was made known and bruited that Bradamant was come, her noblest brothers came forth to her, and kindly her saluted, with guidon, though they came of sundry mothers. And she, as for her sex and calling suited, did resalute both them and divers others, by kissing some and speaking to the best, and making friendly gestures to the rest. But when Marphisa's name was heard and known, whose noble acts even from Catay to Spain, and over all the world beside, were blown, to look on her all were so glad and fain, with press and thrust not few were overthrown, and scarce a man could in the tents remain, but heaving, shoving hitherward and thither, to see so brave a pair as these together. Now when to Charles's presence come they be, upon her knee Marphisa did decline, and, as to penal rights, no man did see her knee to touch the ground before that time, to none of any calling or degree, not unto Christian prince or Saracen. She only doth esteem King Pepin's son as worthy whom such honor should be done. But Charles arose and met her half the way, and in kind stately sort did her embrace, and set her by his side that present day above the princes all, and gave her place, Then voided was the room, that none might stay but lords and knights well worthy so great grace, excluding all the saucy baser sort. And then Marphisa spake in such like sort: Most mighty Caesar, high renowned and glorious, that from our Indies to Terinthian shore, from Scythia frozen still with breath of Boreas, to Ethiopia scorching evermore, mak'st thy white cross so famous and victorious, by value much, but by thy justice more. Thy praise, O Prince, and thy renowned name were cause from countries far I hither came. And to say troth, flat envy moved me chief, because thy power to reach so far I saw. I must confess I took disdain and grief, that any prince that favored not our law, and was to us of contrary belief, should grow so great to keep us all in awe. Wherefore I came with mind to have destroyed thee, or by all means I could to have annoyed thee. For this I came, for this I stayed in France, to seek your ruin and your overthrow, when lo, a chance, if such a thing can chance, made me a friend and subject of a foe. I will not stay to tell each circumstance, but this in substance: it did make me know that I, your bloody enemy Marphisa, was daughter to Rogero, late of Risa. He by my wicked uncles was betrayed, and left my woeful mother big with child, who near to Sirte down her belly laid, as strangely saved as wrongfully exiled. She brought a twin, a man child and a maid. We fostered were 7 years in forest wild, by one that had in magic art great skill, but I was stol'n from him against his will. For some Arabian sold me for a slave unto a Persian king, whom, grown in years, because he my virginity would have, I killed him, and all his lords and peers. And then such hap God and good fortune gave, I gat his crown and arms, as yet appears. And ere I fully was twice 10 years old, 7 crowns I gat beside, which yet I hold. And being envious of your endless fame, as erst I told, I came with firm intent, by all the means I could, to quail the same, and haply might have done the hurt I meant. But now a better mind that mind doth tame. Now of my malice I do much repent, since by good hap I lately understood that I was near allied to you in blood. And sith I know my father was your man, I mean no less than he did you to serve. As for the hate and envy I began to bear you, I now do the same reserve for Agrement, and all the harm I can to all his kin that do the same deserve, because I now do know and am assured his ancestors my parents' death procured. This said Marphisa, and withal did add that she would be baptized out of hand, and when that Agrement she vanquished had, return, if Charles so pleased, to her own land, and christen them, and farther would be glad against all those that would Christ's law withstand, to bear arms, with vows that all her gain to Charles and Holy Church should remain. The noble Charles, of tongue as eloquent, as wise in head, as valorous in heart, did much extol the lady excellent, and all her kin and sire by just desert, and of her former speech incontinent most graciously he answered every part, concluding that he would for ever after accept her as his cousin and his daughter. And her again he did embrace of new, and kissed her forehead as his child indeed. It long would be to tell how brave a crew from Clarimount and Mongrain did proceed to welcome her, or when Rinaldo knew Marphisa's name, what joy in him did breed. He calls to mind what force in her he found, then when Albracca he besieged round. It long would be to tell of Guidon's joy, with Griffin, Aquilent, and Sansonet, that scaped with her their land, that to destroy those men that in their realm they hap to get. No less did Malagige and Vivian joy, remembering how she joined with Richardet to rescue them, as long before I told, when unto Bertolage they had been sold. Now was prepared against the ensuing day a place as was by Charles himself devised, set stately forth and hanged with rich array, where this most worthy dame should be baptized. Then bishops were employed, by whom she may be taught the Christian faith and catechized, And all that day a learned clerk and preacher the principles of Christian faith did teach her. Then Turpin, archbishop of chief account, in his robes pontificial doth baptize her. Charles with great reverence standeth by the fount, and what to answer he did still advise her. But now 'tis time that to the moon I mount, for that receipt must make Orlando wiser, from whence the Duke, descending by strange bias, came with St. John in chariot of Elias, and by his guide he back again was led, and keeps still in his hand that pot or jar that should again make wise the mazed head of that same paladin well seen in war. Likewise the saint unto Astolpho said, as soon as they alighted from the car, that with an herb, of which there grew great store, he should again Sinapo's sight restore. For which, and for his former great desert, he should have men to salt Bizerta land. He teacheth him those people unexpart he should so train to make them to his hand. He further learned him the way and art how he might safely pass th' unstable sand, and plainly thus St. John from point to point what the English Duke should do did him appoint. Then did Astolpho take his winged steed, and of the saint devoutly took his leave, and soaring down he makes no little speed to do that which in charge he did receive. So far by Nilus' banks he doth proceed, until that Nubia he did plain perceive, and following the course of that same stream came to Sinapo, head of that same ream. Great was the pleasure, triumph, and the joy Sinapo took when he thereof had word, remembering well the trouble and annoy the foul Harpias brought him at his board. But when he made him eke his sight enjoy, and did so rare a grace to him afford, that by his means his eyesight was restored him, he worshipped him, and like a god adored him. Not only did he give him soldiers then, wherewith he might Bizerta town invade, but for each one he asked, he gave him 10, that soon 200,000 men he made. Scarce had the fields room for so many men, but footmen all. So is that country's trade, for horses in that region are but dainty, but elephants and camels they have plenty. Now that same day that went before the day in which the men of Nubia made account to march on forward some part of their way, Astolpho on his griffith horse doth mount, and southward he doth pass, and doth not stay until he came near to a mighty mount, at foot whereof a vast cave he doth find, which was the lodging of the southern wind. The mighty cave had but a narrow mouth, at which the Duke, as Christ's apostle taught, did watch so long, until the wind of south came home to ease his spirits overwrought. To enter in Astolpho him allowth, but when anon to have come out he thought, within a leather sack the Duke had placed at that cave's mouth he caught and tied him fast. The paladin, full proud of such a prey, returns to Nubia ward before 'twas night, and to the negroes then he showed the way, appointing them how they should travel right. He victuals doth and carriages convey, all safe unto that hill that Atlas hight, quite o'er those fields where many have been found with wind for want of water more than drowned. And being come unto the mountain's side, there where he doth discover all the plain, he doth his bands and companies divide, and chooseth those that are most apt to train, and those he parts and putteth them aside, and orders for the rest he doth ordain. Then he in sight of all the hill ascendeth, and looked like one that some great feat intendeth, and kneeling down, as one that did believe his prayer should granted be, as well as hard, he prayed his master their great want relieve. Then casting stones that were before prepared, what cannot firm belief in Christ achieve, the very stones, a thing to credit hard, did grow and live and move by hidden cause, and had both bellies, legs, and neck and jaws, and neighing loud, filled all the place with sound of horse, some bay, some roan, some dapple gray, and all of them were ready horses found, the spur, the wand, the leg, and voice to bay, to stop, to start, to pass, career, to bound, to gallop straight or round or any way. Thus were the men well horsed with little pains, for every horse had saddle, bit, and reins. Thus by this virtuous Duke within 1 hour were 80,000 footmen horsemen made, with which so great and unexpected power full fiercely he all Afric did invade, and burnt and spoiled full many a town and tower, all giving way to his victorious blade, until 3 princes, Agramant's vicegerents, made head against the Duke with their adherents. The King of Aldazar, and he of Fierce, with stout Bransardo, all 3 mighty kings, that find their enemies to grow so fierce, do send their lord by sea word of these things. A little fricate straight the waves doth pierce, and of these evil news quick notice brings to Agramant, that lay that time in Arly, besieged by an army strong and warly. Who, hearing of his country's woeful case, and by his absence what did them betide, he called his lords and princes to the place, consulting how for this harm to provide, and looking once or twice with stately grace, now on the tone, and then on t'other side, but on Marsilio and Sobrino chief, in such like words he told to them his grief. Although I wot it worst beseems of all a general to say, I had not thought, yet so I say. For when a harm doth fall beyond the reach of human sense or thought, then sure the blame is either none or small, and in this compass may my fault be brought. My fault it was Afric to leave unarmed, if of the Nubians now they could be harmed. But who could think, but God that understands the things to come as well as those are past, so great an host could pass so many lands, that were from us so great a distance placed, twixt whom and us lies those unstable sands, that dangerously are moved with southern blast. Yet are they come, and have so far prevailed, Bizerta's self is now by them assailed. Now on this point your counsels here I crave, if so I shall all fruitless hence retire, or try before I go if I can have the crown of France, to which I do aspire, or how I may at home my country save, and this destroy, which is my most desire. If any know the mean, then speak he to it, to the end that we may know the best, and do it. Thus much the son of great Trajano spake, and on Marsilio fixed his eyes, that he as chief in place thereby might notice take, that first by him he would advised be. Who when he had stood up for reverence sake, and bowed his body and with all his knee, down sate him in his honorable seat, and spake such words as I shall here repeat. Whatever fame doth bring of good or ill, to make it greater it doth ever use. Wherefore, my sovereign lord, I never will be bold or bashed with hearing flying news, but move such doubt and such assurance still, as though I would not all reports refuse. Yet would I think the truth of other source, than as so many mouths shall make report. And I believe each tale so much the less, by how much more from likelihood it doth err. Now in this present cause, let any guess if like it be, a king that dwells so far could come with such an host as they express to Africa, so often used to war, and pass those parlous sands, where to his cost Cambyses erst did lease his mighty host. But they be Nubians, let it be allowed, by miracle come in a shower of rain, or closely carried thither in some cloud, sith by the way none saw so great a train. Hath Afric ever to such people bowed? Must they have aid to drive them home again? I sure may think you kept a sorry garrison, if them and yours between there be comparison. I rather think the Arabians are come down from those their hills, and done some spoil or waste, and ta'en some men and burned some baggage town, but small resistance finding as they passed, and that Bransardo, for his own renown, whom as your deputy you there had placed, for one sets down 100 in his letter, then that his excuse may seem the better. But if you will but send some ship or twain, that but your standard may therein appear, no doubt but they will hie them home again. By that time these but weigh their anchors here. If they Arabians that can bide no pain, or if they Nubians be, the case is clear, who only taken have this heart of grace to know your person absent from the place. This therefore is the sum of my persuasion. Make sure the conquest here ere you go hence. Charles can no more endure your sharp invasion, now that his nephew is distraught of sense. Now by the forehead let us take occasion, lest after all our travel and expense, he hide away his hair and turn his bald, and we unprovident be thought and called. With these so wary words, and such as these, the subtle Spaniard labored to persuade the King of Afric not to pass the seas, till of the wars in France an end were made. But sage Sobrino, that espied with ease how deep he seemed in shallow streams to wade, respecting private more than public cause, did answer thus after a little pause: My liege, when first to peace I counselled you, I would I had not been so true a prophet; or if my sayings needs must prove so true, I would you had believed them for your profit, not Rhodamount, with that rash youthful crew of Alcrid, Marbalist, that then did scoff it, whom now I wish here present face to face, but chiefly Rhodamount I wish in place. He that then undertook to make all France but like the dust that flies before the wind, he that did vow in heaven or hell your lance to follow, nay, to leave it far behind, now when he should the matter most advance, unprofitably lurks in corners blind. And I, that then, because I told you true, was called a coward, still abide with you. And still I will abide, whate'er ensueth during this life, which, though made weak with age, I will not fear against the strongest youth that lives in France in your defence to gauge. Nor yet can any charge me with untruth, not from the proudest prince to poorest page. And well I wot I have done more than some that promised much ere they were hither come. Thus much I say, thereby more plain to prove that what I then did say, or now impart, came from true service and of loyal love, and not of faint, much less of hollow heart. Now I advise you hence with speed remove, and that you homeward in all haste depart. For well you wot that wisdom it is none in winning other men's to leese one's own. Yet know not I why we should call it winning, if of our losses just account we yield. 32 kings we were at the beginning, a third part now scarce tarries in the field, and we ourselves here up in corners pinning, scant safe within these rampiers can us shield. We so decay, except in time we cease, at last we shall be driven to sue for peace. Orlando is not there, 'tis true. What though? Had he been there, we had all died ere this. His want doth but prolong our overthrow. By other men our state in danger is. They have Rinaldo there, that plain doth show his force and courage not much less than his. There are his cousins, all the Paladines, eternal terror to our Saracens. They further have a man in strength and heart, I needs must praise my foe against my will, a second Mars, I mean King Brandimart, whose great puissance joined to active skill myself in single fight have found in part, and further proof have seen by others ill. Besides, Orlando wanted long ago, since which we more have lost than won, you know. Now if we sped no better in time past, we shall speed worse hereafter, I do dread. We see Gradasso over sea is past, and that the valiant Mandricard is dead. Marphisa hath forsaken us at last, and Rhodamount, of whom it may be said, were but his faith with force to be compared, the rest might in a manner have been spared. Now when as so great helps and succors fail us, so many thousands of our soldiers slain, and all supplies that should at all avail us already come from Afric and from Spain, they have of late got 4 new knights to quail us, compared with any of the Christian train. 4 knights, that if you search from hence to Ind, 4 knights to match these 4 you shall not find. I know not if you ever heard before of Olivero's sons and Sansonet, with Guidon Savage, whom I value more than all their other succors that they get from Almany, the higher or the lower, although such aids at naught we cannot set. And we do plainly see before our eyes that every day they may have fresh supplies. We may assure ourselves, if any more we take the field, our side goes to the pot. For if when we were 2 for 1 before, yet we must needs confess we gained not. Now they so much increased have their store with foreign power, both English, Dutch, and Scot. What can we hope, but after all our toil, to have bad recompense of shame and foil? Yet all is well, if you will part betime, and hie you home before it prove too late. But if you tarry any longer time, you will here lose your men, at home your state. Now if to leave Marsilio seem a crime, for fear the world condemn you for ungrate, to save him harmless, you for peace must sue, which they will so accept, if so will you. But if you think such motion may not stand with honour of your state and high degree, and hope by fight to make a surer hand, which yet how it succeeded hath you see, yet seek at least to have the upper hand by this device, and herein follow me. Put all the quarrels trial, if you can, to one, and let Rogero be the man. I know, and you do know, and so we all do know, that our Rogero hath such might no Christian can so sturdy be or tall, as hand to conquer him in fight. But if you mean to make war general, though he in strength far pass each other knight, yet in the fight he but for one can stand, and what is one against a mighty band? I think it best, if so you think it good, to offer this to Charles, that if he will, if with his worthy courage so it stood, for saving those whom you on both sides kill, and shunning of the shedding guiltless blood, which both of you on each side daily spill, each side to choose one champion, at whose peril to make a full conclusion of the quarrel, provided first, that whichsoe'er of these shall die, his prince shall pay the t'other tribute. I know this motion will not Charles displease, for all his lords will thereunto contribute, and this would work our safety and our ease, for to Rogero so much I attribute, that such his value is, this cause so just, were Mars antagonist, yet yield he must. These words Sobrino spake with such effect, as Agrement thereto gave his consent, and then interpreters he did direct, who straight to Charles with such a challenge went. Charles means not such occasion to neglect, he thinks the combat won incontinent. He had such store of champions near the later, unto Rinaldo he commits the matter. Glad were both armies of this new accord, henceforth to live in quiet they attend, and either part doth praise his sovereign lord, that of these broils would make so speedy end. Each one in mind these foolish brawls abhorred, that made them thus in wars their days to spend. Each man could say, and no man then denied it, that war is sweet to those that have not tried it. Rinaldo, he in mind doth much rejoice, to think his prince had done him so much grace, to make of him above so many choice, for trial of so great importing case. And though Rogero were by common voice the chief man deemed of all the Turkish race, and hand to hand had killed Mandricard, Rinaldo this but little did regard. But good Rogero, he was nothing glad, though of so many gallant men and stout his king to his great praise him chosen had above all other knights, and picked him out. His heart was heavy, and his look was sad. Not that in mind he aught did dread or doubt Rinaldo's forces, or Orlando's either, no, scarce, and if they had been both together, but this procured his grief, because he knew Rinaldo brother was unto his dear, who did her plaints with letters oft renew, and charged him so deep as touched him near. Now if he should to old wrongs add this new, to kill Rinaldo, then the case is clear. She should have so great reason to reprove him, he doubts she never will hereafter love him. Now if Rogero do in silent sort lament this combat ta'en against his will, no doubt his spouse, which heard the sad report, was worse apaid than he, at least as ill. She beats her breast, and breaks her tresses short, and many tears with sorrow she did spill, and calls Rogero oftentimes ungrate, and curseth evermore her cruel fate. It needs must turn unto her grief and pain, whoe'er is overcome, whoever win. She dare not think Rogero can be slain, her heart such anguish doth conceive therein, And if it pleased Christ so to ordain, for chastising his wretched people's sin, that man should die that of her house was chief, besides his death, that brought a further grief, a grief that was indeed beyond all measure, to think she never might henceforth for shame go to her spouse, without the flat displeasure of all her kin and house of whence she came. And when she weighed the case at better leisure, each thing to her seemed worse and worse to frame. For why, she knew her tongue that knot had tied, that while she lived might never loose nor slide. But that dear friend of hers that never failed to help at chiefest needs the noble maid, I mean the sage Melissa, so prevailed that Bradamante's grief was part allayed. For when she knew the cause and what she ailed, against the time she promised her aid, and undertook that of that bloody quarrel to her nor hers there should arise no peril. This while the gallant knights against the fight themselves and eke their weapons do provide, the choice whereof did appertain in right unto the champion of the Christian side, who, as a man that took but small delight, since he had lost his famous horse, to ride, did choose to fight on foot, and in this sort, all armed with axes long and daggers short. Or were it chance, or were it in regard that Malagige advised him thereto, because he knew the force of Balisard, of power all charms of armor to undo, of whose sharp edge you have ere this time hard. But this they did appoint between them two. About the place likewise they do agree, a plain near Arley walls the same to be. Now when Aurora left the loathed bed of Titan, unto whom she hath no list, to thend that no disorder may be bred, on either side the marshals part the list, at end whereof were rich pavilions spread, where nothing that belongs to state was missed. And distant from each tent a little space, on either side they did an altar place. Not long time after this, in battle ray, the Turkish army with their king came out, glistering in gold and stately rich array, in show with all barbarian pomp set out. A swift Arabian horse of color bay he rode, and by his side Rogero stout rode cheek by cheek. And to his greater fame, on him to wait Marsilio thought no shame. His helmet, for the which the Tartar died, slain by Rogero, as I did rehearse, which since 1,000 years and more beside was celebrated in more stately verse, Marsilio carried by Rogero's side, well mounted on a Spanish jennet fierce. His arms and all that did thereto belong, some other states divided them among. On t'other side came worthy Charlemagne, from out his tent strongly entrenched anon, and all his bands of men he did ordain, so as if to battle he should then have gone. About him was of peers a noble train, Rinaldo in the midst with armor on. That only helmet erst from Mambrin ta'en was by Ugero born, the noble Dane. 2 axes, both alike in each respect, Salomon and Duke Namus bear before. The chieftains on each side their men direct to keep within their limits evermore. And in the midst was left a large prospect, between each company and room good store, for present death it was, if any venter, save those 2 champions, in the list to enter. When second choice of weapon, as was fit, was given Rogero to avoid suspect, 2 priests before the rest came forth, to wit, of each side one, and one of either sect. Each had a book. Ours had Christ's holy writ, theirs Alcoran, with errors foul infect. With ours came forth a Christian prince devout, with that of theirs the King of Turks came out. Now first King Charles near to his altar stands, and this great protestation there did make, and lifts to heaven both heart and eyes and hands. O God, O Christ that sufferedst for our sake, O blessed Lady that in swathing bands heldst him that mortal flesh of thee did take, and didst 9 months enclose that high divinity in sacred womb, still keeping true virginity, be witnesses that here I make it known and promise faithfully for me and mine, to agrement and whosoe'er shall own the crown of Africa in ensuing time, that if my champion shall be overthrown, to pay to them each year of gold most fine 10 horse load, and forthwith the wars to cease, and evermore hereafter to have peace. And if I fail, then let the fearful wrath of both on me at once this folly wreak, and work unto my sect all woe and scath, that all ensuing ages plain may speak. Lo, what a plague and just reward he hath, that durst his oath to you and promise break. This said, his hand he laid upon the book, and up on heaven he fixed his steadfast look. When this was done, then all departed thence, there where the Turks had with much superstition adorned their altar with no small expense. And their King Agrement with like condition vowed never after this to do offence to Charles, but pass the seas with expedition, and keep peace and equal tribute pay, if that Rogero vanquished were that day. And in like sort he did protest aloud, and called on Mahomet his idol great, and by that book that his priest held he vowed to keep most duly all he did repeat. This done, to part from thence were all allowed, and either prince retired to his seat. Then in like sort they swear the champions both, and thus much in effect contain their oath. Rogero promiseth, that if the fight by agreement shall be disturbed or parted, that never after he will be his knight, but serve King Charles, and be to him true hearted. Rinaldo in like sort his faith doth plight, that if to him Charles any aid imparted, before that one of them were overcome, that then himself to agreement would come. Now when these ceremonies all were ended, then every man departed to his side, and then the warriors only now attended the trumpet sound that battle signified, which when both heard, then each of them intended to show the utmost of his value tried. Now sounds the steel with blows not few nor soft, now they themselves strike low, and now aloft. Sometime they would beguile the ton the t'other, with mind unto their strength to add their art. They proffer at one place, and strike another, invading still the least defended part. But good Rogero, that against the brother of her did fight that did possess his heart, did oft bestow his blows with such regard, most thought Rinaldo was for him too hard. He seemed readier to ward than strike, for he himself well knew not what he meant. To kill Rinaldo, that he did not like; to die himself, that was not his intent. But now I hope that none will it mislike, sith in this book so much time hath been spent, and lest my tediousness may some molest, in this ensuing book to hear the rest. End of Book 38. The 39th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 39. The argument. King Agrement breaks oath, and is constrained unto his native soil by sea to fly, where then Astolpho many towns had gained, and at Bizerta siege as then did lie. Orlando thither cometh, madly brained, but the English Duke did cure him by and by. Brave Dudon with his navy made of leaves meets Agrement, and hotly him receives. What tongue can tell, or learned pen express, the woes to which Rogero now did run, in mind and body driven to such distress, that of two deaths the ton he cannot shun. If he be slain, and if he kill no less, both ways he sees he shall be quite undone, by shame in death, and if he win and live, by that offence he shall his true love give. The t'other knight, whom no such thought encumbered, lets frankly fly his blows without regard, in so great store as was not to be numbered. No time, no place, nor no advantage sparred. Rogero seemed to him as if he slumbered. Small list he had to strike, but all to ward, and if he did, in such a place he strake, his blow great sound, but little sign did make. The pagan lords now doubt it will go wrong, they see the combat so unequal grow. Rinaldo seemed too lusty and too strong, Rogero seemed too lazy and too slow. But Agrement, that sate the rest among, doth fret and fume, and chafe, and sweat, and blow, doth blame Sobrino chiefly, whose persuasion was of this combat chief and sole occasion. This while Melissa sage, whose skill was great in magic art, repaired to the place, and with some secret words she did repeat, she changed her voice, her stature, and her face, in mind hereby to work a wondrous feat. She seemed all armed in a dragon's case, in sword, in shield, in show, in everything. She seemed Rhodamont, the Sarzen king. To woeful Agrement she straight doth ride, in likeness of a horse she rode a sprite. And coming to his presence loud she cried, "My liege, this was too foul an oversight, to match a beardless boy so meanly tried with such a famous and renowned knight, and chief in matter that imports so much as doth the whole estate of Afric touch. Wherefore, that you in time this loss may save, permit the combat to proceed no more. Let Rhodamont the blame and blemish have of breaking that which you so rashly swore. Now each man show how well his sword can shave. Now I am here, each man is worth a score." These words in Agrement had so much force, that without more advice he straight took horse, and thinking sure fierce Rhodamont was there, forthwith the Christians' host he doth invade. Of oath nor promise he hath now no fear, this one man's presence him so bold hath made. Each man doth in a moment couch his spear, or charge his pike, or draw his glittering blade. Melissa, having set them thus together with this illusion, vanished, God knows whither. The two stout champions, when they plainly saw their combat, that all quarrel should decide, disturbed against all promise and all law, they cease all force, and lay all wrath aside, and by consent themselves they do withdraw, until it might more plainly be descried in whether prince of faith were found such one, in aged Charles or youthful Agrement. And each of them of new doth vow and swear, that unto him that first did covenant break, they will for ever endless hatred bear, and join together such offence to wreak. The while the hosts of neither side forbear to make quick trial who be strong or weak, for lightly at the first conflict they show their hearts, if they be resolute or no. Even as a ground which hunters hold in slip doth strive to break the string or slide the collar, that sees the tearful deer before him skip, pursued belike with some Actaeon scholar, and when he sees he can by no means slip, doth howl and whine, and bites the string for collar. In such like case within the tents did stay Marphisa with Dame Bradamant that day. All that same day unto the present hour they had beheld with great despite and pain such tempting baits, yet had they not the power to set their foot in that forbidden plain. But now they do the field on each side scour, though erst for duty's sake they did abstain, now finding such a true and just excuse, that Agrement had lewdly broke the truce. Marphisa ran the first quite through the breast, and made the spear come forth a yard behind. Then with her sword she flies among the rest, their chief where most resistance she doth find, and Bradamant puts Goldalance in rest, with like effects, but of another kind, for all she touched therewith she overthrew, and yet not one among them all she slew. Thus these two warriors ever as they went subdued their enemies, and kept them under. Who ever met them surely should be shent, and each of them at t'other's force did wonder. But being both to sharp revengement bent, at last they part themselves and went asunder, each by herself such high exploits performing, as gave the Turks long after cause of mourning. As when the southern winds do melt the snow congealed on tops of mountains many days, it often happens that two streams do flow, and taking in their course two sundry ways, at last so violent and furious grow, that bearing down and breaking usual bays, they waste the fields, and seem to vie to run by which of them most damage may be done. Even so these twain, incensed with rage and wrath, and each in several acts their forces trying, do work the Turks no little woe and scath, and leave them overthrown, or maimed, or dying. Scarce Agramant the power by this time hath, say what he list, to keep his men from flying, himself not shrinking though, nor once retiring, but evermore for Rhodomont inquiring. By only his advice and exhortation, for so the unadvised prince doth think, he broken had his solemn protestation. He marvels now to find him so to shrink. Likewise Sobrino, with great lamentation, religion in his mind so deep did sink, retired to Arley, evermore protesting his faultless mind, that perjury detesting. Marsilio eke unto his country fled, the shameful promise breach of Agramant strake in his mind such superstitious dread. He leaveth him to bear the brunt, who scant against the Christian soldiers could make head, that no supplies of foreign powers did want, with paladines among them fierce and bold, mixed like rich gems in fair embroidered gold. But now awhile I linquish this conflict, and pass beyond the seas without a bark. For to this tale I am not tied so strict, but that I will repeat, if you will hark, Astolpho's acts, who forward daily pricked with new-made horsemen, as, if you did mark, I told you erst, and did all Afric waste, until 3 kings resisted him at last. The king of Algazar and stout Bransar did levy powers, such as in haste they could, and put them all in arms without regard, that some too young were found, and some too old. Yea, from the musters women scant were sparred. For Agramant, as hath before been told, with hope of vain revenge, without advice, of able men unpeopled Afric twice. Thus few were there, and of those few were there, so quite his country weal he did neglect, the greater part unskilful arms to bear, as was more plainly proved in effect. For at first brunt they fled from thence for fear, in hope Bizerta walls should them protect. Brave Bucifer was taken in the fight, Bransardo scaped, and saved himself by flight. But Bucifer alone he took more grief than all the rest, he did him so esteem, because Bizerta asked for relief, for which this Bucifer most fit did seem, who was in all those parts of credit chief. Wherefore Bransardo fain would him redeem. He many ways doth cast, but none conclude on, till at the last he did remember Dudon. This Dudon was by blood and birth a Dane, but yet esteemed the Paladins among. He lately at the bridge was prisoner ta'en, where Rhodomont, the sturdy Turk and strong, brought many worthy men unto their bane. To Afric Dudon then he sent ere long. Now Bransar thinks, nor was his thought amiss, stout Bucifer by change to get for this. He perfect notice had by true espial, the Nubians' leader was an English lord, who love a Dane, there can be no denial, and once were Danes, as writers do record. Wherefore he sends a messenger for trial unto Astolpho, who doth soon accord to free his kinsman, whom he loved so dearly, and joined was in blood to him so nearly. Thus Dudon by the English Duke was freed, who afterward his service did employ. Now as St. John had willed him to proceed, he sought to work the Turks some more annoy, and that he might set Provence free with speed, which Agramant and his did then enjoy, he maketh of his men a new election, whom he may send to free them from subjection. And having chosen forth some men of these, as best from his huge army might be missed, whose number was so great, as he at ease with half of them 3 Africs might resist, he caused them to be trained for the seas, and praying God his purpose to assist, that night was showed Astolpho in a vision, how he of ships might make a large provision. Next day, the weather being fair and calm, Astolpho walketh to the salt sea shore, and holding in his hands in either palm great store of leaves, that he had ta'en before, of bays, of cedar trees, of oak, of palm, into the sea he flang them in great store, O metamorphosis beyond all credit! O admirable power divine that bred it! No sooner had the water wet the leaves, but presently they changed their former hue. The veins that were in them each man perceives to grow to ribs and posts in order due, and still at each end sharp each leaf receives, even of a sailing ship proportion true. And of the ships as many sorts there were, as there were trees that those same leaves did bear. A miracle it was to see them grown to ships and barks, with galleys, hulks, and crays, each vessel having tackling of their own, with sails and oars to help at all assays. The Duke provided, when it once was known, both mariners and masters in few days. For with his present pay he soon allured from Sard and Corsey men to seas inured. Those that take shipping then were counted more than 26,000 strong of hand. Great Admiral was Dudon, who before had learned the service both of sea and land. Now while they lay at anchor nigh the shore, to wait when wind would for their purpose stand, it fortunate a man of war came by them, full load with prisoners, and cast anchor nigh them. These were those prisoners whom fierce Rhodamount, as oft I have declared, did daily get, when at the bridge he did them so dismount, and sometime backward in the river set. Here were, among some more of good account, brave Brandemart, and worthy Sansonet, with Oliver, and some I now not touch, both French, Italian, Gascoigne knights, and Dutch. The master of the bark had first assigned his prisoners at Algier to unload, but being driven by overblowing wind far past the place, he thought to make abode near great Bizerta, where he thinks to find none but his countrymen within the road, to which he thinks himself as welcome guest as Procne is unto her chirping nest. But after, when the imperial bird he saw conjoined to the pard and flower of France, he was abashed, and looked pale for awe, much like to him that waking new doth chance on poisoned serpent tread, and fain would draw himself from thence, for fear of more mischance. He quakes, and from the serpent doth retire, whose poison swells, and eyes do flame like fire. But now the wretched pilot could not fly, and less could keep the prisoners he had caught, for both himself and all they by and by unto the place against his will were brought, whereas the Duke and Dudon then did lie, who welcomed well the Christians as they ought, and he that brought them thither for his pains was made a galley slave and bound in chains. Thus were the knights most friendly entertained, and greatly welcomed by Oton's son, who horse and furniture for them ordained, and caused to them great honor to be done. Eke Dudon with these knights some days remained, and thinks the time so spent not lost but won, his journey purposely 3 days deferring, to spend the same with these brave knights conferring. By their relation he doth understand in what estate King Charles and the empire stood, what are the havens where he may safely land, and where they thought the same would be withstood. Thus, while discreetly on each point they scanned, and each man told what he thought ill or good, there suddenly rose in the camp alarm, the cause unknown, but each man cried, "Arm, arm!" The Duke Astolpho, with his noble crew, that at that time conferring were together, straight armed themselves, and out their swords they drew, and went inquiring hither still and thither, to learn of whence this sudden tumult grew. But yet no cause they could suspect or gather. At last they saw a madman stare and stamp, that naked, alone, did trouble all the camp. Those that had seen him first, belike did flout him, but when some few unto their cost had found that with a bat he did so play about him, his blows made many fall in deadly sound, they now began so much to dread and doubt him, that they had given to him no little ground, and none of them to meet him had the hearts. They only shot at him, or cast some darts. The noble Duke, and those with him did see the wondrous force and most stupendious wrack the madman wrought, and marvelled much that he alone could drive so many soldiers back, when lo, a lady of no mean degree rode towards them attired all in black, And unto Brandemart she came in haste, and clasped her arms about his neck full fast. I know, you know, without my further showing, this was the spouse of noble Brandemart, who, ever since his woeful overthrowing by Rhodomont, did with a pensive heart seek his release, till at the last, she knowing, as I before did more at large impart, how he beyond the seas was prisoner sent, herself at Arley to take shipping meant. But while that loving purpose she pursueth, Bardino met with her, an Eastern knight, who brought up Brandemart in tender youth, and kept him at a castle, sylvan hight. He, hearing at her mouth at large the truth, and how in Africa they find him might, they soon agreed, no long time overslipping, to seek him out, and so forthwith took shipping. No sooner they on Afric's shore did land, Bardino sage and faithful Flordeledge, but first the people let them understand Astolpho great Bizerta did besiege, with many a captain brave and gallant band. Likewise a bruit of Brandemart their liege was spread, that he was surely there arrived newly, but none was able to confirm it truly, until so long they travelled on the coast, at last she found and saw him with her eyes among those lords amid the Nubian host, with which such joy did in her thoughts arise, as vital sprites did fail in her almost, nor any word to speak she could devise, but hanged about his neck a burden sweet, and he as lovingly his spouse did greet. Full glad was he to see her, and as glad to see his ancient tutor and his friend, and further talk with them he would have had, but he was forced to make a speedy end, by means the man that naked ran and mad did keep such rule as did them all offend. Fair Flordeledge, that looked with eye more curious, cried, Ah, my dear, this is Orlando furious. Astolpho eke, when as he did behold him, and saw how madly he about did range, and no man durst him meet, nor none could hold him, he wondered greatly at the sight so strange, and by the marks that erst St. John had told him, he knew it was the man. But such a change there was in all his shape from top to toe, he rather seemed a beast more than a man in show. Astolpho straight did call unto the rest, and said, My lords, this man that you had viewed Orlando is. At this themselves they blessed, and every one his woeful pickle rued. Well, said the Duke, to help our friend is best, and not to wail, and therefore to conclude, come join your force to mine, and let us take him, and I do hope ere long I'll sober make him. To this they soon assent, and Brandemart with Sansonet and Olivero jolly and Dudon closed him round on every part, but he, as full of strength as full of folly, at Dudon strake, and save the blow in part was broke by Oliver, and fell not wholly on Dudon, sure I think that staff accursed, his shield, his headpiece, head and all had burst. His shield it brake, and thundered on his skull, that noble Dudon therewithal fell back. But Sansonet strake with his sword so full, that of the shaft 3 yards he made him lack. Now Brandemart thinks backward him to pull, and leaps behind, a pickback on his back, and holds his arms. The Duke doth then devise to hold his legs, and Oliver his thighs. Orlando shakes himself, and with a spring 10 paces off the English Duke he cast. But Brandemart from him he could not fling, that was behind him, and did hold him fast. But yet with Oliver he was to bring, for with his fist he smote him as he passed, that down he fell, and hardly escaped killing, from mouth, nose, eyes, the blood apace distilling. Of headpiece strong he never had more need, for sure he could not have escaped death, except it had a good one been indeed. This while Astolpho now had taken breath, and Dudon both, who late for want of heed were by Orlando tumbled on the heath, with Sansonet that parred his staff so well. All these at once upon Orlando fell. Good Dudon that endeavours him to cast, with Brandemart about his shoulders hangs. Astolpho and the rest his arms hold fast. He seeks to loose himself with sudden pangs, who so hath seen a bull with mastiffs chased, that in his ears have fixed their cruel fangs, how he doth run and roar, and with him bears the eager dogs that still hold fast his ears. Let him imagine that Orlando now in such sort drew the warriors on the plain. But Oliver, that had the broken brow, again on foot recovered up again, did cast within his mind a reason how to do with ease that they did seek with pain. He doth bethink a way that will not miss to do the feat, and his device was this: full many a halser, and full many a cord with sliding knots all knit he doth provide, and to the legs and arms of this mad lord he made them on the sudden to be tied, and then their ends on each side by a cord they all of them among themselves divide. Thus were those princes fain to do unto him as smiths do to an ox when they do shoe him. Then fell they on him when he lay on ground, and then they bind him sure both hand and foot. Orlando, when he felt himself thus bound, doth strive in vain, for striving will not boot. Astolpho, that doth mean to make him sound, and saw his skin look black as any soot, requested them unto the shore to bear him, which soon was done, for now they need not fear him. Then 7 times was he washed in the place, and 7 times dipped over ears and head, to get the scurf from off his skin and face, which with his naked going had been bred. Then with some herbs the Duke gat in this space, he made them stop his mouth, for why, he said, for certain secret reasons that he knows, he must not fetch his breath but at his nose. Then kneeling down, as if he asked some boon of God or some great saint, that pot he brought which he had carried from beyond the moon, the jar in which Orlando's wit was caught, and closed it to his nostrils. And eftsoon he drawing breath, this miracle was wrought: the jar was void, and emptied every whit, and he restored unto his perfect wit. As one that in some dream or fearful vision hath dreamt of monstrous beasts and ugly fens, is troubled when he wakes with superstition, and feareth what such ugly sight intends, and lying wake thinks of that apparition, and long time after in that fancy spends. So now Orlando lay, not little musing at this his present state and uncouth using. He holds his peace, but lifting up his eyes, he sees his ancient friends, King Brandemart and Oliver, and him that made him wise, all whom he knew and loved from his heart. He thinks, but cannot with himself devise how he should come to play so mad a part. He wonders he is naked, and that he feels such store of cords about his hands and heels. At last he said, as erst Celino said to those that took him napping in the cave, Solvite me, with countenance so staid, and with a cheer so sober and so grave, that they unloosed him, as he them prayed, and suffered him his liberty to have, and clothed him, and comforted his sadness that he conceived on his former madness. Thus, being to his former wits restored, he was likewise delivered clean from love. The lady whom he erst so much adored, and did esteem all earthly joys above, he now despised, yea, rather quite abhorred. Now only he applies his wits to prove that fame and former glory to recover, which he had lost the while he was a lover. This while Bardino told to Brandemart how that his father Monodont was dead, and how his brother Guyliant, on the part of all that those East Isles inhabited, him sent of purpose these news to impart, and pray him as he ought to be their head, sith all the world had not a realm more wealthy, nor any prince could wish a seat more healthy. Wherefore, saith he, dear sir, it is most meet that you should now repair to your own home, for home, though homely 'twere,
Yet is it sweet.
and native soil is best. You would not roam about the world, did you once taste and see't. Thus much he said, but Brandemart, in whom true love and great renown were bands more strong than private profit, answered this ere long: My brother's message and your friendly pain I kindly take, But lo, my word is passed with Charles and with Orlando to remain, and them to serve while these garboils do last. Now in my stead I will my brother reign, let him be my viceroy, and I will haste, when once these wars are at a final end, to come and there my life with them to spend. Thus these did part, and next ensuing day went Dudon with his fleet to Provence ward. Orlando with the British prince doth stay, and when the state of those same wars he hard, unto Bizerta straight a siege they lay. But evermore Orlando had regard that, as Astolpho followed his advice, to give him th'honour of each enterprise. But how they did the great Bizerta win when they assaulted it, and on which side, how at the first assault the men within did yield and durst no longer trial bide, I cannot farther now proceed herein, but must defer it to another tide. Now I do purpose unto you to show how Agrement received an overthrow, who was well nigh abandoned of his men, even in the very fury of the fight. For why Marsilio and Sobrino then were gone in mind to save themselves by flight. In walled towns they feared themselves to pen, but went to sea with all the haste they might, and many princes of the Turkish train the sample follow, given them by these twain. Yet Agrement did bear it out a space, but when he saw there was no other shift, then from his enemies he turned his face. To get into the town was all his drift. Him Bradamant pursued a wondrous pace, still spurring Rabican that ran full swift. She wished upon his corpse to venge the wrong in keeping of her dear from her so long. On t'other side Marphisa rode as fast, to venge, though late, her father's woeful end. She makes her horse to feel she is in haste, but each of them doth miss that they intend. He got within the gates and made them fast, and then to sea he doth himself commend. He sees he was not able to withstand the forces of his enemies by land. As two courageous pards that held in chase an hart or bearded goat upon a plain, that scaped then by swiftness of his pace, with no small wrath and chafe turned back again, as though they thought they had a great disgrace in that they followed had a prey in vain. So did the damsels chafe and sigh and fret, that they to Agrement no near could get. But though he scaped their hands, yet sure the rest escaped not, full dearly then abying, some wounded in the side, in back and breast, some slain outright, some worse than dead a dying. How sorrowly, poor souls, had they been dressed, whose safety was not wrought, no, not by flying, for Agrement himself more sure to save, to shut the city gates commandment gave. He made the bridges eke to be cut down on Rodon's stream, that was both large and deep. Ah, woeful subjects under tyrants' crown, who, that they may their persons safely keep, regard not if their people swim or drown, but deem of them like beasts or silly sheep, that so themselves they pamper may and cherish, they care not if their men in millions perish. 'Twas infinite the number that was slain in this same last conflict, nor fewer drowned, while they attempted desperately in vain to pass the stream so broad and so profound, of which great slaughter yet the signs remain. For daily near to Arley walls are found huge heaps of dead men's bones, and of their skulls, whose flesh was then devoured by crows and gulls. Now Agrement made speedy preparation, and caused his ships forth in the deep to launch, providing all that longs to navigation, in mind for to bid farewell to France. 2 days the wind stopped his determination, the third it served, and then he did advance his sails, and every one did ship his oar, and so away they parted from the shore. Marsilio, doubting lest his realm of Spain should now be driven to pay this costly shot, and fearing to be forced to sustain that storm alone which fell in France so hot, doth land at Valence, where he did ordain all furniture that might for war be got, repairing all his towns against that war that after him and all his friends did mar. But Agrement his ships to Afric bent, ill armed, half void of men, but full of grief, for most of them were sad and malcontent. 3 parts of 4 were lost past all relief, and though for fear perhaps of being shent, none dare in public speak to his reprief, yet secretly their burning hate to cool called him proud, some cruel, some a fool. But, as I say, they speak this in their sleeves for fear of blame, except some 2 or 3 that each to other open dare their grieves. Yet wretched Agrement, he doth not see how he is scorned, but he still believes that he is loved. And why? Because that he saw never looks but fawningly disguised, heard never words but feigningly devised. Now he was fully purposed in his landing to leave Bizerta and seek harbour nigher, because he late had perfect understanding the Nubians spoiled those parts with sword and fire. Wherefore, for doubt of dangerous withstanding, he meant to shun that port, and land far higher, and thence withal unto his parts addicted, to bring relief unto the town afflicted. But lo, his cruel fate doth overthrow his counsel sage, and quite his hope deceives. For while scant wind did make him sail but slow, stout Dudon, with that navy made of leaves, met him full butt, that no such thing did know, and with a fierce assault him there receives, enforcing him to unexpected fight in that dark, cloudy, and tempestuous night. For Agrement no spile had till now of these same ships, and would have deemed a fable, if one had told him of a little bow to make 100 ships a man was able. Wherefore he sailed on, he cared not how, and doubts no foe but wave and wind unstable, and not expecting such strange sudden stops, he never set his watchmen in his tops. On t'other side, our men that had espied their enemies at sea an hour ere night, came with great speed, although all undescried, and every ship kept close their fire and light. At last, when as they saw their time, they tried their utmost force, and with full sails they light on their foes' shipping, that at first did shrink, and many did unto the bottom sink. Now Dudon's men began to play their parts, some using fire, some heavy stones, some steel. Upon the Turks fell such a storm of darts, as they before the like did never feel. On our side God with courage filled their hearts, on their side each man's heart was in his heel. They stood amazed with fear, and quite astonished, the time now come their old sins to be punished. Thus Agrement is closed on every side with many a pike and sword and hook and axe. The stones that fell from high made breaches wide, and much sea entered at the new made cracks. But most the fire, which they could least abide, that takes in pitched boards and wreathed flax to kindle very quick, but slow to quench, annoyed them sore with heat and smoke and stench. Some overboard do fall in water cold, and there are drowned. Some take them to their swimming. But on another bark, while they take hold, they now, full fraught and fearing over trimming, with cruel sword, a foul sight to behold, cut off their hands, with which they now were climbing. The bleeding stumps all mingled there remained, and with fresh blood the water salt was stained. Some few, to save their lives that had desire, or at the least to leese them with least pain, do leap in water to escape the fire, till with new fear of drowning they again unto the flaming shipwracks do retire, and there with much ado are glad and fain to catch some burning board, and being loath to die of either death, they die of both. Some one, for fear of sword or axe or pike, doth all in vain unto the sea betake him. For why, some stone or arrow or such like, ere he be far from thence, doth overtake him. But lest the reader haply may mislike my too long tale, this motion I would make him, that to another season he defar to hear the sequel of this bloody war. End of Book 39. The 40th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 40. The argument. Great Agrement doth fly, and in his flight would kill himself, but sober in him forebode, Biserta being fired, a woeful sight. At last they meet Gradasso in a road. They send a challenge 3 to 3 to fight unto Orlando, where he then abode. Rogero fights with Dudon to set free 7 kings, whom bound in chains he chanced to see. 'Twere long, my lord, to tell of all that fought in that sea fight, and certes, all the while that I should tell it you, I should be thought to bear pots, as they say, to Samos isle, where earthen vessels in great store are wrought, or owls to Athens, crocodiles to Nile. For more than can of this by me be told, yourself have caused many to behold. Your faithful people had a long prospect, when all a day upon the stream of Po your men, as your great value did direct, the shipping of your foes assaulted so, that with their blood the stream they did infect, and brought upon them all a world of woe. Then both yourself and others plain did see, how sundry deaths in fights of sea there be. It was not then indeed my hap to see't, sent then to Rome 6 days before in post, to crave then at the Holy Father's feet relief and aid against so great an host. And in that time your grace with them did meet in such a sort, so sorely to their cost, and so you pared the lion's teeth and paws, that since that time to fear we had no cause. But Alphonsin and Moore that saw the same, Alfrenio, Annibal, and Zerbinet, Albert and Bagan, and 3 that bear my name, declared to me the conquest you did get. Also their banners, monuments of fame, which offered in the churches you did set. With 15 galleys ta'en, 1,000 boats, of that rich conquest give us open notes. He that had seen the fire and wondrous wreak that at that time was wrought upon your foes, when for your few their many were too weak, he might describe the deaths and diverse woes of Agramantes' host, of which I speak, and of their great and grievous overthrows. Then when amidst the surging waves and salt, stout Dudon in the night did them assault. When first the fight began, the night was dark, but when the flame upon the pitch took hold, the fire gave light, and did so clearly spark, that Agrement might plainly now behold his enemies, and their great number mark. Incredible, if any had it told. Wherefore, in season to prevent the worst, he changed the course he had intended first, and choosing out a vessel swift of sail, and placing there his things of greatest price, with Brilliador, sith all hope now doth fail, to steal from thence he closely doth devise, and while that Dudon doth his men assail, in all the haste he can away he flies. His men the sword, the sea, the fire destroys, and he is fled that caused their annoys. And in that bark with him Sobrino fled, who much complained, and was not little grieved, that that which he before so truly said, yet then by Agrement was not believed. But tell we now how good Astolpho sped, and what exploits Orlando had achieved, who counselled so to raise Biserta town, that it might never annoy the imperial crown. And so it was in public sort proclaimed, that the 3rd day the salt they should expect. Astolpho had some ships before ordained, for Dudon had not all, for this effect. And these same ships with Sansonet remained, a man that could by sea and land direct, who rode at anchor near Biserta's shore, but distant from the haven 1 mile and more. The British Duke and valiant Paladine, that like good Christians used evermore to pray to God for grace and aid divine, proclaimed in the camp 3 days before, that to assault the town they did assign, by fast and public prayer, Christ to adore, and crave his aid against that wicked town, that they might raise it quite and beat it down. And having ended that their solemn fast, and made their vows accustomed in such case, then friendly they together take repast, and each his friend and parent doth embrace, and spake as if those words should be their last. the kindly tears oft trickling down their face, and every one resolved by and by either to win the town, or in the place to die. Also the wretched priests within the town, with feigned show of foolish superstition, pray unto Macon that he do not frown on them, and vow to him on that condition great holocausts, with cost of many a crown. Of him they seek to have their sins remission, and, as if he the fates could mend or alter, they offer sacrifices on his altar. Then, when they were by their great Cady blessed, they went, but faintly, to their city wall. Yet did the fair Aurora take her rest, and scarce the eastern coast yet looked pale, when Sansonet, Astolpho, and the rest, that had the needful things provided all, the noble enterprise did take in hand, and did assault the town by sea and land. Bizerta hath this manner situation. 2 parts thereof with water are enclosed, 2 parts with goodly wall of ancient fashion, but not so strong as one would have supposed. And though to make new strength and reparation the King Bransardo all the town disposed, his time and warning were so short and small, he could do little good or none at all. Astolpho did appoint the Nubian king such wise to noy the keepers of the wall with darts and Turkish bows, and many a sling that from the battlements he drave them all, that now he might both horse and footmen bring upon the ditch, in peril none or small, and each according to his power and skill brought matter wherewithal the ditch to fill. Some faggots brought, and some brought store of helm, some heavy stones, and some light planks and boards. And lest the stream their works might overwhelm, they turned it away by other fords. Great store of wood there grew in that same realm, the which to them great store of stuff affords. And now that proverb see performed you might, that many hands make heavy works but light. The Nubians fierce, impatient of all stay, and by desire of gain all headlong led, the peril great and danger do not weigh, but each man claps his target on his head, and then their battery to the walls they lay, with rams and engines strongly furnished, with which to shake the walls they do begin. Nor were they all unfurnished within. Darts, stones, and planks, yea, even their houses' tile they flang down on them when they drew more near, by which they brake and pierced otherwhile their engines huge, so as it might appear Dame Fortune seemed at first on Turks to smile. But after soon again she changed her cheer. No sooner night was gone and sun once up, but that they tasted of another cup. Then on each side they had so hot a charge as hardly they were able to sustain. Sansonet of the shipping had the charge, and he by sea assaults them to their pain. And for their power was great and place was large, each captain took with him a several train, thereby the more to trouble all their foes, and of their virtue to make larger shows. And for that special cause they do divide their mighty host into 4 several parts, to the end that by that means it might be spied which men had stout and which had fainting hearts. Great towers on mighty wheels did seem to ride, drawn with great force like ordinary carts, and elephants did carry towers so tall as did in height surpass the city wall. A scaling ladder Brandemart doth bear, and climbs himself, and causeth others climb. For what man having such a guide could fear? Each man to stay doth think it heinous crime. The ladder's strength was weighed by no man there, each rung a man, and some bears 2 sometime. Now Brandemart, to conquest wholly bent, gets to the top and wins a battlement. With hand and foot he clambered in such sort, he wan a battlement and did it keep. Then with his sword he made them all such sport as caused the lookers on not laugh but weep. The ladder, now charged with too great resort, standing aslope and not upright and steep, brake in the midst, so that, save Brandemart, all of them fell unto their pain and smart. Their captain, though with this no whit dismayed, keeps still his place, though he the hap did mark, although he saw his men him could not aid, though he alone were all their shooting mark. His men below cried out to him and prayed him to retire, but he no whit could hark, but boldly from the wall into the town, which was thrice 10 foot deep, he leaped down. As if the pavement had been straw, not stone, so leapt he down, so nimble and so light, and being there laid so about alone, he made them all give place unto his might. Of those that fought he killed many a one, the rest thought best to save themselves by flight. But they that saw him leap down from without, within their minds were full of dread and doubt. Straightways about the camp a rumour spread, from mouth to mouth, and man to man doth come, and fame doth fly, and flying gathers head, of that hard feat that Brandemart had done, and comes at last, whereas Orlando led his band, and after to King Oton's son, and then to Olivero, never ceasing, but in her going still her tale increasing. All these, but chief Orlando all among, that Brandemart in mind did dearly love, and hearing if from thence they tarried long, it would be hard his danger to remove, unto the walls set scaling ladders strong, resolved now their utmost force to prove, and up they mount with looks so grim and bold, as scant their enemies durst them behold. As when the seas are wrought with sturdy wind, the venturous vessel, tossed with many a wave, is sometimes smote before, sometime behind, and each surge strives a passage free to have, the fearful pilot with astonished mind knows not which way himself he should behave, till at the last one surge the whole possesseth, and so both pilot, ship, and all oppresseth. So when those three of whom before I spake had got the wall, they did the soldiers teach to follow them, and so large path did make, as thousands of them now the wall did reach. This while the monstrous rams the walls did shake in other places, and made such a breach, that now in many parts without resistance they might to Brandemart bring good assistance. Look how that stream surnamed of streams the king, with damage great above his banks doth grow, when some strong wind or tide of highest spring makes him beyond accustomed bounds to flow, and thereby hurt unto the fields doth bring, and drowneth flocks and houses overthrow. Then trees do harbour fish as new come guests, where flying birds were wont to build their nests. So now Bizerta walls were far too weak to save the city from both sword and fire. The valiant captains first the ice do break, to follow whom the soldiers do aspire, and what with will their ancient wrongs to wreak, and what with hope of booties and desire, they ruined soon that city that had been of Africa the sole triumphant queen. Now multitudes lay slain in every street, and with the blood that of their wounds did run, the channels flowed vermilion under feet. But when the fire to take had once begun, no doubt it was a woeful sight to see't, what spoil upon the town by fire was done. Such cries, such plaints were over all the city, as might have moved any hearts to pity. Their helpless gods now under foot were trodden, their sacred jewels taken all for prey. The conquerors come forth of houses loaden with gold, with plate, with fair and rich array. And though the soldiers flatly were forboden foul beastly lust, this was to them no stay. Young children and old matrons could not scape deflowering, forced, or ungodly rape. Stout Olivero with a sound blow slew King Bucifer, and brought him to his end. Bransardo killed himself, whenas he knew the city could not now itself defend. Astolfo did in single fight subdue Fulvo, and took him prisoner in the end. These three were those whom, as before you hard, King Agramant those countries left to guard. But Agramant, who as before I told stole from his men, and so away did sail, whenas he did these flames from far behold, much did the state of that same town bewail. But when a messenger did plain unfold how far his foes in Afric did prevail, he would have slain himself of woes to rid him, save that the sage Sobrino did forbid him. Ah, sir, said he, in friendly sort him chiding, drive from your worthy mind such wretched thought. What could be to your foes more welcome tiding, than that yourself your own destruction sought? They doubt while you in safety are abiding, but hard to keep that they have easily caught. Not one of them but dreads and greatly fears that Afric, while you live, cannot be theirs. Your death would all your friends of hope deprive, the only help that in our case is left. All they have got while you remain alive, they can but count it robbery and theft. But if you die, who shall against them strive? Both Afric lost, and we of hope are reft. Wherefore, though for yourself you life abhorred, live for our sake at least, my sovereign lord. The Soldan sure will help your cause to advance. To him you may for men and money send. Be sure he will be loath the King of France should nest in Afric, being not his friend. If Norandino knew of your mischance, he would both men and horse and money send. The states of Media, Persia, and Armeni, with Arabia, will help you with their meanie. These words then spake the grave, wise man and old, to move his prince a better mind to carry, and bade him cheer himself. And still he told what hopes there were, though sure he thought contrary. He saw and knew their comfort was but cold, that long they used to pray and sue and tarry, who, having lost their crowns, to sue are fain to other kings to help them home again. Both Hannibal and Jugurth samples be to princes all that trust in foreign aid, with Lodwic's force, whom this last age did see unto a stronger Lodwic foul betrayed. Wherefore unto that sentence I agree that Duke Alfonso of Ferrara said, a greater sign of folly is not shown than trusting others' force, distrust one's own. Wherefore in that conflict and bitter war, in which he found Christ's vicar not his friend, and that the Venice state with him did jar, and he that promised him to defend from Italy was driven and absent far, yet never would Alfonso condescend to put himself in other men's subjection, and leave his state to foreign powers' protection. But Agrement, of comfort all bereft, forsook the shore and launched to the deep. To think in what a state his realm was left, does make him bitterly to wail and weep. From right hand now they sailed unto the left, and eastward all the night their course did keep, until a storm that rose within a while did cause them harbor in a little isle void of inhabitants, but full of hares and conies and of deer, with coverts great of trees and slender plants, that had not been cut down in many a year. Else there was nothing to supply their wants, only some tokens plainly did appear, that fishers used there their nets to dry, the while the fish in sea do quiet lie. Here only in the harbor they did find a ship that had been weather beaten sore. Gradasso, forced by contrary wind, came in that ship from Arley late before. With princely gesture and behavior kind, each king salutes the t'other on the shore, for well they loved together, and were late fellows in arms near Paris walls and gate. The king of Saracan with no small grief did hear the story of their late distress, and which did comfort Agramante chief, his person offered these harms to redress. But that he shall in Egypt find relief, he greatly doubts, and thinketh nothing less. Pompey's example teacheth you, he said, that banished men find there but sorry aid. But sith the case so stands, and that you say English Astolpho with the Nubian host, and mad Orlando, who this other day, as I did hear, for love his wit had lost, have done such hurt, I have bethought a way that at this time I think will profit most. I will Orlando challenge hand to hand, who, sure I am, in my hands cannot stand. Were he once dead, the rest I count as straw. And for the Nubians, though I cannot dream how they should come, yet know I how to draw them back again from yours to their own ream. Those other Nubians, whom a diverse law sunders from these, as well as Nilus stream, shall with Arabian and Macrobian forces assail them. These have gold, and those good horses. The king of Afric praised this offer kind, and called it a good and blessed storm, that caused him such a friend as this to find, and thanks him for his offer. But the form of it, he said, doth no whit please my mind. No, though thereby I might all harms reform, and that I might besert a town regain, I would not do mine honour such a stain. If any man must challenge him, then I it is that am in honour tied unto it. And whether I shall kill or else shall die, I am resolved surely I will do it. Nay then, sir, said Gradasso, I will try another way, if you assent but to it. We two will make one challenge thus, to fight against Orlando and some other knight. So I be one, then Agrement replied, I care not though I second be or first. For in the world is not a man beside to trust whose courage more than yours I durst. Sobrino, that stood all the while aside, into such speech upon the sudden burst. Hath age, quoth he, brought me in such contempt to be excluded from so brave attempt? Disgrace me not so much to leave me out. Age hath not ta'en away my vigor clean. Skill and experience good companions be. Age knoweth whatsoever youth hath been. Wherefore let me be one, and you shall see that I am stronger than perhaps you ween. To this request of his they soon agree, and so they send their challenge 3 to 3. They send a herald, as it is the use, the challenge to Orlando stout to bear, with number like to meet at Lipiduce, and so by combat end all matters there, the while each side should grant the other truce, and all acts of hostility forbear. This Lipidusa is a little isle distant from Afric's shore some 20 mile. The herald made good haste and went apace, and used all help of oars and sails he could, and coming to Orlando with good grace, his message and the challenge plain he told. Amidst Bizerta in the marketplace he found him parting sums of coin and gold, of that same sacked town the many spoils, unto his men for guerdon of their toils. Now when Orlando this brave challenge hard, he did accept it, and did much rejoice, and gave unto the herald in reward of many sumptuous gifts great store and choice. He knew before the death of Mandricard, and heard of Durindana by common voice, how that Gradasso had it, whom to find, a voyage unto the Indies he assigned. But knowing that he need not go so far, and that his great good fortune so had wrought, that he should send to offer single war whom he far off had purposed to have sought, he now doth hope that long they should not bar him of his sword that he so dear had bought. Eke Brilliador he hopes now to regain, that did in Agramantes' hands remain. He chooseth for his friends to take his part in this so great and dangerous affray, his cousin and that faithful Brandemart, both whom he oft saw tried before that day. Armors and horse and swords on every part he seeks to get for them the best he may, for none of them had armor of his own, as I before this time have made it known. Orlando, when he first of all fell mad, lost both his sword and armor that same hour. The t'others twain the Saracen taken had, and now they were safe locked up in a tower. In Africa their armor was but bad, the wars in France did daily theirs devour. They seldom had in those parts any store, and Agrement what was had had before. Such as he could, though it were old and rusty, he caused to be scoured and furbished new, and every day with his companions trusty he talked of the fight that should ensue. One day, as in a morning fresh and lusty they walked upon the shore, they saw in view a great ship under sail, with treble top, sail to the shore without all stay or stop. No sailors, passengers, nor any guide within the ship to be discovered were, but as the tempest drave her and the tide, she came and safely so arrived there. But here a while the empty ship shall bide, and these 3 knights, because the love I bear unto Rogero and Rinaldo both, to overpass them longer makes me loath. You heard how they themselves aside did draw, and of their own accords their combat cease, when as they saw against all right and law on either side the battle to increase. They were so earnest, neither of them saw which side was first that brake their vowed peace. Wherefore they asked of those that near them came, which king of this foul breach should have the blame. Rogero had a valiant trusty man that served him with faithfulness and care, who never since the combat first began had lost the sight of him, and being ware of this new breach, with all the speed he can, he did his master's sword and horse prepare, and brought it him, and wished him to use it, but for that day Rogero did refuse it. Howbeit, from thence he did his course direct, and promise with Rinaldo doth renew, that if his king were first did oath neglect, and showed himself in promise so untrue, that he would leave him and his wicked sect. This said, he bade Rinaldo then adieu, demanding all he met who was in fault of this ungodly and unjust assault. Of all the world he hears it plainly spoken, how that of youthful Agramantes' part the law of arms and late sworn truce was broken, which now was turned unto his loss and smart. Yet thinks he men would deem it were a token in him of faint or of unfaithful heart to leave his master in so great distress, although his falsehood did deserve no less. The thought thereof drave him to no small muse, if better 'twere for him to go or tarry. If he do go, he much shall her abuse, whom he so oft had promised to marry. Again he thinketh that he cannot choose in his return to Afric, but miscarry. He knows how perjury offendeth God, how over it aye hangs a heavy rod. On t'other side he fears the great disgrace men would impute to him his lord to leave, and think it comes of fearful heart and base. What if some men perhaps his excuse receive, when they do know and understand the case? Yet most will say he doth his lord deceive, and that a man such promise may forsake, as at the first unlawful was to make. All that same day, and all that night ensuing, he did the matter with himself debate, his love, his lord, on either side renewing the doubtful question, each in diverse rate. But noble mind the greater shame eschewing, chose lastly to relieve his master's state. Much loved he Bradamant, much thought he on her, but more he loved his duty and his honor. Wherefore, resolved to depart the Rheme, he sought at Arles ships him to transport, but neither at the sea nor in the stream could he there find a ship of any sort, for Agramant in haste and fear extreme had all from thence, or burned them in the port, which when Rogero once did understand, he went unto Marsilia ward by land. In Arles, nor from Arles all the way, he saw no living Turk, but many a corse. He mindeth at Marsilia, if he may, to get a ship by fair means or by force, that into Africa shall straight convey him and Frontino, his well tried horse. But while such thoughts he in his mind contrived, great Dudon with his navy there arrived. That Dudon whom King Agramant on seas met to his cost, when erst his men were slain. He fled, his friends ta'en prisoner, and in these 7 kings that erst in Africa did reign. A man as then might hardly cast up peas into that stream, or any little grain. The navy and the prizes in such number did so the river pester up and cumber. But Dudon's self was newly come on land, and his chief prisoners he had set on shore, and as in way of triumph made them stand, the chief behind, the meaner set before, with soldiers guarded of his choicest band, who with their warlike voices evermore made that same town and all the places round of Dudon's praise and Dudon's name to sound. Rogero, when he saw these bands appear, first thought it was the fleet of Agramant. But when as he approached now more near, he saw how much his guess of truth did want. He sees his captive friends with heavy cheer, Pempirage, Agricult, and Ferrarant, Balastro, Rimedont, and Manilard, and Nazamon, that wail their hap so hard. Rogero could by no means it endure to see in misery his noble friends. He doubts his prayer no succor can procure, and therefore he to try his force intends. His lance he presently doth put in yore, with which not few under the ground he sends. His sword he draws, and therewith in short space he doth 100 hurt, kill, maim, displace. Now Dudon hears the noise, the harm doth see done by Rogero, yet to him unknown. He sees his men displaced and foiled be, and by one only man their hurt is grown. He takes his horse, and to that end that he may venge these harms, or join thereto his own, he setteth in his rest a mighty lance to prove himself a paladin of France. He bids his men in order to retire, that of the field they too may have good scope. Rogero, that to rescue did desire his friends, and now had put them in some hope, and seeing virtuous Dudon did aspire in combat hand to hand with him to cope, did deem he was the captain chief and guide, and with great courage toward him did ride. First Dudon came, but when he nearer came, and saw Rogero had no spear in sight, he cast away his own, as counting shame to use advantages in any fight. Then saith Rogero to himself, this same is token of a most brave-minded knight, and sure, except mine aim be much amiss, one of the paladins of France he is. Wherefore he minds, ere any more ensue, or any force on either part were done, to learn his name, and asking him, he knew how that he was the Dane Ugero's son. Now, saith good Dudon, let me know of you your name, before our combat be begun. Rogero in like sort him satisfied, and so they both each other then defied. Now Dudon had that axe or iron mace, wherewith he won such fame in many fights, as proved him to be of that same race of paladins, so brave and worthy knights. Rogero hath the sword that cuts apace, and frustrateth all charms where'er it lights, so that he had the vantage had he used it, but for that time it seemed he refused it. The cause was this: he was afeard perchance it would offend his loving Bradamant. For, being skilful in the lines of France, he knew that Dudon's mother was her aunt. So, though this conquest might his name advance, he doubts her love it may not little daunt. For Turpin thinks this was the only reason that Dudon scaped killing at that season. Rogero never foined and seldom strake, but flatling, and his sword was so good steel, the back so thick, as it no hurt did take. Yet oft therewith he made good Dudon feel such thundering knocks, as caused his head to ache, and made him ready many times to reel. But lest much reading may annoy your eyes, to lay this book aside I you advise.
End of Book 40.
The 41st Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 41. The argument. His prisoners Dudon to Rogero gives, who in a tempest all were drowned quite. Rogero only scapes the storm and lives, and then is christened and believes aright. Near Lipidusa's steep and craggy cliffs, 6 valiant knights a combat fierce do fight, where Sobrin hurt, the Marquis lame on ground, good Brandemart receives a deadly wound. That odor sweet, wherewith an amorous youth of either sex their garments do perfume, or head or beard, when, full of loving ruth, in flames of Cupid's fire they do consume, we say that odor perfect was in truth, and of his goodness we do much presume, if so a good while after it be felt, and that the sweetness be long after smelt. That pleasant juice that Icarus unwise did cause his men to his great harm to taste, and did the Gauls to Italy entice, where they committed so great spoil and waste, was doubtless perfect good and of great price, if so at 12 months' end it pleasant last. The tree that doth his leaves in winter nourish, without all question did in summer flourish. The bounty that so many 100 year in your most princely stock did ever shine, is to the world an open proof and clear, that he from whom was first derived your line was sure a great and worthy minded peer, and had that noble virtue and divine, which chiefly makes a man so rare and odd, as in that one they most resemble God. I showed you in the book that went before, how good Rogero took great care and heed, that as in other acts he showed great store of virtues rare that other men exceed, so in this fight he showed as much or more than he had done in any other deed, with noble mind ambitious to all good, for glory thirsting still, but not for blood. Good Dudon found, for well discern he might, how that Rogero him to hurt forbear. How, though he had great vantage in the fight, yet that to use the same he still did spare. Wherefore, though he were overmatched in might, yet therewithal he showed his special care, that though Rogero were in force superior, himself in courtesy would not be inferior. Pardie, sir, let, saith he, our combat cease. Your courtesy hath already conquered me. I cannot win, and therefore seek I peace. And I, said t'other, will to peace agree. I only crave this grace, that you release those 7 whom standing there in bonds I see. Those were the kings whom late near Afric shore had taken been a day or 2 before. At his request thus Dudon gave remission, but ere they went he made them first to swear, that neither they nor none by their permission gainst any Christian state should armor bear. He gave them also leave on like condition to take the choicest vessel that was there, who no convenient season overslipping, for Africa immediately took shipping. Thus had those kings their ransoms all remitted, and with Rogero shipped themselves that day, and then to faithless winds themselves committed. They weigh their anchors and their sails display, a friendly gale at first their journey fitted, and bear them from the shore full far away, but afterward, within a little season, the wind discovered his deceit and treason. First from the poop it changed to the side, then to the prore, at last it turned round. In one place long it never would abide, which doth the pilot's wit and skill confound. The surging waves swell still in higher pride, while Proteus' flock did more and more abound, and seemed to them as many deaths to threaten, as the ship's sides with divers waves are beaten. Now in their face the wind, straight in their back, and forward this and backward that it blows. Then on the side it makes the ship to crack. Among the mariners confusion grows. The master ruin doubts and present wrack, for none his will nor none his meaning knows. To whistle, beckon, cry, it naught avails, sometime to strike, sometime to turn their sails, but none there was could hear, nor see, nor mark, their ears so stopped, so dazzled were their eyes, with weather so tempestuous and so dark, and black thick clouds that with the storm did rise, from whence sometime great ghastly flames did spark, and thunder claps that seemed to rend the skies, which made them in a manner deaf and blind, that no man understood the master's mind. Nor less, nor much less fearful is the sound the cruel tempest in the tackle makes. Yet each one for himself some business found, and to some special office him betakes. One this untied, another that hath bound. He the main bowling now restrains, now slakes. Some take an oar, some at the pump take pain, and pour the sea into the sea again. Behold, a horrible and hideous blast that Boreas from his frozen lips doth send, doth backward force the sail against the mast, and makes the waves unto the skies ascend, then break their oars and rudder eke at last. Now nothing left from tempest to defend, so that the ship was swayed now quite aside, and to the waves laid ope her naked side. Then all aside the staggering ship did reel, for one side quite beneath the water lay, and on the t'other side the very keel above the water clear discern you may. Then thought they all hope past, and down they kneel, and unto God to take their souls they pray. Worse danger grew than this, when this was past, by means the ship gan after leak so fast. The wind, the waves, to them no respite gave, but ready every hour to overthrow them. Oft they were hoist so high upon the wave, they thought the middle region was below them. Oft times so low the same their vessel drave, as though that Charon there his boat would show them. Scant had they time and power to fetch their breath, all things did threaten them, so present death. Thus all that night they could have no release. But when the morning somewhat nearer drew, and that by course the furious wind should cease, a strange mishap, the wind then fiercer grew, and while their troubles more and more increase, behold, a rock stood plainly in their view, and right upon the same the spiteful blast bare them perforce, which made them all aghast. Yet did the master by all means assay to steer out rumor, or to keep aloof, or at the least to strike sails if they may, as in such danger was for their behoof. But now the wind did bear so great a sway, his enterprises had but little proof. At last with striving yard and all was torn, and part thereof into the sea was borne. Then each man saw all hope of safety past, no means there was the vessel to direct, no help there was, but all away are cast, wherefore their common safety they neglect. But out they get the ship-boat, and in haste each man therein his life strives to protect. Of king nor prince no man takes heed or note, but well was he could get him in the boat. Among the rest Rogero doth suppose the safest way to be to leave the ship, and being in his doublet and his hose, he nimbly down into the boat did skip. But after him so great a number goes, before they could the rope unwind or slip, the boat at length did sink with overlading, and to the bottom carried all her lading. 'Twas lamentable then to hear the cries of companies of every sort confused. In vain to heaven they lift their hands and eyes, and make late vows, as in such case is used. For over them the wrathful sea doth rise, as though to give them ear it had refused, and made them hold their peace by hard constraint, and stop the passage whence came out the plaint. Some swam a while, some to the bottom sank, some float upon the wave, though being dead. Rogero for the matter never shrank, but still above the water keeps his head, and not far off he sees that rocky bank, from which in vain he and his fellows fled. He thither laboureth to get with swimming, in hope to get upon the same by climbing. With legs and arms he doth him so behave, that still he kept upon the floods aloft. He blows out from his face the boisterous wave, that ready was to overwhelm him oft. This while the wind aloof the vessel drave, which hulled away with pace but slow and soft, from those that, while they thought their death to shun, now died perhaps before their glass was run. O hopes of men uncertain, vain, and frail! The ship that all forsook, as quite forlorn, when all her wonted guides and helps did fail, her sailors drowned, and all her tackle torn, a safe course held, with broken mast and sail, and by an eddy from the rock was borne. And even as if the storm had changed his mind, it went with merry gale before the wind. And where with mariners it went awry, now wanting them, it went to Afric right, and came on land unto Bizerta nigh, and gently on the sands it did alight. What time Orlando then was walking by, conferring with his fellows of their fight, the which was undertaken by them three against three princes of no mean degree. And for they saw the ship was fast on ground, they took a boat, and went on her aboard, with mind to question whither she was bound, or what good merchandise she can afford. But under hatches lading none they found, save good Rogero's armor, horse, and sword, which he behind him left, when in bad taking he took the boat, the ship itself forsaking. Orlando viewed them well with good regard, and having chiefly marked the noble blade, he knew it was that famous Balisard, with which he did some years before invade Felarius' garden, spite of all her guard, who by strong charms the sword and garden made. It may be you ere this have heard the tale, and how this sword from him Brunello stale, and after to the good Rogero gave it, who late had left it in this woeful wrack. Glad was Orlando now again to have it, that oft had trial both of edge and back. He deemed that God did even of purpose save it, now to supply therewith his present lack. And after oft he said and thought indeed, that God did send it him at so great need. at so great need, when as he was to fight against Gradasso king of Sericane, who had, beside his great and passing might, Rinaldo's horse and fearful Durindane. Rogero's armour, though it looked bright, yet was it not as thing so precious ta'en, as being prized more for the sumptuous show, than for the goodness which they did not know. And sith himself for armour did not care, and never did the dint of weapon fear, he doth that armour to his cousin spare, but not the sword, for that himself doth wear. The horse, that was of shape and goodness rare, had Brandemart, and thus divided were among these three in guerdon of their pains, an equal share and portion in the gains. Now each prepared against the day of fight, brave furniture with cost of many a crown. Orlando in his quarter bare in sight high Babel's tower with lightning stricken down. His cousin had a lime hound argent bright, his lime laid on his back, he couching down. The word or mot was this, until he cometh. The rest was rich, and such as him becometh. But Brandemart, who, as I erst made mention, had heard his father's death, went all in black. Of braveries he now had no intention, lest men might think he did discretion lack. He cared for no device nor new invention, nor wear he sumptuous clothing on his back. He only had one border richly set with stones, but darkened over with a net that Fiordelege, his dearest queen, with her own hands against that day did make. But neither then, nor all the time between, that first she undertook it for his sake, till she had done it, was she ever seen to laugh or smile, or any joy to take. Her heart still heavy was, her look still sad, and yet herself did know no cause she had. But still in fear, and still in doubt she is, her spouse by death shall now from her be sundered. Oft times herself hath seen him be ere this in greater fights, 100 and 100, yet never did her heart so give amiss. Wherefore at her own fear she greatly wondered, and even that reason made her fear the more, because she was not used to fear before. Now when each thing in order fit was set, the champions three were shipped with their horses, and to Astolpho and to Sansonet the charge was left of all those Christian forces. But doleful Fiordelege, although as yet to hide her sorrow she herself enforces, yet when the wind away the vessel bears, she bursteth out to open cries and tears. With Sansonet Astolpho took much pain to bring her to her chamber from the shore, who lying on her bed she still doth plain that she hath lost her spouse for evermore. To seek to comfort her it was in vain, for talking made her fear increase the more. But now the worthy champions in this while were safe arrived in Lipidusa isle. No sooner set they foot upon the land, but on the eastern side they pitched a tent, because perhap that part was nearest hand, or else upon some politic intent. On t'other side, with such an equal band, came Agramant. But sith this day was spent, they all agreed all fight to be forborne until the very next ensuing morn. A watch was charged then on either part, that neither side the t'other may deceive. But ere it yet was dark, King Brandemart, though not without Orlando's special leave, doth mean a wondrous favour to impart to Agramant, if he the same receive. For while the ton the t'other oft had seen as friends, and had in France together been. Now after joining hands and salutation, the noble-minded Brandemart begun to use unto the Turk an exhortation, that with Orlando he the combat shun, affirming unto him with protestation, would he believe but in the Virgin Son, that he both present peace would then assure him, and all his realms in Afric safe procure him.
Because you are and have been dear to me, therefore, he saith, this counsel I you give. And sith I follow it myself, you see, thereby you may be sure I it believe. Christ is a God indeed is he, an idol Mammon is, that doth not live. Wherefore, dear sir, I do desire to move from errors foul yourself and all I love. This is indeed the way of truth and life, all other ways but this do lead astray. Why should you live in error and in strife, when in true peace and knowledge live you may? Tempestuous cares this world hath ever rife, and if your present state you would but weigh, you plainly may perceive your venture such, as you to win but little hazard much. What if you could the son of Milo kill, or us that come with him to win or die? Think you that then you shall have all your will? Think you your state you can restore thereby? No, sure. The state of Charles is not so ill, but that he quickly can our lack supply. Wherefore, dear sir, unto my counsel listen. All would be well if you would be a christen.
Thus much said Brandemart, and more beside he would have said, to peace him to exhort, save that with scornful speech and full of pride, fierce agreement, this wise did cut him short. A madness meet it is, thus he replied, in you or any man that in such sort will counsel and advise men what to do, not being called of counsel thereunto. And where you say, to this love moved you chief, that you have borne and still do bear to me, herein you pardon must my hard belief, while in Orlando's company you be. I rather think despair and spite and grief hath moved you hereunto, because you see your soul is damned to eternal fire, to draw us thither with you, you desire. What victories or else what overthrows I shall hereafter have, God only knoweth. Not you, nor I, nor yet Orlando knows. God only where he list the same bestoweth. But as for me, no fear nor foolish shows shall daunt my courage, howsoe'er it goeth. Die first I will, with torment and with pain, much rather than to yield my stock to stain. Now when you list depart from hence you may, as little thanked as slenderly rewarded. And if tomorrow you the champion play, no better nor no more to be regarded than you have played the orator today, Orlando sure will be but weakly guarded. And these last words in manner such he said, as that thereby much choler he bewrayed. Thus parted they, and rested all that night, but ready they were all by break of day, all armed and ready for the future fight. Small speech was used, no lingering nor no stay, they couched their spears and run with all their might. But while I tell you of this bloody fray, I doubt I do unto Rogero wrong, to leave him swimming in the sea so long. The gallant youth had labored many an hour to swim and save himself from being drowned. The surging wave still threats him to devour, but guilty conscience more doth him confound. He thinks that God will of his mighty power, sith he forslowed when he was on ground to be baptized in waters fresh and fitter, to souse him now in waves both salt and bitter. He now remembers he had plighted troth to Bradamant, nor done as he had spoken, how to Rinaldo he had made an oath, and that the same by him was foully broken. Most earnestly he now repents them both, and calls to God for mercy, and in token of true contrition voweth out of hand to be baptized, if e'er he come to land, and that he would renounce all Turkish laws, nor gainst a Christian prince once weapon carry, but serve King Charles, and aid the church's cause, and from the same hereafter not to vary, and never seek delay or farther pause, his virtuous spouse Dame Bradamant to marry. 'Twas strange, no sooner he this vow had ended, but that his strength increased, and swimming mended. And where before he greatly was afraid that those same surging waters him would drown, he thinketh now they do his swimming aid, and sometime rising, sometime going down, he passeth on with courage undismayed, and scarce he seemeth once to wet his crown, that so with cunning part, and part with strength, he reached to the little isle at length. The rest of all his company was drowned, nor ever was a man of them seen more. But by God's only grace Rogero found this little isle, and clambered up the shore, and finding it a small and barren ground, a new fear rose no less than that before, lest in a place of needful things too scant, he should be starved with penury and want. But yet with constant mind and unappalled, resolved to suffer all that God would send, upon the rock with much ado he crawled, and gat upon the level ground in the end. When lo, an aged man, whose head was bald, and beard below his girdle did descend, that was an hermit that did there inhabit, came forth to him in godly reverent habit, and coming near he cried, O Saul, why persecutest thou my people so? As erst our Saviour spake unto Saint Paul, then when he gave to him that blessed blow. Behold how God, when pleaseth him, can call from sea, from land, from places high and low. When you did wean him farthest, he was nighest. So strong an arm, so long reach hath the highest. Thus spake this hermit, so devout and old, who by an angel in his sleep that night of good Rogero's coming was foretold, and of all chances should on him alight, with all his valiant actions manifold that he had done and should perform in fight, and of his death, and of his noble race that should succeed him after in his place. Now, as I said, this wise this hermit spoke, and part doth comfort him, and part doth check. He blameth him, that in that pleasant yoke he had so long deferred to put his neck, but did to wrath his Maker still provoke, and did not come at his first call and beck, but still did hide himself away from God, until he saw him coming with his rod. Then did he comfort him, and make him know that grace is ne'er denied to such as ask, as do the workmen of the gospel show, receiving pay alike for divers tasks, provided that our prayer of zeal do grow, and serve not as a visor or a mask. This did the man of God Rogero tell, and so from thence he led him to his cell. The cell a chapel had on the eastern side, upon the wester side a grove or berry, forth of the which he did his food provide. Small cheer, God wot, wherewith to make folk merry, yet 40 year he had that living tried, and yet thereof it seemed he was not weary, but eating berries, drinking water clear, he had in strength and health lived 80 year. Now kindled had the man of God some wood, and on his board he set a little fruit. The youth to dry his clothes not far off stood, for why to change he hath no other suit. Then he by the old man's teaching understood the faith, and how to Christ he must impute the pardon of his sins. Yet ne'er the later he told him he must be baptized in water. And so he was the next ensuing day, and afterward he rested in that place a while, and with the man of God did stay, resolving him of every doubtful case, sometime of heaven and of the latter day, sometime of earth and of his noble race, that should in time to come hold mighty reams, as was revealed to him in former dreams. And further unto him he doth repeat, how his chief house should be surnamed Este, because in time to come King Charles the Great should say to them in Latin words, Hic Este, which is as much to say, be here the seat in which you shall hereafter ever rest ye. And many future things to him he told, which were too long for me now to unfold. This while Orlando and King Brandemart, with Marquess Olivero, as I told, met with those 3 of the contrary part, young Agramante and Gradasso bold, with good Sobrino, who for valiant heart gives place to few of them, though being old. Each spurs his horse that ran a wondrous pace, and of their blows resounded all the place. In this same course each played his part so well, that up to heaven flew shivered every lance. The hideous noise did cause the seas to swell, and some report was heard as far as France. Gradasso and Orlando, as befell, did meet together, were it choice or chance. The match was even, save that their horses differ, and made Gradasso's seem to run the stiffer. The weaker horse on which Orlando rode was bruised so with this so fearful shock, as now he could no longer bear his load, but sinking down lay senseless with the knock. Orlando then did make but small abode, his courser lying senseless like a stock, sith that with neither reins nor spurs he stirred, he left his saddle and drew forth his sword. With Agrement the Marquess hand to hand did most, between them equal went the game. Sobrino was by Brandemarte's hand cast from his horse. I know not how it came, but at that time it could not well be scanned, if so the horse or horseman were to blame. But whether beast or rider wanted force, Sobrino certain down was from his horse. King Brandemart ne'er offered once to touch Sobrino when he saw him down in view, but to Gradasso, that had done as much unto Orlando, in great haste he flew. The Marquis' fight with Agrement was such as which side had the vantage no man knew. For when their staves were shivered all and rent, their axes then they used incontinent. Orlando, who by hap a horse did lack, and saw Gradasso bent another way, whom Brandemart did hold so hardly tack, that he enforced him thereby to stay. I say the Paladin then looking back saw old Sobrino standing in his way, and toward him he goeth with look so fierce, as though his eye as well as sword could pierce. Sobrino gainst the force of such a man sought with his surest ward himself to save, and as a pilot doth the best he can to shun the fury of the surging wave, even so this well experienced Turk began himself in his great danger to behave. With sword and shield his best defence he made against the fearful edge of that same blade, which blade of such an edge in such an arm, no marvel if to pierce it seldom fail, against the which in vain was any charm. For though his shield was steeled, his coat of mail, yet quite through shield and armor it did harm. To save his shoulder all could not avail, but he to wound Orlando was not able, for God had made his skin impenetrable. The valiant redoubled now his blow, and thinks from shoulders off to cut his head. He that the force of Clarimont did know, gave backward, or his ground still traversed, but in his traversing he was so slow, that with one blow he laid him down for dead. The blow fell flatling, but with force so main, as crushed his helmet and amazed his brain. Down fell Sobrino backward on the ground, from whence long time it was ere he arose. Orlando thinks that he was safe and sound, and that he was stark dead he doth suppose. Wherefore, since single foe he nowhere found, unto Gradasso presently he goes, to whom King Brandemart in arms and horse, in sword inferior was, perhaps in force, but yet the noble-minded Brandemart upon Rogero's horse Frontino mounted, with that same Saracen so played his part, as if his forces he but little counted. And sure Gradasso, not in skill nor heart, but in his sword and armor him surmounted, enforcing him oft times to stand aloof, because his armor was of no good proof. But good Frontino bare away the bell, for being ready to the rider's hand, it seemed wherever Durindana fell, Frontino had such wit to understand, that evermore he did escape it well. But all this while it hardly could be scanned in t'other twain, on which side fortune works, in Olivero or the King of Turks. Orlando had, as late before I told, left good Sobrino on the ground for dead, wherefore on foot he goes with courage bold to succor Brandemart, if ill he sped. But in the way by hap he did behold Sobrino's horse, that without rider fled. Orlando straight into the saddle vaulted, not looking if he went upright or halted. One hand his sword, the t'other holds his rein, and so he rideth to Gradasso ward, who, when he saw him come, did not refrain, but to encounter with him straight prepared. To fight with one of them, or else with twain, it seemed he little reckoned or cared. He minds and hopeth to effect it soon, to make them both to think it night ere noon. Yet for a while King Brandemart he leaves, and turns him to the Earl, and with a thrust, whereas his armor weakest he perceives, there doth the fierce Gradasso hit him just, and entered, but his cunning him deceives, Orlando's skin be pierced never must. But when with Balazard Orlando strake, his helmet, coat of mail, and shield he brake, so that both in his face, his breast, and side, he wounded sore the King of Sericane, who marvels much what strange chance did betide, for never erst such sore hurt he had ta'en. He thought there could not be a blade beside to pierce his coat, he having Durindane, and sure that blow had him dispatched clearly, if it had had more strength or come more nearly. He sees that now he must take better heed, and not trust armor, but a surer ward. To seek to save himself he now hath need, and look unto his limbs with more regard. Now while twixt them the fight did thus proceed, good Brandemart did see he might be spared, wherefore to breathe himself he then retired, still ready ta'ed each part if cause required. Now had Sobrino long lain in a trance, with that same bruise and with that bloody wound, given him by that great Paladin of France, that at 2 blows had laid him on the ground. with much ado he doth himself advance, and standing on his feet and looking round, he thought his master was in weakest case, and to his aid he moves his silent pace. At Olivero's back he comes unspied, who sole on Agrement did fix his eyes, and that same horse that Oliver did ride, he hot behind in such despiteful wise, that wanting strength he fell down on his side, and was not able any more to rise, and which was worse than his unlooked for fall, his foot hung in the stirrup therewithal. Sobrino doubled then his blows again, thinking from shoulders off his head to pare, but yet the steel made that attempt but vain, that Vulcan tempered erst and Hector ware. King Brandemart at Sobrin runs amain, when of his doings he was well aware, and overthrew him quite, and stoutly smote him, but the old fierce man soon on his feet upgot him. And once again at Oliver he flies, and once again he thinketh him to kill, or at the least cause him he shall not rise. But he that had his better arm at will, laid with his sword about him in such wise, as that he kept himself from further ill, and made his foe, that was of no great strength, stand distant from him almost twice his length. The Marquis hopes ere long to ease his pain, if he can cause Sobrino stand aloof, who bled so fast, as now from fight to abstain he thought it would be best for his behoof. Now Olivero all his force doth strain, and to get loose he maketh many a proof, but still his foot was fast to his great hurt, and still the horse lay tumbling in the dirt. This while King Brandemart doth go to find Trojano's son, and now he hath him found. Frontino now before, and straight behind, that good Frontino that can turn so round. The horse was sure and of a passing kind, the southern king's was ready, strong, and sound. He had that famous courser Brillador, the which Rogero gave him late before. But sure the Turk great odds in armor had, for he had one of proof well tried and sure, and Brandemarte's was indeed but bad, such as he could in warning short procure. Whereof to change it now he would be glad, and that he shall, his heart doth him assure, so that he waxed stouter still and bolder, though Agrement had hurt him in the shoulder. Gradasso further had about his thigh him given a blow, not to be ta'en in sport, but yet the king did so the fight apply, and laid on load in so courageous sort, as that he wounded his left arm thereby, and pricked his right hand, thus they report. But all this was but May game and delight unto Gradasso's and Orlando's fight. Gradasso hath Orlando half disarmed, and made him with one blow his shield forsake. He could not wound him, for his skin was charmed, but yet his headpiece on both sides he brake. But him Orlando hath in worse sort harmed, beside that hurt of which before I spake, he hath drawn blood of him in many a place, as namely in breast, in throat, and in his face. Gradasso sees himself with blood besmeared, and smarting pain in many places found, and sees that earl, like one that nothing feared, stand whole and quite unwounded, safe and sound. Wherefore with both his hands his sword he reared, with mind to cleave him rather than to wound, and even as he desired, with all his strength he strake him on his head at half sword length, and sure had cloved him to the saddle bow, had it another than Orlando been. But now, as if it had fallen flatling, though the blade rebounded from him bright and clean, but yet the earl was dazed so with the blow, I think some stars on ground by him were seen. He lost his bridle, and his sword had missed, save that a chain did bind it to his wrist. The horse on which the good Orlando rode was eke so scared with the fearful sound, as there he durst no longer make abode, but on the sands at random runneth round, and bears Orlando as a senseless load, that with the pain still stood as in a sound. And had Gradasso little harder spurred, he might have ta'en the earl ere he had stirred. But as he rode he saw King Agrement unto extremest point of danger brought. For why? The valiant son of Monadant had loosed his beaver, and such hold had caught upon his gorget, that but small did want, even with one stab, his last end to have wrought. For why the noble minded Christian prince had won his sword from him a good while since. Gradasso doth no more that earl pursue, but maketh haste King Agrement to aid, and unto Brandemart, that nothing knew, nor of no such misfortune was afraid, he comes behind his back quite out of view, and both his hands at once on sword he laid, and in that sort he strake with all his might full on the helmet of the noble knight. O heavenly Father, grant a resting place in paradise for this thy martyr spirit, that having run all his tempestuous race, he may with thee an harbour safe inherit. Ah, Durindana, hadst thou so little grace, so ill to quite thy noble master's merit, that in his sight thou could of life deprive his best and kindest friend he had alive? The sword did pierce a double plate of steel, that little less was than 2 fingers thick. Good Brandemart gan with a blow to reel, it pierced had so deep unto the quick. His brains all cut therewith he plain did feel, and down he fell like one most deadly sick. A stream of blood out of the grievous wound ran forth, and dyed with crimson all the ground. By this Orlando waked, and beheld his Brandemart, that lay now all amort. He sees the Saracane that had him killed. This angered him and grieved him in such sort, 'twas hard to say which more his stomach filled, his wrath or grief. But time to mourn was short, that grief gave place, and wrath bare chiefest sway. But now I think it best a while to stay. End of Book 41.
The 42nd Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 42.
The argument. Orlando of his conquest takes small joy, which caused him his dearest friend to want. Love's divers passions breed no small annoy to stout Rinaldo and good Bradamant. She wishing her Rogero to enjoy, he th' Indian queen, but soon he did recant, taught by disdain. At last in Latian ground the Paladine kind entertainment found. What iron band, or what sharp hard-mouthed bit, what chain of diamond, if such might be, can bridle wrathfulness and conquer it, and keep it in his bounds and due degree, when one to us in bonds of friendship knit, and dearly loved, before our face we see by violence or fraud to suffer wrong, by one for him too crafty or too strong? And if before we can such pang digest, we swerve sometime from law and run astray, it may be well excused, sith in one's breast pure reason at such time bears little sway. Achilles, when with counterfeited crest he saw Patroclus bleeding all the way, to kill his killer was not satisfied, except he hailed and tear him all beside. So now a little since, when in his brow Alfonso wounded was with cursed stone, and all his men and soldiers thought that now his soul from earth to heaven had been upflown, they killed and spoiled, they cared not whom nor how. Strong rampiers, walls, to them defence were none, but in that fury they put all to rack, both old and young, and all the town to sack. Our men were so enraged with this fall, to think they had their captain lost for aye, that to the sword they put both great and small that happened then to come within their way. And so their fortune did prevail withal, that they the castle did regain that day in fewer hours, to their great fame and praise, than had the Spaniards got it erst in days. It may be God ordained, as I guess, that he that time should wounded be so sore, to punish that same sin and foul excess his foes committed had a while before, when Vestidel forlorn and in distress did yield, and should have had his life therefore. Yet was he killed when they had him surprised by men whose greater part were circumcised. Wherefore I justly may conclude thus much, that nothing can more hotly kindle wrath, than if one shall the life and honor touch of our dear friend, or do him wrong or scath. Now, as I said, Orlando's grief is such, and such occasion of such grief he hath. He sees his friend, for lack of better heeding, lie flat on ground, and almost dead with bleeding. As the Nomadian shepherd, that a snake along the grass and herbs hath sliding seen, which late before, with tooth most poisoned, strake his little son that played upon the green, doth bruise and beat and kill him with a stake. So goes this earl with blade most sharp and keen, and yet far more with wrath and choler wet. And Agrement was then the first he met. Unhappy he that in his passage stood, his sword was gone, as I declared before, himself besmeared all with his own blood, brave Brandimart had wounded him so sore. Orlando comes, and in his wrathful mood, with Balazard that pays home evermore, he strikes, by fortune were it, or by art, just where the shoulders from the head do part. Loosed was his helmet, as I erst did tell, that like a poppy quite fell off his head. The carcass of the Libyan monarch fell down to the ground, and lay along stark dead. His soul by Charon, ferryman of hell, to Pluto's house o'er Stygian lake was led. Orlando stayed no whit, but straight prepared to fight Gradasso eke with Balazard. But when Gradasso plain beheld and saw of Agrement the woeful end and fall, he felt an unaccustomed dread and awe, who never wonted was to fear at all. And even as if his own fate he foresaw, he made the Paladine resistance small. Fear had so mazed his head and dazed his sense, that for the blow he quite forgat his fence. Orlando thrust Gradasso in the side, about the ribs as he before him stood. The sword came forth a span on t'other side, and to the hilt was varnished all with blood. By that same thrust alone it might be tried, that he that gave it was a warrior good, that with one thrust did vanquish and subdue the stoutest champion of the Turkish crew. Orlando of this conquest nothing glad, doth from his saddle in great haste alight, and with a heavy heart and countenance sad he runs unto his dear beloved knight. He sees his helmet cut as if it had been cloven quite with axe, a woful sight, and even as if it had been made of glass, and not of steel, and plated well with brass. The Paladine his helmet then unties, and finds the skull cloven down unto the chin, and sees the brain all cut before his eyes. Yet so much breath and life remained within, that he is able yet before he dies to call to God for mercy for his sin, and pray Orlando join with him in praying, and use to him this comfortable saying: My dear Orlando, see that to our Lord thou in thy good devotions me commend. Likewise to thee commend I my dear Fjord and Liege, he would have said, but there did end. Straight angels' voices with most sweet accord were heard, the while his spirit did ascend, the which, dissolved from this fleshly mass, in sweetest melody to heaven did pass. Orlando, though he should rejoice in heart of this his end so holy and devout, because he knew his loving Brandimart was taken up to heaven without all doubt, yet flesh and blood in him so played their part, that without tears he cannot bear it out, but that he needs must show some change and cheer to Lee's one more than any brother dear. This while Sobrino, bruised in his head, and wounded sorely in his side and thigh, upon the ground so great a stream had bled, it seemed his life in peril was thereby. And Olivero little better sped, on whom his horse still overthrown did lie, he striving, but his striving did not boot, to get at liberty his bruised foot. And sure it seems he had been worse apaid, had not his doleful cousin quickly come, and brought to him both quick and needful aid, before the pain had him quite overcome. His foot, that long had in the stirrup stayed, was therewithal so void of sense and numb, that when he stood upright he was not able to touch the ground, much less tread firm and stable. So that indeed Orlando in his heart but little joy of so great conquest had. He wails the death of his dear Brandimart, and that his kinsman was in state so bad. Now lay Sobrino, though alive in part, yet with a look so cheerless and so sad, and so much blood his aged veins had bled, that doubtless in few hours he had been dead, save that Orlando, with compassion moved to see him lie so lorn and so distressed, gave him such needful things as best behooved, and charitably made his wounds be dressed. so kindly that some kinsman dear beloved, and not his foe, a man might him have guessed. Such was this earl's good nature, fierce in fight, but fight once done, from malice free or spite. The horse and bodies of the other twain he took away, and left their men the rest to be disposed to their own private gain, or to inter their lords as they thought best. But here, that in my story I do feign, Frederick Fulgoso, as I hear, hath guessed, sith at this isle he, late arriving, found, and all the same no level foot of ground. Nor doth he probably deem or take, that 6 such knights, as had in arms no peer, on horseback should a combat undertake, where no one foot of plain ground doth appear. To which objection I this answer make, that then in times now past 700 year, plain ground there was, but now some inundation or earthquake might procure this alteration. Wherefore, Fulgoso, honor of thy name, bright Fulgor, causing all thy stock to shine, if in this point thou hadst imputed blame to me, perhaps before that prince divine, from whom thy country's good and quiet came, and did it first to love and peace incline, inform him now, that even perhaps in this my tale of truth or likelihood doth not miss. This while Orlando, looking from the shore, a little frigate did far off descry, that both with sail and with the help of oar unto that isle seemed in great haste to fly. But ere of this I tell you any more, I must to France as fast as I can hie, to see if they be merry there or sad, now they from thence the Turks expulsed had. First let us see how faithful Bradamant doth take his absence, whom she loveth most, who in his oath due care of faith did want, which he had ta'en in sight of either host. Now sure she thinks his love and faith too scant, to hear he quite had left the Christian coast. If in his public oath he be unjust, whereto, alas, then whereto can she trust? And still returning to her former plaints, and still bemoaning her unlucky fate, with which herself she too well acquaints, she calls herself accursed, and him ungreat, yea, blaming God himself and all his saints for not redressing this her woeful state. She scarce abstains high blasphemy to speak, that God unjust, and that saints' powers are weak. She then Melissa, absent, doth reprove, and cursed that oracle's persuasion blind, that lapped her in this labyrinth of love, whence she herself by no means can unwind. But to Marphisa, all the rest above, she open lays her stomach and her mind. With her she chides and utters all her choler, and yet she prays her comfort this her dolour. Marphisa comforts her in all she may, and tells her what a virtue patience is, and partly doth excuse Rogero's stay, and further giveth her her faith in this, that if she find he wilfully delay, she will constrain him mend all is amiss, or if she find that he refuse to do it, to fight with him, and so compel him to it. With this she did in part her pain assuage, for why it is in sorrow great relief to those of either sex or any age, to have some friend to whom to tell their grief. But now if Bradamant be in such rage, no less is he that of her house was chief, I mean Rinaldo, that cannot expulse love's fire from every sinew, vein, and pulse. I think I need not now to you repeat a thing by me so often told before, by name that love and that affection great that to Angelica Rinaldo bore. Nor did her beauty cause so much his heat, as did that spring of which he drank such store. Now all the other paladins were free from all their foes, now Cupid's thrall is he. 100 messengers he sends about, himself the while in 100 ways more riding, to ask of her, or else to find her out, who hath her now, or where is her abiding. At last, because he thinketh out of doubt that Malagige of her can learn some tiding, he asketh him, but blushing sore with shame, if he knew what of the Indian queen became. His cousin wonders at so strange a case, and in his mind thereon long time he mused, that when Rinaldo had both time and place, her offers large and kind he still refused. when both herself did sue to have his grace, and many of his friends persuasions used, and Malagige himself among the rest had proved him oft with prayer and request, the rather eke because Rinaldo then by taking her had set his cousin free, who then was kept close prisoner in a den, and for that cause in peril slain to be. He marvels that he now would seek her, when no hope nor cause there was, and further he with angry look did bid him call to mind how in this point he had been too unkind. But good Rinaldo, now quite out of tune, prayeth him old quarrels from his mind to move, and doth most earnestly him importune unto his help, his skill and books to prove, which made his cousin so much more presume upon his reconcilement true love, and promised to assist him if he may, and for his answer he prefixed a day. And straight from thence he goeth unto the place where he was wont the spirits to conjure, a strong vast cave, in which there was great space, the precepts of his art to put in ure. One sprite he calls, that of each doubtful case of Cupid's court could give him notice sure. Of him he asked what dread Rinaldo's change, by him he heard of those two fountains strange, and how Rinaldo by misfortune led first happened of that hateful spring to drink, which his dislike of that fair lady bred, and made her love and proffered service stink, and how again by some ill star misled he drank of th'other spring, which caused him think her only to be loved and admired, whom erst he hated more than cause required. Moreover he to Malagige showed how that same famous Indian queen, nay queen, had on a pagan youth herself bestowed, of parentage, of state, of living mean, and how from Spain they in a galley rode, all Christendom and Spain forsaking clean, and passing both with safety and with ease, in venturous barks of Catalan, the seas. Now when Rinaldo for his answer came, his learned cousin seeks him to persuade unto some better thought his mind to frame, nor further in this gulf of love to wade, alleging what a slander and a shame it was to fancy one herself had made, not like a queen, but like a vile maid Marian, a wife, nay slave, unto a base barbarian. In fine, he said she was to th'Indies gone with her Medoro, and was well nigh there. Rinaldo not a little mused thereon, yet all the rest he could with patience bear, and for the pain he counts it small or none, so he at last might find her anywhere, wherefore of it he had no care nor keep, nor could that make him once to break his sleep. But when he heard that one of birth so base had with his mistress laid his knife aboard, it seemed this strake him speechless in the place. He was not able to pronounce a word, his heart did quake within, his lips like case so trembled, answer he could none afford, but overcome with anguish of the passion, he flang away from thence in careless fashion, and much lamenting this her foul abuse, he vows to follow her whate'er ensue. But yet to Charles he feigneth this excuse, that since Gradasso of his word untrue had ta'en his horse contrary to the use of valiant knights, he means him to pursue, alleging that it were his great dishonor to let Bayardo have a foreign owner, and that a Turk should boast another day that he by fight did him thereof bereave. King Charles, though loath, yet could not say him nay to such an honest suit, but gave him leave, which ta'en, alone from thence he goes his way, and all his friends in Paris he doth leave.
With Gaiden, Dudon stout to him to proffer their company,
but he refused their offer. Away he goes alone, yet not alone, griefs, tears, and plaints still his companions are, and oft in heart he bitterly doth groan, to think that erst he should so little care for her great love, which wilfully forgone he now esteems at rate so high and rare. He could have wished, thus was his mind perplexed, but one day to enjoy, and die the next. Then he bethinks with no less grief, nay rage, how she could find in that her lofty heart to set her love on such a sorry page, the merits all and service put apart done unto her even from her tender age by men of high renown and great desart. Thus with a fired heart and watered eyne he rode until he touched the banks of Rhine. Ere long into Ardenna woods he enters, soon after he Basilia quite had passed. Ardenna woods, whence many come repenters, and in that forest have been sore aghast. To travel through the same Rinaldo venters, when suddenly the sky did overcast, and there arose a black and hideous storm, and then appeared a monster of strange form. She seemed of woman's shape, but in her head 1,000 eyes she had, that watch did keep, as many ears with which she hearkened. Her eyes want lids, and therefore never sleep. Instead of hair, her crown snakes overspread. Thus marched she forth of the darkness deep, her tail one serpent bigger than the rest, which she with knots had tied about her breast. This sight Rinaldo's mind appalled so sore, he feels his heart already gan to fail him.
And sith it never had done so before, he marvels very much what now should ail him. Yet still his mind misgave him more and more, to see the monster coming to assail him. He natheless counterfeits his wonted boldness, though quaking hands bewrayed his inward coldness. The monster straight assaulted him, much like to one that perfect was and skilled in fence.
And when again he with his sword did strike, he missed, and could do her none offence. Much doth Rinaldo this ill match mislike, and little wants to quite distract his sense. Right blows and rear domain he striketh many, but yet he cannot hit her right with any. The monster sticks a serpent in his breast, that strake his heart into a freezing cold. Another fixed is below his crest, and on his neck and shoulders taketh hold. Rinaldo thinks to get him gone as best, and spurs away with all the speed he could. But that vile monster was not lame to find him, but overtook him, and leapt up behind him. And whether he go straight or go he wide, the monster sitteth sure and holds him fast. He knows not how to be from her untied, nor any mean within his mind can cast. His heart even quakes within him, and beside that he was with this hideous plague aghast, he sorrowed so, not knowing how to mend it, he loathed his life, and did desire to end it. He spurs amain, and purposely he takes the rugged ways, the worst that he could find, by craggy rocks and hills, through briars and brakes, through copses thick, by narrow paths and blind. But sure the knight the matter much mistakes, he cannot from the monster him unwind, and like it was great harm had him betided, had not for him been help in time provided. For lo, a knight unto his succor went, all armed in shining steel, and on his shield he bare a yoke in sundry pieces rent, and flames of fire all in a yellow field. So weaponed he was, as if he meant to make all that encountered him to yield. A sword and spear he had, and to the same a mace, from whence he threw continual flame. His mace was stored with everlasting fire, that ever burned and did never waste. No other weapon needed one desire to make good way with, wheresoe'er he passed. And sure Rinaldo's danger did require quick remedy, wherefore the knight doth haste, and when he saw this monster and did view her, with his stiff spear forthwith he overthrew her. But this same fall did her no whit annoy, wherefore to use his spear he now misliketh. He only will his fiery mace employ, and with that same the monster foul he striketh. Then she no longer could her force enjoy. Rinaldo, while she fled, occasion piketh to scape away, as him that night persuaded, while he this monster more and more invaded. Now when the knight had with his fiery mace driven back this monster to her darksome den, where she for spite doth beat her head and face, repining at the good of other men, then to Rinaldo he doth ride apace, and when he had soon overta'en him, then he offered in kind sort with him to ride, from out the darksome places him to guide. But when Rinaldo was from danger free, and that same knight by whom his safety came so courteously to come to him did see, his speech to him in kind words he did frame, and gave him many thanks in high degree, and then besought him he might know his name, that th' emperor and all his court might know what knight did so great grace on him bestow. The knight in courteous manner thus replied: I would not you should take it in displeasure that I my name from you a while shall hide, but ere the shadow grow a yard by measure, I shall you tell. Thus onward still they ride, Rinaldo being pleased to stay his leisure. So long they went together till they found a crystal spring that ran along the ground, at which full oft the herdmen that did dwell near those same woods have in their loving fits drunk love away with tasting of that well, and of those passions purged clean their wits. Now, for the knight that rode with him could tell that for Rinaldo's ill this physic fits, he doth advise him there to stay a space, and make that well their bait and resting place. Rinaldo of the motion well alloweth, and lighteth straight, and to the well doth go, both for that heat and travel bred his drouth, and that the monster had disturbed him so. Under the crystal well he puts his mouth, and greedily drinks down 5 gulps or mo, and from his breast doth with one draught remove his burning thirst and his more burning love. Now when that other knight that with him went saw him lift up himself from that same brook, and found he did his foolish love repent, and that he now that humor quite forsook, then to declare his name he was content, and looking with a grave and lofty look, he said: Rinaldo, know I hight disdain that came to loose thee from love's foolish chain. This said, he vanished from Rinaldo quite, his horse nor him he could not after see. Rinaldo marvels at this wondrous sight, and looks about, and saith, What, where is he? At last he thinks 'tis some familiar sprite, that by good Malagidus sent might be, to rid him of that tedious care and woe, that many months had him afflicted so, or else that God to him this help did lend, of his especial grace and loving kindness, as erst he did unto Tobias send his angel to deliver him from blindness. But let it angel be, or be it fend, Rinaldo takes against him no unkindness. He thanks and praises it, and doth acknowledge to have received of him grace, wit, and knowledge. Now that same great mislike and hate retorned of fair Angelica, whom late he loved. Now he despised her, and greatly scorned to think that he for her one foot had moved. Yet onward into India ward he journeyed, as for Bayardo's sake it in behooved, because both honor did compel him to it, and to his prince he undertook to do it. He rides to Basel next ensuing night, where very late before some news were hard, how that Orlando challenged was to fight, and for that fight how he himself prepared. Not that Orlando news hereof did write, but one that came from Sicil thitherward affirmed he had heard the same reported by many that to Sicily resorted. These news do set on edge Rinaldo's heart. He fain would present be at this conflict. He fain would take therein Orlando's part, to whom he bounden was in bonds most strict of friendship, of alliance, and desart. Wherefore he takes post horse, and spurred and pricked and changed both beasts and guides each 10 miles end, and toward Italy he still doth bend. At Constance he did pass the stream of Rhine, and then beyond the Alps he soon doth go to Mantua, and ere the sun decline he passed o'er the stately stream of Po. Here he did doubt, and did not soon design, if he should travel all the night or no, till at the last a well behaviored knight, and full of courtesy, came in his sight. This knight forthwith unto Rinaldo went, and asked him if he were a married man. Rinaldo marvels what the question meant, but answered yea. Then t'other straight began, and prayed him that he would be then content to be his guest at such cheer as he can, offering to show him, while with him he tarried, a sight well pleasing unto all were married. Rinaldo glad so good a bait to make, and no less willing, haps most rare to hear, would not the offer of this night forsake, of entertainment good and friendly cheer. But onward with him doth his journey take, until he saw a goodly place appear, so well set forth both for the show and sense, as seemed not for a private man's expense. The porch was all of porphyry and touch, on which the sumptuous building raised was, with images that seemed to move, see, touch, some hewed in stone, some carved and cut in brass. Likewise within the beauty was as much. Beneath a stately arch they straight did pass unto a court that good proportion bare. and was each way 100 cubits square, and either side a porch had passing fair, that with an arch is on 2 columns placed. Of equal size they seemed every pair, yet sundry works, which them the better graced. At each of these a wide, large, easy stair, without the which all buildings are defaced, and those same stairs so stately mounting, led each to a chamber richly furnished. The columns high, the chambers gilt with gold, the cornices enriched with things of cost, the marbles fet from far and dearly sold, by cunning workmen carved and embossed, with images and antics new and old, though now the night thereof concealed most, show that that work so rich beyond all measure could scant be builded with a prince's treasure. But nothing did so much the sight enrich, as did the plenteous fountain that did stand just placed in the middle, under which the pages spread a table out of hand, and brought forth napery rich, and plate more rich, and meats the choicest of the sea or land. For though the house had stately rooms full many, in summer season this was best of any. This fountain was by curious workmen brought, to answer to the rest with double square. 8 female statues of white marble wrought, with their left hands an azure sky upbear, which raining still expelled heat and drought from all that under it or near it are. In their right hands was Amalthea's horn, by every one of those 8 statues borne. Each of these statues rested both their feet upon 2 images of men below, that seemed delighted with the noise so sweet that from the water came that there did flow. They also seemed the ladies low to greet, as though they did their names and virtues know, and in their hands they hold long scrolls of writings, of their own pennings and their own inditings. And in fair golden letters were the names both of the women wrote and of the men. The women were 8 chaste and sober dames, that now do live, but were unborn as then. The men were poets, that their worthy fames in time to come should praise with learned pen. These images bare up a brazen trestle, on which there stood a large white marble vessel. This took the water from the azure sky, from whence with turning of some cock or vice great store of water would mount up on high, and wet all that same court even in a trice. With sight of these Rinaldo fed his eye, so that his host could scarcely him entice to feed his stomach. Yet he oft him told his meat would mar, and salads would be cold. Then down at last they sat them at the board, and pleasant talk did help digest their meat. His host, that was no niggard, did afford great store of delicates to drink and eat, and all this while Rinaldo spake no word, although he did it oft in mind repeat, and though his tongue did itch to pray him tell what 'twas that would please married men so well. At last he put him mannerly in mind of that he first did promise him to show. Even then he plainly saw his host inclined to inward grief, and did more pensive grow, with secret sighs, and leaving half behind. At last a page came in with curtsy low, and bears a standing cup of gold most fine, without of gems, and full within of wine. With this the master of the feast did smile, and on Rinaldo looked with pleasant cheer. But one that well had marked him the while, might see more grief than mirth in him appear. "Now, noble guest," quoth he, "within a while you shall see proved a strange conclusion here, that needs must be full welcome to be tried by all that are in bonds of wedlock tied. For sure I think," he said, "each husband ought make search, if so his wife esteem him dearly. If fame or shame by her to him be brought, if man or beast he be reputed merely. The burden of the horn, though it be thought to weigh so heavy, and to touch so nearly, no doubt but many get them in their marriage, yet feel them not, they be so light in carriage. But if a man by certain signs may know how that his wife to him is true and just, he hath more cause, more kindness her to show, than he that lives in right or wrong mistrust. For some without a cause do jealous grow, whose wives are chaste and free from lawless lust. And some that for their wives' truth durst have sworn, have for their labors in their head a horn. Now, sir, if you believe your wife is true, as sure, till one do find contrary proof, I think both you and all men ought of due, for that no doubt is best for the behoof. Here you shall see it tried within your view, for which I prayed you harbor in my roof. This cup, said he, if you desire to know it, by drinking in the same will clearly show it. Now drink hereof, and prove this passing skill, for if Actaeon's arms beyond your crest, do what you can, you shall the liquor spill beside your mouth, upon your lap and breast. But if your wife be chaste, then drink your fill, no such mischance your draught will then molest. Thus much he said, and fixed on him his eyne, and thinks Rinaldo sure would spill the wine. Rinaldo, half allured to assay to find a thing which found he might repent, did take in hand the golden cup straightway, as if to quaff it off were his intent. Yet first he doth the certain danger weigh, to which by tasting such a cup he went. But give me leave a while some breath to take, before you hear what answer he did make. End of Book 42.
Part 1 of Book 43 of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto, translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 43, Part 1.
The argument. Rinaldo hears two tales to like effect, ton of a bargeman, t'other of a knight, both proving that rewards will soon infect the minds of chastest dames, and make them light. To Lepidus he doth his course direct, but first Orlando finished had his fight. That hermit that Rogero did baptize healed Oliver and Sobrin in likewise. O cursed, O greedy, O unsatiable desire of gain, I do not marvel sure if thou the base and filthy minds art able to cause to stoop unto thy carrion lure, sith oft we see some persons honorable can scarce thy weak and base assaults endure, who if they could thy foul enticements shun, no doubt but they great glory should have won. Some men can measure earth and sea and sky, and tell the change and cause of every season, and wade so far with wit, or mount so high, they search both heaven and hell with depth of reason. But when thou comest in place, then by and by thou put'st their dainty tastes so out of season, they place their whole delight, their hope, their health, in only scraping and in heaping wealth. Another man in wars hath great renown, and gets the conquest in each bloody strife, and wins this fortress and that walled town, opposing his stout breast to perils rife. Thou only conquerest him, and thrust'st him down, and keepest him thy prisoner all his life. Some men, excelling in each art and study, thou dost obscure with base desires and muddy. What should I speak of dames of worth not small, that having lovers, men of great desarts, oppose their honors as a brazen wall against their suits with unrelenting hearts? But come some miser, base, deformed squall, that save his riches hath no worthy parts, they break the wall and make therein a gap, to take the shower that fell in Danae's lap. Nor without cause hereof complain do I, take me that can, for I do rightly take it, nor from my matter do I swerve awry, or by a vain digression do forsake it. Yet to my former speech I not apply, but tending to a future tale I spake it. Now let me tell you of Rinaldo first, that with one draught would swage his double thirst. But whether that his courage did him fail, or that on more advice he changed mind, he thought and said, what should it one avail to seek a thing he would be loath to find? My wife a woman is, their sex is frail, I yet am to believe the best inclined. I know I cannot better my belief, and if I change it, it will be my grief. What good may come by such a straight espial into my senses surely cannot sink. Much hurt may come, there can be no denial. Let nothing sever those whom God doth link. Wherefore to make so unaccustomed trial were sin, and tempting God, as I do think. Then drink this cup, quoth he, that list, not I. I am not, nor I mind not to be dry. God would such skill from mortal men be hid, and even as Adam wrought his overthrow by tasting fruit that God did him forbid, so he that curiously will search to know all that his wife hath said, or what she did, may fortune at the last himself beshrow, and shall confound himself. This think I verily, and live in sorrow, that did erst live merrily. Thus much said good Rinaldo, and withal he thrust away that hateful cup of wine, and then he saw of tears a stream not small flow from the master of that house his eyne. Which past, he said, now foul may them befall that first procured this misery of mine, to prove, which I shall sorrow all my life, that which bereft me of my dearest wife. Why was not I, said he, with you acquainted 10 years ere this, to take advice so sound, before my heart was thus with sorrow tainted, of which no ease can now nor end be found? But that you may, as in a table painted, behold my griefs, I will to you expound what caused this mine uncomparable woe, and then you sure will pity me, I know. Not far from hence you left a little town, about the which there runs a pretty lake, that falls into this stream of great renown, but from Banaco first his head doth take, erected when those walls were beaten down, that erst Agenor's dragon there did make. There was I born, of house and stock not base, though of mean wealth inferior to my race. But though to me Dame Fortune was but spare, that by my birth small wealth to me there grew, yet nature did with bounty great and care supply that want by fair and comely hue. My seemly personage, my beauty rare, to me the liking of full many drew. My qualities thereto were quaint and jolly, although I know to praise oneself is folly. Within this town a great rich man did tarry, well learned and wise, and old beyond all credit. For ere he died, he on his back did carry full 60 years and 8, at least he said it. 100 years he lived solitary, but after that, you know what humor bred it. He loved a dame, and with his wealth so wrought her, that at the last he gat of her a daughter. And lest the daughter should prove like the mother, to sell her chastity for a filthy pelf, which whosoever sells it quite undoth her, although she thinks she doth enrich herself. Therefore he bred her far from sight of other, and by the help of many a hellish elf, which by his skill in magic he could master, he built this house of touch and alabaster. He caused chaste old women her to nourish in this same house, in which she grew so fair, and in those years when youth doth chiefly flourish, he let not any thither to repair that were in looks or speech or manners whorish, but contrary, he caused in marble fair, or else on tables, to be drawn and carved all such whose chastities had praise deserved. Nor only such as have in ancient times been patterns true of manners chaste and pure, and have opposed against all fleshly crimes most chaste and virtuous thoughts, a buckler sure, by which their name to such high honor climbs, as their great praise shall evermore endure, but such as shall excel in times to come, of which those 8 that erst you saw be some. Now when this aged sire had with his skill procured his daughter be thus choicely bred, it was my hap, shall I say good or ill, that I was deemed most worthy her to wed, and that old man bare her so great good will, he gave to me this house thus furnished, with needful things within it and without it, and all the lands in 20 mile about it. But her own shape so pleased my heart and eyne, that for the rest I did but little care. For needle works and for embroideries fine, I think her skill with Pallas may compare. To hear her play or sing, a thing divine it was, her stroke so sweet, her voice so rare. In other sciences her skill was such as was her father's, or almost as much. Great was her wit, no less than wit, her favour, as might in senseless stones affection move. To this she had a sweet and kind behaviour, as more than all the rest engendered love. It seemed her sole delight was in my favour, out of my sight she was most loath to move. So livid I, and still had livid so, but that myself did work myself this woe. For when her father finished had his life, full 5 years after I had got his daughter, then grew the causes of this woeful strife, that unto sorrow turneth all my laughter. For when I doted most upon my wife, and of the world the chiefest jewel thought her, a dame of noble birth, of person seemly, did hap to fall in love with me extremely. This dame, for passing skill in magic art, was comparable to the best magician. But yet, for all her skill, my constant heart she could not move, nor turn on no condition. To cure her malady, or ease her smart, I still refused to be her physician, because the medicine that of me she sought, as injury unto my wife I thought. Yet was her beauty much, I must confess, and great her offers she to me did make. Beside, the love she did to me profess would move a man some care of her to take. But my wife's love did me so firm possess, I all rejected only for her sake. And that which most to her my liking drew, was that I found her still so kind and true. The good opinion and the strong surmise I had of my wife's chastity and truth would without doubt have made me to despise the dame whose beauty bred to Troy such ruth, and all the wealth, though laid before mine eyes, that Juno offered to the Trojan youth. Yet my refusal and her oft repulses no part of her great love from her expulses. Melissa, so was this enchantress' name, perceiving still in vain to me she sued, once finding me at leisure, to me came, and in most cunning sort her suit renewed. And secretly she kindled jealous flame within my breast, which oft I since have rued. She saith I do but well so true to be unto my wife, if she were so to me. But how know you, saith she, your wife is true, that of her faith as yet no proof have made? You never let her go scant from your view, when none can come to vice her to persuade, when none can see her, none to her can sue. 'Tis easy to resist where none invade. To praise her truth untried is too much haste. Your care, and not her virtue, keeps her chaste. But get you but from home some little while, that men to sue to her might take occasion, and thinking you are absent many a mile, with letters and with gifts to make invasion, and then if you shall find in her no guile, if she yield not to gifts and to persuasion, so she have hope to do it unespied, then think your wife is chaste when that is tried. With these and such like words the enchantress sly did make me do that hath me undone, by name to give consent my wife to try, if so she could by such assaults be won. But how shall I be well assured, said I, to know at my return what she hath done, and whether she with these so great assays have at my hands deserved blame or praise? Forsooth, saith she, I will on you bestow a drinking bowl, not much unlike that cup with which Morgana made her brother know Ginevra's fraud, when he thereon did sup. Who drinks hereof his wife's truth plain shall know. If she be chaste, he drinks the liquor up, but if a cuckold to carouse doth think, he sheddeth in his bosom all the drink. Now ere you go, the cup I wish you taste, and you shall drink perhaps, and shall not spill, because as yet I think your wife is chaste, as never being tempted unto ill. But try again when as a month is past, and you shall see I trow a pretty skill, for then I grant that if you drink it cleanly, above all men you blessed are not meanly. I took her offer, and I took the say of that same cursed cup with sweet success. I find my wife unspotted to that day, as I myself was sure, and she did guess. Now straight, quoth she, to part from hence away for 1 or 2 months' space yourself address. Then try at your return how you have sped, if you drink clean, or if the drink you shed. But now this parting such a penance seemed, as I indeed could by no means endure. Not that of my dear wife I aught misdeemed, for her of all the rest I thought cocksure, but that her company I so esteemed. Well then, Melissa saith, I will procure, if you will do but what I shall you teach, that you shall change your clothes, your shape and speech, and so you shall yourself to her present, and make yourself a plain and perfect proof. I foolishly to this device assent, and so it happed that hence not far aloof a knight of large revenue and of rent dwelt at Jabana, fit for this behoof. His personage was brave, his purse well lined, his years young, to Venus all inclined. That gallant youth had one day been a hawking, his hawk by hap into my garden flew. He coming thither found my wife a walking, and much he liked her at the very view. But when he had a while with her been talking, to burning love his warm affection grew, that after that full many ways he proved her, if his request to grant he could have moved her. But having still such short and sharp repulses, he means no more in that fond suit to wade, but from his thought her shape he not expulses, that first to give the bold attempt he made. So well Melissa knew to touch my pulses, to take his form she doth me soon persuade. I straight was changed, I know not how nor where, in face, in clothes, in speech, in eyes, in hair. Now having to my wife a tale devised, as though to the east I then my journey took, and being like this youth so strange disguised, in gait, in voice, apparel, and in look, I came as she Melissa me advised, and she did like my page or lackey look. Upon her arm she bears a little flasket, in which of jewels rich she had a casket. I that well knew each room came in securely into the house, my page and I together. There where my lady sat alone demurely, for neither groom as then nor maid was with her. Then I expound my suit, and that more surely she might believe my words, I needs would give her pearls, rubies, diamonds of passing price, the wicked baits to draw good minds to vice. I bade she should esteem this gift but small, to that she might of me in time expect. I said her husband's absence fit did fall, and wisdom bids occasions not neglect. I prayed her weigh my constant love withal, which long had lasted, though without effect. And last I swear I had some grace deserved, that had so long, that had so truly served. At first she blushed, and looked with lowering cheer, and would not hearken, but did still retire. But the orient pearls and stones that shone so clear did mollify her heart to my desire. She softly saith, but so as I might hear, that for the thing which I so oft require, she grant it would, and would on me bestow it, so she were sure that none beside might know it. This answer was to me a poisoned dart, to strike my soul in desperate disease. And straight my heart, my head, and every part I felt a frozen jealousy to seize. And presently Melissa by her art restored my shape, as she could do with ease. How looked my wife, think you, when by my trapping she found herself thus foully taken napping? We both do look like ashes, pale and wan. We both stood dumb, we both cast down our eye. Scarce able was my voice do what I can to serve my turn, while I did think to cry. Then wouldst thou, wife, unto another man mine honor sell, if he the same could buy? She held her peace, and answer made me none, but only wept and made a piteous moan. The shame was much, but much more the disdain, that of my foolish usage ta'en she hath. Within due bonds she could not it contain, but that it break to spite, to hate, to wrath. Resolved with me no longer to remain, when Phoebus' chariot trod his western path, that evening in a small barge of her own, down stream she swimmeth as if she had flown. Betimes next day she doth unto that knight herself present, that her before had loved, in whose disguised shape I her last night both gainst mine own and gainst her honor proved. You well may judge it was a welcome sight to him that long before such suit had moved. From thence she sends to me this message plain, that she would never come at me again. Ah, woe was me! For from that hour to this she bides with him, where me they lout and scorn. And I that could not see my sugared bliss, now by foregoing it am quite forlorn. Nor can I say but just my penance is, which still grows more, and will till I be worn. And sure 1 year of life had quite bereft me, save for one only comfort that was left me. This only comfort brought me some relief, that for the space of 10 years all my guests, though many of their wives had great belief, yet still they shed the drink upon their breasts. To find so many partners in my grief assuageth much the pain that me molests. Your only self hath been the only stranger that hath refused a draught of so great danger. My overmuch desire to sift my wife in so precise and in so straight a sort doth cause that now I shall not all my life live 1 good hour, endure it long or short. Glad was Melissa that procured this strife, but soon I turned and marred all her sport, for finding she was of my harm procurer, I hated her and could no more endure her. But she that finds herself disdained merely, where she had hoped to have found reward, and me whom she professed to love so dearly, her love and kindness nothing to regard, the grief hereof did touch her mind so nearly, to leave this country she forthwith prepared, and ever since far hence she is abiding, whereas of her we hear no news nor tiding. Thus told the woeful knight in doleful wise this rueful tale unto his noble guest, who with compassion moved thus replies: Melissa's counsel certes was not best, that did without discretion you advise to anger wasps, or so to stir their nest, and you yourself did greatly overshoot you, to seek a thing whose finding would not boot you. What marvel is it if your wife were won with gifts, and were to lightness soon allured? Is she the first, think you, that so hath done? No, not the 50th, be you well assured. Yea, minds full sound have wanted power to shun such baits, and have not such assaults endured. Have you not heard of men that have for gold their masters and their friends most dearest sold? You should not with a dart so fierce assail, if her defend herself to see you sought. What, know you not stone walls cannot avail, nor steel, if gold be to the battery brought? Now sure yourself of duty more did fail in tempting her than she in being caught. Perhaps if she had tempted you so sore, your folly would have been as much or more. Thus spake Rinaldo, and withal he rose and prayed he might betake him to his rest. He minds a while himself there to repose, and after to depart he doth request. Small time he hath, and that he would dispose with great regard, for so he thinks it best. The gentle knight doth tell him when it please him he may within his chamber rest and ease him. But if you will unto my counsel hark, and that you have, as you pretend, such haste, I will appoint for you a little bark, that shall with oars convey you safe and fast. There may you sleep the while you find it dark, and when your stomach serves you, take repast. Thus may you down the stream in safety sliding win 1 whole night, and save a whole day's riding. Rinaldo this good offer doth accept, and gave him hearty thanks, then took his barge. He found his host with him had promise kept, and makes of needful things provision large. No sooner was he settled but he slept, but yet before he gave the steersman charge, if that to sleep too long it did befall him, when he came near Ferrara then to call him. Now did the knight of France in quiet sleep, and passed by divers towns of count the whiles. And still the barge a pace most swift doth keep, upon that hand where Po makes divers isles. And now the rosy colour gan to creep to the eastern sky, when having passed some miles, Bandano, then the steersman, waked Rinaldo, when they discovered both rocks of Tialdo. Whereon, when as the knight his eye had fixed, he saith, O happy place that I behold, of which by view of wandering stars and fixed, my cousin Malagidus oft foretold, how that by heavenly doom it was prefixed on thee to lay such blessings manifold, as that thy glory to such height should rise, of Italy to hold the chiefest prize. Thus good Rinaldo spake, the while his boat down that same stream did swim, or rather fly. And when the night came nearer, he did note the place that seemed then all waste to lie, and with a moorish water all unfloat. Yet did he much rejoice thereof, for why he knew that that same town in future time ordained was to great renown to climb. His Cullen Malagige and he whileare had passed that way, what time his cousin told, that when the ram had ta'en the golden sphere, that forth is placed in height 700-fold, then should there be the bravest island there that ever sea or stream or lake did hold, so well replenished, that none should dare with this Nausicaa's island to compare, and that it should for building fair disgrace Tiberias isle, that Capri they do call, and that the Speride should give it place for passing fruits and sundry sorts withal, beside more store of beasts for use or chase than Circes erst did keep in field or stall. That Venus with her son and all the Graces should choose this seat and leave all other places, and that a certain prince should this fulfill, so provident, so stout, so wise, so staid, as having power united to his will, should with strong rampires fence the town, he said, that foes should have no force to work her ill, nor she should never need of foreign aid, and that the man by whom this must be done should be both Hercules' sire and Hercules' son. Thus while the knight of France with great delight did call to mind what should another day upon that happy city there alight, his watermen did give so lusty way, that of the place he soon had left the sight, and keeping on the right hand all the way, they went beyond St. George's in an hour, and passed by Grabanus ditch and tower. And now Rinaldo, as doth oft befall, that one conceit another out doth drive, began the night to memory to call, that last did him kind entertainment give, that had just cause this city more than all to hate, and should have still while he did live. The cursed cup he further called to mind, in which men may their spouses' falsehood find. And last of his host's later speech he thought, concerning that same cup, and how they sped, his guests that same trial sought, into their bosoms still the liquor shed. Now he doth half repent he missed the draught, yet he was glad thereof, for why he said, had it fallen well, what had I got thereby? If not, in what a case had then been I now believe so well, as having tried with good success, believe I better should not, so that I might have well been damnified, but by my trial mend my state I could not. But what grief had it been, if I had spied by my most dear Clarisse, that I would not. Much may they leese, but gains get small or none, that will in play 1,000 lay to 1. These latter words so loud and plain he spake, though to himself, that he that steered the boat, who to his speech and gestures heed did take, the words and meaning of his words did note. Wherefore a further cause of speech to make, as one that, though he wear a liveried coat, yet was well spoken and of good bold sprite, he straight doth fall to reason with the knight. In fine, the sum of all their argument was, that his wit was much to be controlled, that sought to make too great experiment of women's truths, more than their force can hold. For she that can with chaste and firm intent maintain her truth against assault of gold, might even as easily defend the same against 1,000 swords in midst of flame. To this the bargeman said, you sure may swear it. They must not be assailed with darts so fierce, for their soft breasts too tender are to bear it. Sith coats of sounder proof such shot will pierce. And sure a pretty tale, if you would hear it, I could, saith he, to this effect rehearse, of one who, though his wife had sore offended, by her in greater sin was apprehended.
End of Book 43, Part 1. Part 2 of Book 43 of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto, translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 43, Part 2.
I mean the tale of that Adonio, which the great gift gave unto the judge's wife, a little dog that made his owner rich, a thing that in these parts is known so rife. The knight replied, mine ears to hear it itch, for never yet I heard it in my life. Then, if it please you, hear it now you shall, the steersman said, and thus began his tale. There was a learned lawyer called by name Anselmus, born here in our neighbor town, that so long studied Ulpian till he came to be a judge, and wear a scarlet gown. And having won great wealth, he wooed a dame for beauty and for state of great renown. They wedded were for better and for worse. So he her person liked, so she his purse. Her qualities and behavior passed the rest. She seemed all of loveliness composed, not fit indeed for him that was to rest, and to his books more than to sports disposed. Wherefore foul jealous thoughts his mind possessed, and that his wife played false he still supposed. Yet cause was none of her so to misdeem, save that too fair and witty she did seem. Now in the self same city dwelt a knight, too near a neighbor to this man of law, that was of that same stock descended right, that had their offspring from the serpent's jaw, from whence the fairy eke that Manto hight, and built our city, doth her lineage draw. This knight, that was Adonio called by name, was much enamored on the lovely dame. And that he might attain this lady's love, he doth begin to spend beyond all measure in clothes, in feasts, his calling far above, in shows, in plays, to do his mistress pleasure. To bear the charge thereof, it would behoove to have that Emperor Tiberius treasure. So, as I ween, ere winters twain were past, his lands were quite consumed, he spent so fast. Wherefore, compelled to strike his lofty sails, he suddenly surceased his stately port. The house, now that the Lord's revenue fails, stood solitary, quite without resort. There were no pheasants, partridges, nor quails. His pittance now was grown but bare and short, and he that erst was king of all this feasting, played least in sight, now doubting of arresting. And therefore, loathing to be known or seen, he purposed in this place not long to tarry. But with a mind to leave his country clean, he stale away from thence all solitary. Her only love, that of his heart was queen, in all his woes he still with him doth carry. But lo, when as his ebb did seem most low, good fortune made his tide most high to flow. For as he wandered here and there abroad, he saw how that a sturdy clown and stout, with sturdy staff, laid on no little load upon a bush still beating thereabout. Adonio in the place makes some abode, and asked the cause of that same country lout, who told him that a monstrous snake and huge had taken that same bush for a refuge, and told him further, he that stir did make with mind to find and kill it ere he part. Adonio for his crest did give the snake, and therefore loved and favored snakes in heart, as from whose kind he did his gentry take. Wherefore unto the clown he doth impart his mind so far, at last he him persuaded to let alone the snake his so invaded. This done, he went, as he was bent before, far from his country, where he was unknown, and so endured till 7 whole years and more of woe and want quite o'er his head were blown. But that great love he to his mistress bore, him forced, though now all out of fashion grown, with bushy beard, lean cheeks, and ragged clothes, to turn unto the place that most he loathes. In this meantime our town had cause to send some sage ambassador unto the Pope, that must upon his holiness attend, and for his suit to take a whole year's scope. The judge by lot was chosen to that end. O cursed lot that killed all his hope! To shun this office he tries many shifts, by excuses, promises, by prayers and gifts. But finding that he strave against the stream, at last against his will he takes the place, though to depart into another realm it seemed unto him a grievous case. His jealousy therewith grew most extreme, misdoubting his wife's truth so long a space. Yet natheless her in grave and friendly speech to have great care thereof he doth beseech. He saith the woman cannot take upon her with beauty, riches, nor with high nobility to claim the true deserved praise of honor, if chastity do fail by her fragility. This is the virtue that defends her owner, and now she may, he saith, with great facility attain great praise, and show thereof great proof, while he is forced to stay so far aloof. These words he spake, and many such as these, whereby to move her to continue true. And she, poor soul, yet free from such disease, his parting thence did much lament and rue. She swears that sooner men should drain the seas than draw her mind so to forget her due. Yea, first she will even die the death, she saith, much rather than to falsify her faith. The judge, appeased with this her protestation, began to have of her the less mistrust. But yet his fond and jealous inclination so moves him, that search further needs he must. He had a friend that could by conjuration foretell of future matters true and just, that were it skill in magic or in stars, his guess was such as that it seldom ours. He speaketh to that friend to this effect, that he his wife's nativity would cast, to learn if he did right or wrong suspect that she would in his absence live unchaste. The man thus prayed, the figure doth erect, and in their place the planets all he placed. Anselmus leaves him busy, and next day doth come to hear him what he hath to say. 'Twas long before the astronomer would speak, as loath to speak that would the judge offend. With many excuses frivolous and weak he shifts him off, but urged by his friend he told him flatly she would wedlock break, and that she would to improve false in the end, not moved by beauty nor by suit desired, but even for lucre's sake directly hired. Now when Anselmus' former bad belief was newly reconfirmed by spheres supernal, it doubtless did so much augment his grief, I think his torture passed the pains infernal. And more than all the rest, this grieved him chief, that to his heart a corsive was eternal, to think that avarice should her entice upon her chastity to set a price. Yet to prevent all that such mind might breed, most earnestly he bendeth all his power, for as they say, man is compelled by need to rob the church and hallowed things devour. His jewels, plate, and stock that did exceed, he put all in her hands that present hour, and made it all her own by deed of gift, and told her plain what was herein his drift. He saith he gives it her on this condition, not that she should strive to increase or mend it, for why he said she should have free commission to sell, to give, cast it away, and spend it, but only that she should avoid suspicion of wedlock breach, and by no means offend it. On this condition all he then bequeaths her, that he may find her such as now he leaves her. He further doth her earnestly exhort, that presently when he is gone away, she should for more eschewing of resort not any longer in the city stay, but at his country house, where in good sort till his return the season pass she may. Belike he thought in tillers of the ground and country swains enticements none are found. His loving wife Argia, all this space till hanging on his neck while he did speak, with kindly tears bedewed all his face, and much it grieved her to be judged so weak, and to be deemed so devoid of grace, that in his absence she should wedlock break. Her manners have not been so light and vicious, she saith, to move him to be thus suspicious. I should too long in this one matter dwell, if all that passed between them to at large, when he departed, I to you should tell, still iterating that his former charge. Now on his way he goes, God speed him well. The grief was great that did his heart surcharge, but thus they part, her eyes all full of tears, his mind of jealousies and thousand fears. This while Adonio, looking pale and wan, as erst I told, and overgrown with hair, to travel to his countryward began, in hope that no man now would know him there. He travels in the secret'st sort he can, unseen, unknown, till he arrived where he rescued had the snake 7 years before, that by the clown pursued was so sore. Arriving at this place by break of day, he saw a lady walking near the lake, who, though she seemed attired in strange array, yet for some great estate one would her take, her countenance did such majesty bewray. She toward him with stately gait did make, and looking on him with a gracious cheer, she spake these words, so loud as he might hear: Gentlemen, though you do not know my face, yet am I bound to you, and am your friend. I am your cousin, and of Cadmus' race, our royal stock doth lineally descend. I am that Manto, that in yond same place to build that town did first begin and end, and Mantua, according to my name, 'tis called, as you perhaps have heard by fame. I am a fairy, and to make you know to be a fairy what it doth import, we cannot die how old soe'er we grow. Of pain and harms of every other sort we taste, but yet no death we nature owe. But, which is worse than if our lives were short, each 7th day we constrained are to take upon ourselves the person of a snake, to be transformed to serpent's ugly hue, that creepeth still, and on his belly goeth, is such a grief to us, to tell you true, not one of us but then to live doth loath. Now that I further may declare to you from whence this kindness that I spake of growth, know this, what day we have this cursed shape, we hardly dangers infinite escape. No living thing is loathed more than they, so that no sooner one of us is spied, but we are chased and hunted out straightway, and if we find no place ourselves to hide, they lay on load and beat us so that day, that we the pain thereof long after bide. And who would not rather one death have choosed, than beaten evermore to be and bruised? Now, sir, the benefit that I confess I have received, in which your merit stands, was this: some 7 years since, or not much less, as you did wander o'er these woods and lands, you saved me from danger and distress I should have suffered at a villain's hands, who, though he could not slay me, near the latter did seek with cudgel me to bruise and batter. For why, those days that we be snakes, she saith, and creeping, groveling, bellies on the ground, the heavens that other times our hest obeyth denies their aid. In us no force is found. Sometimes the sun at our commandment stayeth, the steady earth doth move and runneth round, and we can by our power cause in a trice ice turn to flame, and fire congeal to ice. Now here I come your courtesy to requite, which 7 years since I to me done did note. Now to reward you I have power and might, while I am free from serpent's cursed coat. 3 times your father's wealth you shall ere night possess, and I will set you so afloat, you never shall be poor to your lives' end, but ever have the more you spend. And for I know that in your former knot, in which love bound you first, you still are tied, I will direct you so by ways I wot, your suit shall not be unto you denied. Now that the jealous judge at home is not, go thither straight, and I will be your guide. She now is at her husband's country village, attending there good husbandry and tillage. She further doth at large to him devise how he shall go, in what apparel clad, how he shall tempt her, in what manner wise, and how to grant his suit she should be glad. Then told she how she would herself disguise, for why, for ever in her power she had, except the days in which she was a snake, what shape she list upon herself to take. Thus she disguised him like a pilgrim poor, that on his shoulders doth a wallet bear, and doth for God's sake beg from door to door. A gown of friar's grey she made him wear, a strange apparel for a gallant wooer. Into an island dog with shagged hair, as white as ermine, and the prettiest elf that ever nature made, she changed herself. And thus unto Argeus they resort. First to some utter rooms, in which were biding the hinds and labourers of meaner sort. Here he with certain pipes of his providing his dog may dance, and make such pretty sport, that glad was he could bring his mistress tiding, who needs would see as much as they had seen, such was the doctor's destiny, I ween. Adonio to her presence thus admitted, commands the dog, which in all points obeyed, his turns, his dances, and his gestures fitted, so due and just to all the pilgrims said. They mused to see a dog so rarely witted, and marking still the qualities he played. In seeing them they take great mirth and pleasure, and praised the little dog beyond all measure. Much wonder first, but after much desire, bred in the judge's wife the dog to get. She bids the nurse the dog to buy or hire, and try what price the man thereof would set. Dame, said the pilgrim, had your mistress buy her in coined gold as much as ever yet a woman's thought did wish, it would not boot of this same dog of mine to buy 1 foot. And plain to show that that was true he said, and that it rather better was than worse, he took her straight aside with him, and prayed the dog to give 2 ducats to the nurse. The dog but shook his ears, and out he laid the gold. There, take and put it in thy purse, Adonio said, and think what price is able to buy a dog that is so profitable. Whate'er I ask, this dog to me will bring. Embroidered gowns and kirtles, cloth of gold, a chain, a pearl, a jewel, or a ring, in shorter time than it can well be told. Yet tell my lady this, she hath a thing for which alone my spaniel can be sold. To pay me gold or coin I count it dodging, but I will sell it her for 1 night's lodging. This said, he sent by her, as for a token, a gem of passing price then newly made. The nurse, rewarded thus, and fairly spoken, and used perhaps to traffic in such trade, went back therewith, and having fitly broken the matter first, her mistress doth persuade to buy the dog, and said she might achieve it with such a price as is no loss to give it. At first the fair Argia backward drew, as partly being loath to break her faith, and partly doubting all could not be true, the which the tattling nurse before her layth. But she with oaths doth her first tale renew, and that such offers seldom come, she saith. In fine, she wan her mistress to agree next day more privately the dog to see. Adonio's next appearance in the place became the doctor's ruin and confusion. Such ducats, such spuriles in such case, such gems he showed indeed, or by illusion, he mollified thereby my lady's grace, and moved her make the bargain in conclusion. And this did then perhaps the rather move her, when as she knew he was her ancient lover. Thus her true lover's presence and his prayer, the comforts of her nurse, that whorish drudge, the great rewards he presently did pay her, the absence long of that same jealous judge, and lastly hope that sure none would bewray her, wiped from her conscience scruple all and grudge, so that she took his dog, and for his labor gave him free leave to play upon her tabor. Thus now Adonio frankly reaped the fruit of that fair lady's love that he had won, the which he followed still with sweet pursuit, unto their likings both. This while the son before the judge full ended had his suit, through twice 6 signs his yearly course had run, and home he came at last, suspecting sore that which the astronomer had told before. But ere unto his own house he would go, first of the astronomer to ask he meant, if so his wife had tarried chaste or no, since he from home on his embassage went. The cunning man that meant the troth to show, doth calculate to see how stars were bent, and when that he the planets well had viewed, that she had played the queen he doth conclude, and that it was befall as he foreshowed, how she with mighty gifts and bribes allured herself upon another had bestowed. The wretched judge with no small grief endured to hear these news, And though too true he trowed the same, yet, seeking to be more assured, he calls the nurse aside at his homecoming, and seeks to sift her with no little cunning. With divers circumquackways and devices he seeketh of the nurse to find the trace, but she in speech so wary and so nice is, as one belike well studied in the case, that all his cunning speech her not entices, but that she still denied with shameless face that which she knew, and whereof her persuasion had been in part, though not the chief occasion. Whenas the jealous judge long time in vain had tempted her with promises and gifts, and that he saw for all his search and pain he found less certainty the more he sifts, he doth expect to try a further train, as one not unacquainted with such drifts. He watched a time when they should fall to brawling, as still where women is oft befalling. And as he thought indeed, so fell it out. The testy nurse one day not pleased well came unto him at their next falling out, and of her own accord the truth doth tell. Think you, whenas the judge had heard her out, how he did chafe and fret and fume and swell, so near unto his heart and brain it sits, it little wanted to have reaved his wits. And in this agony resolved to die, and finish both his own days and his wives', and so his grief and her great shame thereby to wipe away, with ending both their lives, he turneth to the city by and by, as that same desperate desire him drives, and thence a trusty servant with instruction he sends of purpose for his wife's destruction. He bids him tell Argie in his name, that on the sudden he was fallen so sick, that but to him without delay she came, the doubt was great she should not find him quick. Wherefore her journey with more speed to frame, to ride behind this man, who in a thick that was right in the way into the city, had charged to kill her there without all pity. And straight accordingly the servant went to say and do as much as he was bidden. But she, foretold of that there fell intent, for nothing from her little dog was hidden, and taught withal the same how to prevent, away with this same servant she is ridden, and in few hours arrived at the wood, where he was purposed to have shed her blood. Then did he tell to her his master's will, and drew his sword a speedy death to give her. He only offered, ere he would her kill, to grant her time to pray God to forgive her. I cannot tell you by what manner skill she did herself forth of his hands deliver, but gone she was, he seeking all about, and for his life he could not find her out. Back went the fellow with a stonied face, with trembling heart and courage all dismayed, and made his master at the wondrous case no less than he had been afore afraid. He knew not how by fairy Manto's grace his wife could, when she list, have help and aid. For why the nurse that did the rest unfold, I knew not why, but this she never told. The doctor now was plagued with grief extreme, far more than ever he had felt before. What erst was but a mote is now a beam, nor he one jot revenged is the more. His shame will now be blazed o'er all the ream, and all men now will laugh at him therefore. The former error might have been concealed, but this to all the world will be revealed. He thinks that sure upon this plain detection of his felonious mind, of which I spake, she will, to keep her out of his subjection, to some great lord forthwith herself betake, and live in spite of him with such protection, and so a mocking stock of him to make. But most he doubts lest to some man she goeth, as is a lecher and a ruffian both. Wherefore, so foul a mischief to prevent, he spares no pain, no travel, nor no cost. To every town in Lombardy he sent with letters and with messages in post, and further he himself in person went to seek his wife that was so strangely lost, but all in vain. For why of her abiding no inkling he could hear, nor any tiding. And to conclude, at last he called his man, that man that made to him a strange report, and bids him show the place, and if he can, where his lewd mistress vanished in such sort. The servant straight to lead the way began, and to the place together they resort. But, which was strange, where erst he left a wood, a wondrous stately palace now there stood. The fair Argia caused had this space her fairy to erect there for her pleasure an house of alabaster in the place, adorned and gilt with cost beyond all measure. 'Twere hard to think, much less to tell with grace, what beauty was without, within what treasure. My master's house, from whence last night you came, was but a paltry alehouse to this same. Of costly arras there was so great plenty, of beds of silk embroidered fresh and new, as furnished chambers more than 10 times 20, and halls, and whatsoever was in view, cups, candlesticks, and bowls of stones most dainty, of precious substance and of sundry hue, to be employed for eating and for drinking, and store of gold and silk beyond all thinking. Now, sir, the wretched judge, as I said erst, that out to seek his wife had here assigned, and finds this house in state as I rehearsed, where he had nothing thought but woods to find, with wonder great his mazed head was pierced, and doubted not a little in his mind, if so himself were sleeping then or waking, or if his troubled brain were in due taking. He sees a gypsum standing at the door, all blab-lipped, beetle-browed, and bottle-nosed, most greasy, nasty, his apparel poor, his other parts as painters are disposed to give to Aesop. Such a blackamoor could not be seen elsewhere, as he supposed, so vile a visage and so bad a grace, to make even paradise a loathsome place. Anselmus, seeing none but this same drudge, went unto him, and prayed him make it known whose house is this. The gypsum tells the judge that he himself the stately house doth own. The judge that he doth mock him sure doth judge, and prays the certain truth to him be shown. The negro doth affirm with many an oath that that which he had said before was troth. And that he plainly might the truth perceive, he prays him view the house at better leisure, and offereth him free liberty and leave of anything was there at his own pleasure, for him or for his friends to take and leave, and even as of his own to make free seizure. The doctor marvels that such liberality could be in one of so base show and quality. But yet the judge, so fair and kind entreated, in friendly sort, doth from his horse alight, and sees the house, as I before repeated, with wonder great, and with as great delight, so richly furnished, so princely seated, so bravely built for use as well as sight, and every part with other so agreeing, he could not satisfy his eyes with seeing. Now when the judge came back again, he told he ne'er saw a house so pleasing to his eye, and swears he thought that 10 times Croesus gold were scant a price so rare a house to buy. Yet may, the negro saith, this house be sold, though not for coin, for not for coin care I, yet for some other ware, which sure I guess you will esteem at price a great deal less. In fine, he made to him the like request as Sodomites did make for guests of Lot. The judge his motion doth and him detest, who, though 5 times repulsed, yet ceaseth not, but him with so large offers still he pressed, that in conclusion, like a beastly sot, so that it might be done in hugger-mugger, the judge agreed the negro him should. Note, the word is blank within parentheses. Argia, that thereby unseen had stayed, and seen him fall into the sin forenamed, disclosed herself, and sharply did upbraid his filthy fact, that justly might be blamed. A judge, said she, reputed wise and staid, sin thus? Wherewith the doctor was so shamed, he wished the earth would cleave unto the centre, that he to hide himself therein might enter. But she exclaimeth on him still anew, for his more shame, and for her more excuse, and said, What punishment were fit for you, for this foul sin against all nature's use, that did no less than death to me think due, for such a small and natural abuse, with one that loved me, and whose gift was such as 10 such houses are not worth so much? If one death did unto my fault belong, 100 deaths were fit to thine to give. And though myself am in this place so strong, that if I list, thou shouldst no longer live, yet will I do to thee no further wrong, but pardon thee, and thou shalt me forgive, and quite each other all old debts and driblets, and set the hare's head against the goose giblets. And let henceforth peace follow in effect, as ought to be between the man and wife, nor ever ton to t'other once object our former fault in all our future life. The judge was glad, and did it not neglect to take this friendly end of cursed strife. Thus as good friends they lived many a year, and while they lived they loved each other dear. And there the steersman did his story end, with which he moved the worthy knight to laughter, who blamed the doctor that did so offend, and talked of the same a good while after. But much he did Argia's wit commend, or at the least the wit of her that taught her, to make the judge into that net fall in which herself was fallen with far less sin. Now when the sun gan mount unto the south, a little table in the barge was spread, and then the knight began to feed his mouth, when sleep his eyes, and talk his ears had fed. The Mantuan at his charges him alloweth all fine cates that same country bred, the while his swimming vessel doth forsake the pleasant country and unpleasant lake. From thence he held his course still forward right, the river running straight as any line, which when they passed had with speedy flight, upon the t'other hand they did decline, and by a ditch and standing pool in sight, ere of that day were spent full hours 9. Unto Ravenna, as they were commanded, they went, and there the brave Rinaldo landed. Although Rinaldo could but seldom boast of store of coin, yet now such store he had, as to the bargemen of his friendly host he gave a largesse such as made them glad. From thence to Rimini he went in post, and changing horses still, now good, now bad, that night at Montefiore he did but sup, and so Turbino ere next sun was up. Then Cagli, and from thence the Alps he passed, then Thumbris and Etruscans, thence to Rome, and so by bark to Ostia in great haste he went, and to that city he doth come, which good Aeneas many ages past ennobled with his sire Anchises' tomb. Then straight by sea he went unto this isle, where I did leave Orlando since a while. I mean that isle that Lipadusa hight, wherein the famous warriors 3 to 3 the combat that I spoke of erst did fight, the which Rinaldo longing sore to see, with oars and sails made all the haste he might. But yet for all his haste it would not be, the wind did for his purpose serve so slack, more than an hour too late it kept him back. So that even much about that time he came, when as Orlando had that conquest won, in which unto his everlasting fame 2 Turkish princes unto death were done. Yet was some sorrow mingled with the same, both for the death of Monodante's son, and Olivero's hurt, of which he found such grief he could not set his foot to ground. Now as the Earl Rinaldo did embrace, he could not choose but shed a stream of tears, whenas he showed him in the present place good Brandimart, to whom such love he bears, lie newly slain with pale and liveless face. Likewise to weep Rinaldo not forbears to see his death, and eke his cousin's bruise so grievous that his foot he could not use. Rinaldo comforts them in all he may, although himself of comfort tasted least, and chief to think by his unlucky stay he was come tardy to so great a feast. This while the woeful servants did convey their master's corses to the town distressed, I mean Bizerta, where they made it known which side prevailed, and which was overthrown. Of this same conquest that Orlando won, as Stolfo and stout Sansonet were glad, yet joyed they not so as they would have done, if Brandimart his death then had not had. The fall of noble Monodante's son strake them into a dump, and made them sad. But who shall now impart to Fiordelege the woeful loss of her dear lord and liege? Herself had dreamt a strange dream overnight, which did her mind in fearful sort dismay. She dreamt the bases of her loved knight, which he embroidered black this other day, with spots of red were powdered all in sight, and on the same like storm of hailstones lay. That she had done it so she sure believed, and with the thought thereof was greatly grieved. She further thought that to herself she said, did not my lord command me black to make it? What meant I then to mix it so with red, and in so strange a manner to mistake it? An ill presage in her this fancy bred, and for an evil token she did take it. Then came these news, which none imparted with her, till the English Duke and Sansonet came thither. When they came in, and that she well had heeded their countenances in such a conquest sad, no further news, no further notice needed to make her know they brought her tidings bad. Forthwith her grief and sorrow so exceeded, scarce any power her vital spirits had. But presently in pale and deadly sound she fell in woeful trance upon the ground. But when that life came to his course again, her tender cheeks and her fair hair she'd tear, oft calling on his loved name in vain, whose loss had bred in her such woeful care. She screeches and cries out with grief and pain, like those with devils that possessed are, or as the Menades with sound of horn in furious manner all about were borne. This man and that to lend she doth entreat a knife, wherewith herself she murder may. Straight to the haven she runs with fury great, there where the bodies of the dead kings lay, with mind to mangle them and bruise and beat. Then to the sea she will, there is no nay, and pass to Lipadouse, and there abide, and end her life by Brandemart's dear side. Ah, Brandemart, my loved lord, she said, what meant I without me to let thee part? I me unlucky wretch, in that I stayed and was not present there to take thy part. Mine eye might unto thee have been an aid, my voice might have assisted thee in part. And if Gradasso thee behind had stricken, one cry of mine might thee both warn and quicken. Or else, perhaps so well I might have sped me, as to have stepped the blow and thee between. If thou hadst scaped, although it did behead me, I would have said that it had happy been. Now die I will, though death no whit can stead me, and though I know my death is fruitless clean. Whereas if I had died in thy defence, my death had profit bred, and not offence. And if the heavens had been so hard in this, that I could not have holp thee in the place, at least my last farewell and solemn kiss I should have given thee, and thy lovely face bedewed with tears. And ere to heavenly bliss thy soul had flown, I should have had the space to say, depart from hence in peace, my dear, and know I have not long to tarry here. Is this, dear Brandemart, is this thy reign of Damigeir, whose sceptre I should take? Is this the dower thou dost to me ordain? Is this the royal seat of which you spake? Ah, fortune hard, how frivolous and vain dost thou my hopes and my designments make. Ah, why cease I, sith so great good is reft me, to cast away whatever else is left me? With this again so great her fury grew, she made upon herself a fresh assault, and her fair hair she rent and tare anew, as if her hair had been in all the fault. Even from her tender cheeks the blood she drew, still dewing them with watery tears and salt. But let her here a while lament and mourn, for to Orlando I must now return, who with his kinsman that did now require some cunning leech his grievous wound to cure, and for to Brandemart he did desire to give an honorable sepulture, to that hill went that doth the night with fire make clear, and doth the day with smoke obscure. And so the wind did favor his intent, in 20 hours he came to Agrigent. Here when they were down from their ships alighted, the sun even then preparing to go down, They sent abroad, and in great haste invited the chief nobility of all the town. Straight at the shore of torches store was lighted, and many men of honor and renown, when as Orlando to the shore returned, went with him to the corpse, and with him mourned. There Barden stood, a man well strick in years, and in such sort to wail he did persever, that with abundant shedding of his tears men thought he would have lost his eyes for ever. To blame the heavens and stars he not forbears, but roaring like a lion in a fever, tear his gray hair, and all about it sprinkled, and spared not his aged skin and wrinkled. When as the Paladine approached near, straight doubled was the morning noise and cry. Each strived who should most sorrowful appear, and every one lift up his voice on high. Orlando, with more heavy heart than cheer, still keeping fixed on the bier his eye, when silence first by signs procured he had, pronounced these words with mourning voice and sad: "O stout, O dear champion mine and friend, that here art dead, but liv'st in heavenly seat, where thy great joys shall never have an end, nor ever be impaired with cold or heat. Yet pardon me, in that I do offend to wail my woe and misery so great. My sorrow is not for thy parting hence, but that myself am so long absent thence. To think that he is severed now so far, in whom I joyed, this doth my pain increase. I was with thee in tempests and in war, why am not I with thee in calm and peace? O miry flesh, that me from bliss doth bar, why cannot I obtain a like release? Sith still I was copartner of thy pain, why am I kept from part of so great gain? To you the happy guerdon and the gain, to us the loss and damage, all is left. France, Germany, and Italy complain their chief defence and their chief buckler reft. How shall my prince and uncle now sustain, deprived of so good help, so great a heft? Thy loss of succor hath bereaved wholly both holy church and eke the empire holy. The pagans whom thou dauntedst in thy life, how will they gather heart now with thy death? How will they stir new storms of fearful strife, now having so good means to gather breath? But how great sorrow will thy dearest wife sustain? Methinks I hear even now she saith I am to blame, and that she hates me most, and saith by me she hath her world's joy lost. Yet, Fiordelege, this comfort may revive both thee and all that for his death are sorry, that all the valiant knights that him survive have cause to envy and admire his glory. The Decii, nor the knight that leapt alive in Curtian lake, so praised in Latin story, nor Codrus by the Greeks so magnified, with greater praise nor honor never died. These words, and such as these, Orlando spake, the while the friars, both white and black and gray, a solemn and a long procession make, in goodly rank and in devout array, that God to heaven the dead man's spirit take, requiem aeternam for his soul they pray. And tapers in the midst, before, behind, did cause that night like to the noonday shined. Then divers earls and knights the hearse uphold, all over which a mantle rich was spread, of purple silk embroidered brave with gold, and with fair pearl and stone well garnished. Of equal cost and beauty to behold, the coffin was that held the body dead, provided by the Paladine to be fit for his calling and his high degree. 300 people of the poorer sort of dwellers that inhabited the town unto the funerals did then resort, and unto each was given a mourning gown. 100 pages mounted in good sort on warlike steeds, clothed to the ground adown, and both the pages and the gallant steeds from top to toe were clad in mourning weeds. Then bare they divers banners fair displayed, and painted divers arms that he obtained from armed bands alone, without all aid, and had to Caesar and to Peter gained, with hundreds more, all in black gowns arrayed, to whom were divers offices ordained. and last Rinaldo and Orlando came, but Olivero stayed, for he was lame. It long would be ere I could it rehearse, and tell what ceremonies used were, nor can I comprehend them well in verse, how orderly they were accomplished there. Unto the chiefest church they bare a hearse, the while nor young nor old to weep forbear. His nobleness, his value, and his youth did breed in all their hearts so wondrous ruth. Now when the women finished had and done their bootless weeping and their fruitless pain, the priest had said their Kyrie-laison, and all the rites that thereunto pertain. The carcass of great Monadonte's son, so chested on 2 columns to remain, Orlando caused, till time he might procure a costly and more stately sepulture. From Sicily Orlando not departs, till he for touch and porphyry had sent, and all that were most skillful of those arts had talked with all, and told them his intent. Then Fiordelege, coming to those parts, her time, her travel, and her treasure spent, to make the tomb most stately for her spouse, at which to spend her future time she vows. And sith her plaints and tears were never tired, in that self place she means her days to pass, and for her husband's soul she still desired continual dirges and perpetual mass. From company herself she quite retired, and to the place such her devotion was, that by the tomb she built a little cell, in which till death she purposed to dwell. Orlando divers messages did send to her, and after that in person went to fetch her into France, and did pretend that her to place with Galerin he meant, or if the time in prayer she still would spend, he would a nunnery build for that intent, or that he would, if so she so had rather, attend her to her country and her father. But at the tomb she tarried obstinate, and would fro thence by no mean be removed, still doing, saying, both betime and late, penance and prayers for him that she so loved, till death in the end cut off her doleful date, and sent her soon to find her dear beloved. But now the knights of France from Sicil parted, for loss of their companion heavy hearted. And Oliver still of his foot complained, for why no salve nor surgery prevailed, but that he was with grief so greatly pained, they doubted that his life would then have failed. Thus while they all in doubtful dump remained, the man that steered the bark in which they sailed did make to them this motion sage and wise, and they agreed to follow his advice. He told them that not far from thence there dwelled an hermit in a solitary place, that so in sanctity of life excelled, that he could remedy each doubtful case. Diseases divers were by him expelled, dumb, blind, and lame were healed, such was his grace, and that he could with one sign of the cross allay the waves when they do highest toss. In fine, he told them sure there was no doubt to find relief even present at the hands of that same man, so holy and devout as scarce his match was found in many lands. Orlando, having heard the pilot out, inquired of the place which way it stands, and presently the place to him was showed, and toward it in haste they sailed and rode. Next morning they discovered all the isle, but kept aloof, so as their ship might float, and there they cast their anchor, and the while conveyed the wounded Marquess in a boat upon the shallow waves, scant 1/2 mile unto the blessed hermit's simple cote, that very hermit that before but late had brought Rogero unto Christian state. The man of God that had his dwelling here came forth and met Orlando at the gate, and welcomed him with kind and friendly cheer, inquiring of his errand and their state, although to him it was apparent clear, for God that night had sent his angel late to tell the saint thereof. Orlando said his errand was to get his kinsman aid, who had a great and grievous maim received in fighting for the empire and the faith, and was of hope and comfort quite bereaved. Be of good cheer, the godly hermit saith, who trust in God shall never be deceived. Yet ointment none unto his hurt he layeth, but first to church he goeth and makes his prayer, Then with great boldness doth to them repair, and calling on that treble sovereign name of God the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, he blessed the knight that maimed was and lame. O wondrous grace, of which God's saints may boast! Straight to his use each vein and sinew came, no part of all his former strength was lost. And as it pleased God of his great grace, Sobrino present was then in that place, and being now so weak with bleeding brought, that even his vital sprites were almost spent, and seeing plainly such a wonder wrought, so great, so gracious, and so evident, to leave his Macon he thereby was taught, and to confess our Christ omnipotent. He prayed in most contrite and humble manner to be a soldier under Christian banner. The just old man did grant him his request, and christened him, and did his health restore. At which Orlando stout and all the rest rejoiced much, and praised God therefore. Rogero, eke as joyful as the best, increased in devotion more and more, to see those mysteries divine and oracles confirmed so by plain apparent miracles. Thus all this company and sweet consort in this same blessed hermit's house do stay, who doth them all most fatherly exhort to bend their whole endeavors all they may, that in this inn, where man's abode is short, they seek to wash away the dirt and clay that some call life and greatly do commend, and soul to heaven their eyes and hearts to bend. Then sent Orlando to his ship in haste for bread and wine and other dainty dishes. And this old man, whom abstinence and fast had made forget the taste of beasts or fishes, of charity they prayed some flesh to taste, and he therein consented to their wishes. And when they all had ate to their contents, they found discourse of sundry arguments. And as in speech it often doth befall, that one thing doth another bring to light, Rogero was at last known to them all, for that Rogero that excelled in fight. The first that him to memory did call was Sobrin, who did know him well by sight. The next that knew his lovely look and stately was good Rinaldo, that fought with him lately. They all do come to him with friendly face, when of his Christendom they understand, and some do kiss him, others him embrace in kindest sort, some take him by the hand, but chief Rinaldo strives to do him grace. Yet if that you desire to understand why more than all the rest Rinaldo sought it, turn o'er the leaf, and there you shall be taught it.
End of Book 43, Part 2. The 44th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 44.
The argument. Rinaldo to Rogero gives his sister against Duke Ammon and their mother's will. Rogero, doubting lest he should have missed her, vows Leon and his father both to kill. He leaveth France, and to the stream of Ister he rides and travels in those parts, until he found the Bulgars fighting with the Greeks, and aideth those because he these mislikes. Oft times we see in house of mean estate, in fortune bad and chances overthwart, that men do sooner lay aside debate, and join in sound accord with hand and heart, than princes' courts, where riches gender hate, and vile suspect that loving mind doth part, where charity is clean consumed and vanished, and friendship firm is quite cast out and banished. Hence comes it that twixt princes and great lords agreements all and covenants are so frail. Today kings, popes, and emperors make accords, tomorrow deadly wars with tooth and nail. And why? Their thoughts still vary from their words. They keep not oaths but for their own avail, nor weigh they wrong or right, or reckon of it, but as the same may turn to their own profit. Now, though such men as yet were never taught what friendship is, nor ever knew the same, for friendship never grows where there is naught but shows disguised in earnest or in game, yet if ill fortune them so low have brought to meet in meaner place, they straight do frame their proud high minds to friendship true and plain, which erst they knew not, or they did disdain. The saint-like man had in his cell more power his guests in firm and sound accord to bind, than others should have had in princely bower, and more. This friendship was of such a kind, that ever after from that present hour, even to their ends, they all agreed in mind, appearing to this old man and devout, as white within, as swans are white without. He found them all both gentle, kind, and meek, and not in sort of which I erst complained, of those that never think and speak alike, but ever go with speech and visage feigned. They clear forgat all grudge and old mislike, no sign nor memory thereof remained, but love together, as if they had come all of one seed, and lain all in one womb. But good Rinaldo could by no means rest to show Rogero kindness great and love, both for his prowess great and valiant breast, which hand to hand in fight he late did prove, and for his courtesy that did pass the rest, and was praiseworthy all the rest above. But chief the cause was this, because he found his friends to him had sundry ways been bound. He knew, for often he had heard it told, how first Rogero saved Richardet, whom then Marsilio kept in cruel hold, because with child he did his daughter get. And further, Bovo's son should have been sold, but them Rogero did at freedom set. These things in honor true and reputation he knew were matters of great obligation. And though before he could no kindness show to him, while he professed himself a Turk, yet now that him a Christian he did know, he would now let his love no longer lurk, which when the hermit saw, he was not slow a farther kindness them between to work. He moved them, sith he so good friends had seen them, that he might make affinity between them. He said it was foreshowed him from on high, that by the joining their two lines in one, such offspring should arise, as under sky to pass or match the same there should be none. Wherefore he wisheth them that by and by his advice they would agree thereon. Rinaldo at his motion straight allows that Bradamant should be Rogero's spouse. Orlando, Olivero soon to that gave their good will and favor and assent, affirming that all France may joy thereat. They little knew how good Duke Ammon meant to match his daughter higher far, and that King Charles thereto did willingly consent, to Leon, namely, Constantino's heir, Emperor of Greece, who sought the lady fair. Duke Ammon meant not such a match to shun, but yet his answer he a while deferred, until such time as with his absent son he had on such a weighty cause conferred. Not doubting but he thereto would be won, and glad to have his sister so preferred. But yet, though herein he did nothing doubt him, yet would he not resolve thereon without him. But now Rinaldo, absent from his father, and ignorant of that imperial plot, unto Rogero promised her the rather, because his present friends misliked it not, but chief that he by the hermit's speech did gather that God ordained it by eternal lot, and of his father firmly he believed, at such alliance he could not be grieved. All that same day and night, and half the next, they made abode with that same saint-like sire, still preaching, teaching them the blessed text, expounding every place at their desire. The mariners with their long tarrying vexed, oft sent to pray them to the ship retire, because the wind blew well to serve their turn, compelling them in fine to make return. Rogero, that had lived in long exile, now glad to do as that old man had told him, doth bid farewell, and left that happy isle, when he had learned that faith, that soul must save him. Orlando unto him his sword this while, and Hector's arms, and good Frontino gave him, both to declare his love so much the more, and that he knew they had been his before. And though the Paladine in common sense had juster claim unto the blade enchanted, as having won it in his own defence, forth of the garden with foul spirits haunted, whereas Rogero's title and pretence came from Brunello, that of theft was taunted, yet gave he it of his good nature merely, although his right thereto appeared clearly. Then by the holy man they were all blessed, and to their ship they made their back repair. their oars for waves, their sails for winds addressed, which then blew very temperate and fair. No fear of wrack, no doubt to be distressed, no need there was of vows or yet of prayer. But here I leave them sailing in fair weather, till the English Duke and them I bring together, who, when the victory he understood Orlando got, of which he was less glad, because the same was won with so much blood, and sith now France no fear of Afric had, to send Sinapo home he thought it good, and therefore with a countenance grave and sad, yet kind and friendly, he did give him thank for lending him his aid so free and frank. And Dudon sent a little while before all that his great triumphant navy back, wherewith he plagued had the Turks so sore, and brought them all to ruin great and wrack. Which ships no sooner touched that Afric shore, and quite disburdened of the people black, but every ship his shape forsakes and leaves, and all of them were turned again to leaves. And now on parting were the Nubian bands, some mounted, some on foot pell-mell together. The winds that wont to move the troublous sands, Astolpho gave their king in bags of leather, so firmly tied, and in so sured bands, as fear they need not any change of weather,
And willed him, when they were past all jeopardy,
that they should grant unto the wind his liberty. Turpino writes that they no sooner came unto the mountain Atlas' stony root, than that their horses stones again became, and so they all went home again on foot. But after, how each thing with them did frame, in this discourse to tell it shall not boot. Now tell we of your English Duke's proceeding, of his return to France, and of his speeding, who, having rulers for those parts ordained, that might as pleased them ruin or repair, no longer then in Africa remained, but unto France he quickly did repair. By land or sea to travel he disdained, but with his winged beast he cuts the air, and quickly came to Provence, where he did as much as erst the Evangelist did bid, which was, that entered into Provence he should take away his saddle and his reins, and grant him liberty and set him free, and put him now unto no further pains. For Cynthia's fear, in which our lost wits be, that maketh of our losses greatest gains, had made his horn long since to lose his sound, that now no virtue in the same was found. Now the English Duke unto Marsilio came, and just at that same time arrived there, when those three paladins of worthy fame with Sobrin and Rogero landed were. Much was their joy, yet lessened was the same, and outward shows thereof they do forbear, so great a sadness in them all it bred, to think their friend King Brandemart was dead. But Charles, that from Sicilia notice had how those two kings were slain, and Sobrin taken, and Brandemart deceased, which made him sad, and that Rogero had the Turks forsaken, was in his mind now well apaid, and glad that such a pez he from his neck had shaken, which for a long time had so grievous weighted, as he therewith was well nigh overlayed. Wherefore, to do them honor as was meet, that with their courage did his crown sustain, he sent his peers and nobles them to greet, unto the very confines of his reign. Himself in person after did them meet, with lords and princes of his chiefest train, and near the town the queen with many a lady came forth to do them honor all that may be. King Charles himself, with cheerful friendly face, the paladins, their kinsfolk and their friends, the noblemen and people mean and base, to make them for their merit some amends, with friendly shouts did fill up all the place. Each man and every child his voice extends, and cried on those two houses of account, that of Mongrana and of Clarimount. Now to the prince Rogero they did bring, and told him how he was apparent heir to Risa, and of that great house did spring. And while they spake these words, Marphisa fair saluted him in presence of the king. But Bradamant, who thither did repair, yet kept herself aloof with more respect, lest openly she should her love detect. Then Charles doth welcome him with words most sweet, and used him like a man of rare account. And for he was alighted on his feet for reverence sake, again he made him mount, and cheek by cheek to ride through every street. He knew and joyed that at the sacred fount Rogero by the hermit was baptized, as he by former letters was advised. In triumph and in feasts they spent the day, and riding through the town at sundry hours. Some straw green leaves or rushes in the way, some cast down garlands made of sundry flowers. The streets were hanged all with rich array, and damsels from the windows high and towers, to gratulate their prosperous deeds and haps, cast showers of roses from their tender laps. At every corner, market cross or gate, high arches, triumph-like, were now erected, some of Bizerta's fall and woeful state, which they had overthrown and quite dejected, some of the combat that was fought so late, with plays and new devices unexpected, thus dedicate and thus entitled wholly to those redeemers of the empire holy. With grateful sound of instruments and voice, with sundry sweet and musical consorts, the people show how greatly they rejoice, with jubilees and shouts and plays and sports. Then Charles and all his knights and barons choice to his own house and his own court resorts, and there with tilting, tourneys, and with plays they spent a few of then ensuing days. Rinaldo, taking time upon a day, the marriage matter to his father brake, and told him he had promised by the way his sister should for spouse Rogero take, by which alliance such procure they may, as men may count great folly to forsake, in which himself the further did proceed, because Orlando was thereto agreed. With much disdain this speech Duke Ammon hard, affirming he presumptuously had done to promise so, sith he had now prepared to match her to the Greekish emperor's son, and not this private knight, who he had heard had not 1 foot of land scant under sun. Alas, quoth he, poor gentry small avails, and virtue less, if land and riches fails. But chiefly Ammon's wife, Dame Beatrice, doth call her son ungrate and arrogant, and thinks to work so by her wise advice, to make an empress of her Bradamant. Rinaldo much condemneth that device, nor will not of his word 1 tittle want, but said his sister, under their correction, would therein ruled be by his direction. The mother, in her daughter much beguiled, persuades with her, and comforts her to say, that she will rather die and be exiled, than match so mean, when higher match she may. She saith she will not take her for her child, if she will let her brother bear such sway. Wherefore, saith she, be bold and do deny it, and with your brother give me leave to try it. Poor Bradamant doth silent stand and still, she dares not scarce in thought for reverence sake gainsay her mother, or withstand her will. On t'other side she dare not promise make of that which to perform did pass her skill, and was above her power to undertake. No power she had in this, nor great nor small, for long ere this love seized on it all. She dares not give consent, nor yet deny, she only sighs, and answer maketh none. But when she is alone, that none are by, unto herself she makes a piteous moan. She makes her breasts and her fair hair to try and part her grief, for while she beats the ton in spiteful wise, the t'other short she tears, and thus she speaks amid her plaints and fears. Woe me! Shall then my will and fancy vary from hers, whose will should rule and govern mine? Shall my will to my mother's be contrary, or that disdain my mother doth design? Shall I presume with such a man to marry, at whom my parents both do so repine? What fouler blot can stain a damsel's praise, than when her parents' will she disobeys? Shall then my mother's reverence and my sire's make me my dear Rogero to forget, and to new loves, new hopes, and new desires betake myself, and him at naught to set? Or shall the reverence which their age requires, and which myself hath borne them ever yet, be now forgot, and I be wholly bent to mine own joy and solace and content? I know, alas, I know my duty well, but power I have not to perform the same. My fancy reason's rule doth quite expel, and my well ordered thoughts put out of frame. and tyrant love,
'gainst who dare rebel,
makes me cast off all fear of others' blame. My speech, my deeds, my thoughts he doth dispose, and ruleth them against my will, God knows. To Ammon daughter, and to Beatrice I am, but unto love I am a slave. Though I do now refuse their wise advice, of them I may hereafter pardon have. But if I love resist, who knows the price, or who can me from his great fury save? He will not stay to hearken to my excuses, but slay me presently, for such his use is. With much ado, and with long time, I drew my dear Rogero to the Christian faith. What profit doth thereof to me ensue, if still ill hap my purpose good gainsaith?
so doth the bee not for himself
Renew the honey that in combs he safely layeth, but sooner of my life they shall me reave, than force me my Rogero dear to leave. But though herein I disobey my mother and father too, which I to do am loath, what though? Yet I therein obey my brother, that is reputed wiser than they both. Orlando eke for me speaks ton and t'other, and favor will this match howe'er it goth. And sure I am the world doth of them twain make more esteem than all our house again. Sith then the world esteems and calleth those the glory and the flower of Clarimount, less shame it is for me, as I suppose, if that I suffer men of such account of me in marriage matters to dispose, that all my kin in credit do surmount. Beside, they have the word directly spoken, but to the Greek the matter is but broken. But now if Bradamant herself torment, and doth her evil hap bewail and blame, no doubt Rogero is as malcontent, who had some privy inkling of the same. He secretly doth his ill state lament, and curseth fortune, that unconstant dame, that had for wealth so sparing left his lot, which divers base unworthy men had got. In each thing else that nature man can grant, or that is got by industry or art, he knowth, and each man saith that none can vaunt to have a greater, no, nor such a part. His strength was such, no strength the same could daunt, his person past his strength, his noble heart, his princely manners, and his brave behavior, wan each man's love, each man's applause and favor. But this same vulgar sort, untaught and rude, that as them list distribute praise and shame, and save the wise and learned, I include all men that live on earth within that name, for mitres, states, nor crowns may not exclude popes, mighty kings, nor keysers from the same, but only wisdom grave and learning clear, gifts given from heaven that are not common here. This vulgar sort, to tell my meaning out, that saving wealth and riches naught admire, and nothing think praiseworthy them without, and in their base conceits can look no higher, that be one ne'er so learned, so wise, so stout, well shaped as eye can see or heart desire, well born, well qualitied, of sober carriage, they not esteem all these in case of marriage. Well, saith Rogero, if that Ammon needs will make an empress of his daughter dear, at least this haste he makes is more than needs. Let him yet give me respite but 1 year, and if in that same year I do such deeds, that both the son and sire I vanquish clear, when both their crowns I conquered have and won, then I may worthy be to be his son. But if he straight the marriage do effect with Constantino's heir in so great haste, and will Rinaldo's promise quite neglect, and eke his cousin's, which so few days past before that blessed man of God's elect, and that good Marquis they did bind so fast, if they shall wrong me so, what then shall I, what can I do in such a case but die? What should I do? Shall I then be avenged of him that me contraries in this wise? Let me be blamed herein or commended, let me therein be deemed a fool or wise, but would my state, alas, be then amended by the old man's death? No, no, far otherwise. I doubt this would not work my more content, but rather contrary my first intent. My first intention was, and yet is still, that Bradamant should bear me love, not hate. Now then, if I her father here should kill, or aught attempt against her brother's state, Had she not cause of me to think then ill, and to refuse me for her spouse and mate? What shall I do? Alas, then shall I bear it? Ah, no, perdie, first I will die, I swear it. And yet I will not die, but I'll destroy that Leon that procured my harm and woe, and is disturber of my chiefest joy. Him and his father I will kill also. Fair Helen to the lover lewd of Troy, nor cost so dear, nor longer far ago Proserpine cost Perithous price so high, as I will cause them this my grief to buy. But were it possible, my dear, that thou canst leave thine own Rogero for this Greek? Yea, though that all thy brothers did allow this match which Ammon doth so fondly seek. Yes, yes, I fear that thine own mind doth bow to his desire, and could far better leak, when with thyself thou dost these offers scan, to have a Caesar than a private man. Can then the dignity and glorious name of pompous shows and of imperial seat, the noble heart of Bradamant so frame, her value rare and virtue to defeat, and go from her first promise to her shame, which me she made with many vows and great? No, sure I know she will them all forsake, much rather than unsay that once she spake. These words Rogero spake, and many such. And oftentimes he spake them in such sort, that divers overheard him, insomuch that they were told by more than one report to Bradamant, whom they did chiefly touch, who took them not, you may be sure, in sport, but as her private grief was great before, so this report of him did grieve her more. But most it grieved her, and above the rest, that he mistrusted she would him forsake at any man's commandment or request, and specially for this same Grecian's sake. Wherefore, to move this scruple from his breast, and this foul error from his mind to take, she gat her pen and ink one night full late, and to Rogero such like words she wrate. My dear, as erst I was, I still will bide, while life shall dure. Yea, even when life is past, though toward me love show his grace or pride, or fortune raise me up or downward cast, my stable faith shall never fail nor slide for calm nor storm, but as a rock stand fast against the surging waves, still unremovable, so shall my faith stand firm and unreprovable. First shall a file or knife of drossy lead the diamond to sundry figures carve, ere any chance by fortune's frailty bred, or power of love, shall cause my course to swerve. First shall the streams run back unto their head, ere I will justly such a blame deserve, or ere I shall for chances, good or ill, give my consent to change my settled will. To thee, Rogero mine, a good while since, of me and of my heart I gave dominion. I should myself of lightness great convince, if I so suddenly could change opinion. As for my true allegiance, sure no prince is faithfuller beloved of dearest minion. For me you need no fortress nor no tower to be defences against foreign power. You need no bands of men to entertain to keep this fortress. Strength enough have I, for riches make on me assault but vain. So base a price no gentle heart can buy, nor noble birth, nor name of crown or reign, which oft doth daze the common people's eye, nor beauty, to the which light minds incline, though greater see I never shall than thine. No, fear not, no man power shall ever have my heart to other figure to transform. Love did your shape therein so deep engrave, as now it can receive none other form. My heart is not of wax, for while love gave, when to his work he did it first conform, an 100 strokes with chisel and with mail, ere he could fetch therefrom one little scale. Pure ivory, gems, and every hardest stone that most withstandeth steel a man may burst, but other figure yet receive they none than that to which they formed were at first. My heart is not unlike a precious stone, or adamant, or whatso cutteth worst. Love sooner shall it break in thousand splints, ere other beauties bring it to new prints. These words she wrote, and many more to these, that him with faith, with love, with hope so fed, a force to cure each desperate disease, or rather to revive him being dead. But when they thought them safest from the seas, and in the haven securely harbored, a new and sudden tempest rose so sore, as drave them back to sea from sight of shore. For worthy Bradamant, that had assigned to show her meaning, plain was and direct, and calling wonted courage to her mind, and quite rejecting womanly respect, came unto Charles, and spake in such a kind: My liege, if e'er my service did effect aught worth your highness thanks at your command, let not your grace deny me one demand, but promise me upon your princely faith and royal word, which I may surely trust, to grant one suit, whate'er your handmaid prayeth, and I will promise that it shall be just. Beloved worthy maid, the emperor saith, your many services, confess I must, deserve no less, and frankly here I vow it. If of my realm you ask part, I'll allow it. My suit is that your highness will not yield, that I, said she, may any husband have, that shall not first of all with spear and shield, or else with sword in hand, him so behave, as that he can withstand me in the field. Behold the only favor that I crave. I would be his that proves himself so stout, the rest may be content to stand without. Most noble maid, the emperor straight replied, thy stout demand well to thy mind doth suit, wherefore by me it may not be denied, it is so noble and so just a suit. Now, for she sought not this her suit to hide, all they that heard thereof sure were not mute, but even ere night it published was so rife, as it was known to Ammon and his wife. And thereupon they presently conceived against their daughter great disdain and wrath, for by such motion plainly they perceived she to Rogero most devotion hath, wherefore to then she might be quite bereaved all hope to follow that forbidden path. From out the court they trained her by a sleight, and sent her to their castle that same night. This was a fortress that but few days past the prince had given to them upon request, between Perpignan and Chertasso placed, and near the sea, not of importance least. Here as a prisoner they did keep her fast, with mind to send her one day unto the east. They purpose, will she, nill she must take Don Leon, and Rogero quite forsake. The damsel, though not kept with watch or guard, yet bridled with the parents' awful reign, did keep her close with good and due regard, and of their rigor did no whit complain. But yet to this her thoughts were full prepared, to bide imprisonment or any pain, or death itself by torture or by rack, more rather than from promise to go back. Rinaldo, finding that his subtle sire had ta'en his sister thus from out his fist, nor able as his promise did require Rogero's suit to further and assist, forgets he is his son, and in his ire rebukes his parents, but say what he list, they are content to give the words to losers, but in their daughter's match they will be choosers. Rogero hearing this, and greatly fearing lest Leon should by love or by constraint possess his lady by his long forbearing, he minds, but none he doth therewith acquaint, to give a speedy death to Leon, swearing that he of Caesar will make him a saint, and that he will, except his hope deceive him, of sceptre, life, and love, and all bereave him. And in his mind resolved full thereon, don Hector's armor, that from Mandricard he late had won, forthwith he putteth on. Frontino eke he secretly prepared, but eagle on his shield he would have none, I cannot tell you well in what regard. Instead thereof an argent unicorn, in field of jewels, by him as then was born. One only trusty servant, and no mo, he takes with him his purpose to conceal. He giveth him in charge, where'er he go, that he his name to no man do reveal. Thus Mosa, Rhine, he passed with pace not slow, And Austria to th' Hungarian commonweal. And upon Ister's bank such speed he made, That in a while he came unto Belgrade, Where Sava doth into Danubia fall, And all along that stream he might discover Ensigns and banners all imperial, That nigh the stream in numbers great did hover. Great was the multitude, and Grecians all, Who with a hope that city to recover, Which late before from them the Bulgars won, Were thither brought by th' emperor and his son. Twixt Belgrade and the stream in warlike ranks The Bulgars stood even to the mountain's ridge. Both armies watered at the river's banks. The Greeks endeavored there to cast a bridge, And for that end prepared boats and planks. The Bulgars sought their purpose to abridge. Scarce had Rogero viewed them well and seen them, But that there fell a skirmish hot between them. The Greeks were 4-1, beside they have good store of boats, With many a plank and board, and to the place A sharp assault they gave, and mean to pass, Although there were no ford. But this was but a policy and brave, For Leon so this while himself bestirred, That with a compass that about he set, Both he and his the stream passed without let. With little less than 20,000 men Along the banks he secretly doth ride, And gave to them a fresh alarm then, Unlooked for, unwares, and unespied. No less the Emperor Constantino, when he saw his son on land on t'other side, By joining plank to plank and boat to boat, With all his power an easy passage got. The Bulgar captain that Vetrano hight, And was a valiant warrior and a wise, Endeavored both by policy and fight To bear the brunt, but nothing could suffice, For Leon both by multitude and might Unhorsed him, and ere he could arise, Sith he to yield him prisoner did disdain, Among 1,000 swords he there was slain. Till then the Bulgars valiantly made head, But when they saw their king and captain slain, So great a terror in their minds was bred, In their faint hearts no courage did remain. Rogero, seeing how the Bulgars fled, And none to stay or bring them back again, To help the weaker part resolveth briefly, For hate of Constantine, but Leon chiefly. He spurs his horse that like the wind doth run, And makes them stand that fled with fainting breast. And having spied one braver than the sun, A gallant youth more forward than the rest, This same was Constantino's sister's son, At him Rogero runs with spear in rest. He brake his shield and coat like brittle glass, And through his body made the spear to pass. He leaves him dead, and Balisard he draws, And with that blade he showed himself so stout, Who meeteth with him to repent have cause. He presseth in among the thickest rout, One skull he cleaveth to the very jaws, Heads, legs, and arms flew all the field about. The stream that erst did run as crystal clear, Vermilion now doth to the sight appear. No man that saw, much less that felt his blows, Dare once make head against them or resist them. Rogero in the field triumphant goes, The Bulgars now march freely where it list them. Nor was there one amongst them all that knows What wight it was that did so well assist them. This change they saw procured in little space, Who lately fled, now held their foes in chase. The young Augustus, standing on a hill, A place above the rest much eminent, Seeing one man his men to slay and kill, And that their loss and flight was evident, He wonders at his courage and his skill, And thinks that God had sure some angel sent To plague the Grecians for their old offences, And for the Bulgars succors and defences. He sees both by his arms and unicorn That sure he was a knight of foreign nation, And whereas some more hate would him have borne, He rather held him in more admiration. His heart, whom virtuous thoughts did still adorn, And ever was of noble inclination, Made him extol him for his deeds of arms, Although his men by him received such harms. Even as a babe, whom sometime moved with ire The mother beats with rod, or with it chaseth, Runs not unto the sister nor the sire, But to the mam, and sweetly her embraceth. So now, though Leon's men are made retire, And though Rogero killeth them and chaseth, Yet his great value maketh Leon love him Much more than hate him for the harm he doth him. But if that Leon love him and admire, methinks he hath but sorry recompense. For why Rogero's hope and sole desire is to do Leon damage and offence. He looks for him, and oft he doth inquire which way he was, but still the diligence and long experience of the wary Greek do cause Rogero him in vain to seek. Don Leon saw his soldiers flee so fast, he sounds retreat, and to his father sent a messenger forthwith in all post haste. And of his message this was chief content, to let him understand how things had passed, and wish him fly for fear of being shent. Likewise himself and his haste all they may, back o'er the stream themselves then to convey. But yet for all his haste his men were slain, and some with haste were drowned in the stream. The Bulgars now did conquerors remain, that erst in peril were to lose their ream. The Knight of the Unicorn they all see plain caused all their good, wherefore with joy extreme to him they go, acknowledging indeed that all their glory did from him proceed. Some kiss his hands, and some do kiss his feet, and in most humble manner him salute. They think for him a praise divine were meet, and power divine they do to him impute. They send their chiefest captains him to meet, and all of them to him do make this suit, and up to heaven their joyful voices ring, that he would be their captain, guide, and king. Rogero unto them this answer made, that he will be their guide, as they think best, but that he will not come into Belgrade, nor staff nor sceptre touch at no request, until that Leon, that did them invade, he have once slain, or ta'en him at the least. For why 1,000 miles for this alone he ridden had, and other cause had none. This said, forthwith he biddeth them adieu, and would no longer stay at their desiring, but that way Leon fled did him pursue, for flight it was indeed, and not retiring. Howbeit Leon and his men, that knew what in such case for safety was requiring, brake down the bridge when they the stream had passed, and so as then they made the passage fast. Rogero, failing of his first intent, did seek some place to pass to t'other side, along that stream, till all that day was spent, and all that night uncessantly doth ride. Betime next morn unto a town he went, to ease his wearied body, and beside to make his horse amends for so great wrong, in keeping him without a bait so long. Ungardo, one of reckoning good and state, held this same town to Constantino dear, and footmen had and horsemen got of late, since of these wars he did first tidings hear. Rogero, finding none to watch the gate, more boldly entered, finding passage clear. The town itself within he likewise found, with meat and drink and lodging to abound. Now where Rogero lodged that same night, one of Romania happened there to host, that present was at that precedent fight, whereas Rogero hoped the Bulgars host, and at that time did him so sore affright, that though of his escaping he might boast, yet still he feared him, and still did doubt him, and still he thought that unicorn about him. Wherefore when as he saw that shield, he knew this was the man that even before so late so many of the Grecian army slew. Straightway he hasted to the castle gate, and that he may have audience he doth sue, for matter that concerns the realm and state. But when he was admitted, what he told within the book ensuing I'll unfold.
End of Book 44. The 45th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 45.
The argument. The noble Leon doth Rogero save in Theodora's cruel prison pent. Soon after Leon doth Rogero crave to win him bradament. He doth assent, and fought with her 12 hours a combat brave, of which he after did so sore repent. In sorrow great he thought to end his life, to think another should possess his wife. Look how much higher fortune doth erect the climbing wight on her unstable wheel, so much the nigher may a man expect to see his head, where late he saw his heel. Polycrates hath proved it in effect, and Dionysius that too true did feel, who long were lulled on high in fortune's lap, and fell down suddenly to great mishap. On t'other side, the more a man is pressed and utterly o'erthrown by fortune's lower, the sooner comes his state to be redressed, when wheel shall turn and bring the happy hour. Some from the block have grown to be so blessed, whole realms have been subjected to their power, as Marius and Ventidius' sample is in former age, and Lewes of France in this. That Lewes of France, the story is well known, that to Alfonso's son did give his daughter, who was at St. Albino's overthrown, and even with much ado escaped slaughter. A like misfortune, by like danger grown, Corvino scaped but a little after, and having passed that moment by good chance, one ruled Hungary, the t'other France. 'Tis manifest in stories new and old, that good and ill each other do succeed, and worldly bliss hath but a slender hold. Wherefore a man of wisdom will take heed, and on his fortune never be too bold, although his state and riches far exceed,
Nor yet in fortune ill despair or doubt,
for evermore her wheel doth turn about. Rogero, as I lately did repeat, now having both repulsed the son and sire, grew to such pride therewith, and such conceit, ambition evermore aspiring higher, he thinks by fortune and his force so great to kill Don Leon, which was his chief desire. And for that purpose aid he asketh none, but thinketh sure to do the feat alone. But she that cannot suffer nor abide that any long should of her favor boast, now in the midst of all his praise and pride, when in her favor he affied most, did cause him of this knight to be descried, who went unto Ungardo straight in post, and told him how that man that put to flight the Greekish host would lie in town that night. He said 'twas happened even as one could wish, if so they marred not all by ill contriving, that he was taken now as is a fish that to the net approacheth without driving, or rather lays itself into the dish, and makes resistance none, nor any striving. Much did the captain at these news rejoice, and showed the same by gesture and by voice, and presently provision such he made, that good Rogero taken was that night, and kept as prisoner now in Novigrad, for so the town where he was taken hight. What should he do when armed men did invade him naked and asleep with so great might? Ungardo straight doth send this joyful tiding to Constantine at Beltrich now abiding. For since his forces late were beaten down, he thought it safest quickly to withdraw unto some strength, or to some walled town. For of the Bulgars now he had such awe, he doubted they would hazard even his crown, now having such a guide as erst he saw. And this same town was strong, and did pertain to him whose son was by Rogero slain. But when this message of their captain's taking, by letters and by post, was brought to him, he was therewith in such a joyful taking, he thought he now in seas of milk did swim. His face that pale, his heart that erst was quaking, upon this news it cheerful was and trim. The Bulgars now he counts as overthrown, the victory he judgeth sure his own. As doth the father joy, so doth the son of this good hap, though for a further end. He hopeth this brave knight may now be won by courtesy to be his faithful friend. He needeth not envy, if that were done, King Charles the Great, he thinks, but even contend both with his paladines and all his garrison, for flower of chivalry to make comparison. But Theodora was of other mind, Don Leon's aunt, whose son Rogero slew. For she with choler carried headlong blind, and for his loss whose death she most did rue. To Constantine, her lord and brother kind, she went, and at his feet herself she threw. And when she first had made a piteous plaint, she with her suit this wise did him acquaint. I will not rise from these your feet, she saith, my liege, until you grant me power to wreak myself on him that brought my son to death, and did with cruel spear his bowels break. Besides, he was your nephew, while his breath did dure, you saw his love and service eke. Your highness knows it were too great a wrong to let his death be unrevenged long. You further see that God of goodness mere had caused that wretch the camp thus to forsake, and come like bird to bait, the case is clear, whereas Ungardo did him prisoner take, because my only son I loved so dear might not go unrevenged to Stygian lake. Then give me him, my lord, and be content I swage my grief with his sharp punishment. Her plaints and moans so well she doth devise, so forcibly and heartily she prayed, nor would not stir from thence in any wise, although the noble Emperor did and said even all he could to make her thence arise, that sith she would by no means be denayed, but still renewed her suit with piteous weeping, he granteth her the prisoner in her keeping. And thus at last, to make the matter short, he sendeth for the Knight of the Unicorn, and gave him her, whose chief delight and sport was to devise to work him woe and scorn. All common deaths were of too mild a sort, to have him hanged, and all in pieces torn, and on each gate to set a quartered limb, she thought it was not plague enough for him. Chained hands and feet and neck she locked him up in dungeon, void of light, but full of stink. With mouldy bread she made him dine and sup, and gave him puddle water for his drink. She shortly means that he a sorry cup shall taste, but till she may herself bethink the kind of death, she giveth him a keeper, whose rancour was as deep as hers, or deeper. O had Duke Ammon's noble daughter known of her Rogero's now distressed state, or if it had been to Marphisa shown, who loved him dear, though in another rate, both ton and t'other thither would have flown, and would not cease to ride betimes and late to rescue good Rogero and assist, let Ammon and his wife say what they list. Now Charles the Great began to call to mind his promise, by the which himself was bound, that husband none should ever be assigned to Bradamant, but he in fight were found her match, and, as kings use in such a kind, he published the same by trumpet sound, o'er all his empire sending proclamations, that soon the fame did fly to foreign nations. Thus much the writing made men understand, that no man Bradamant to wife should get, but one that would attempt with sword in hand, from rising of the sun until it set, her force in single combat to withstand, which if that any could, there was no let but she agrees, and Charles himself allows, that such a one should have her for his spouse.
This article was likewise there set down,
that they should name the weapon if they list, for why her value was of great renown, to fight on horse, on foot, in field, in list. Duke Ammon now, that to withstand the crown wants force and will, no longer doth resist, but after long discourses with his daughter, compelled in fine, back to the court he brought her. Her mother eke, though wroth and malcontent, yet both for nature and for honour's sake, good store of costly clothes incontinent, with gowns and kirtles, she for her doth make. Thus Bradamant with both her parents went unto the court, where she small joy did take. She scarce esteemed it a court to be, when that her lover there she could not see, as one that saw in April or in May a pleasant garden full of fragrant flowers, then when fresh earth, new clad in garments gay, decks every wood and grove with pleasant bowers, and comes again on some December's day, and sees it marred with winter's storms and showers. So did this court to Bradamant appear, when as she saw Rogero was not here. She dares not ask of any man, for fear lest such a question might her love accuse. Howbeit secretly she lendeth ear to others' talk, as in such case men use. Each man saith gone he is, but none knows where, for to the court of him there came no news, and he himself, when as he thence departed, his purpose unto no man there imparted. Oh, in what fear and rage these news do set her, to hear Rogero was in manner fled. She thinks that sure because he could not get her, and that her father nay to him had said, that now he sought of purpose to forget her, and shun her sight, that all his sorrow bred. She thinks that he from thence himself withdraws, for this alone, and for none other cause.
but more than all, this doubt her heart assails, that he was gone to seek some foreign love, and sith that of his purpose here he fails, to speed some other where he straight would prove. As from a board men drive out nails with nails, so with new love he would her love remove. But straight another thought that thought gainsaith, she thinketh Rogero full of faith.
And thereupon herself she reprehends, that she her lover should so much abuse. Thus in her mind one fancy him defends, and then another doth him sore accuse. and she her thought to either fancy lends, and in great doubt she is which part to choose. But when a while she had herself bethought, she leaneth most unto best pleasing thought. Then chief, when in her mind she doth repeat Rogero's promise, which she bade her trust, she thinks to him the injury is great, that causelessly she now should him mistrust. And even as he were present, she doth beat her breast, that still doth harbor thoughts unjust. Myself hath sinned, she saith, which now I curse, but he that caused it is cause of worse. Love was the cause, quoth she, that in my heart your face and grace engraved hath so seemly, and therewith hath set forth each virtuous part beseeming thee so sweetly and so trimly, that sure no dame that knows well what thou art can choose but fall in love with thee extremely, and therewithal in all her power endeavor to win thy love, and make thee hers for ever. Oh, if that love had graved thy thoughts so well, as it hath graved thy visage in my mind, in how great joy and bliss should I then dwell! For well I know that they be true and kind. Then jealousy, the only plague of hell, to which, alas, I am too much inclined, should quickly cease, and I should free me from it, nor would I in my heart once think upon it. But as a miser, hoarding up his treasure, doth doubt in absence still that thieves be there, so I, when thou that art mine only pleasure art absent far from me, I know not where, I straight suspect, and straight I doubt false measure, and straight my hope grows less, and more my fear, which though I think both bootless and unjust, yet still I doubt, and still I do mistrust. But yet no sooner shall the pleasing light of thy sweet countenance come unto mine eyes, O thou my joy, O thou my lives delight, though where thou art I cannot now devise, but that true hope false fear shall put to flight, and knowledge plain all doubt shall satisfy. Come then, my dear, and hasten thy returning, ere hope and fear shall waste me quite with mourning. As when the night hath spread her mantle black, faint-hearted folk are wont to be afraid, but when again the daylight doth come back, they seem of better cheer and well apaid. So I do faint when as my dear I lack, but in his presence I am undismayed. Come then, my dear Rogero, come unto me, before that hope and doubt do quite undo me. As in the night each little fiery spark may plainly be discerned with our eyne, but when the day doth come, we then shall mark that all are damped, and do no longer shine. So kindles fear in mind, with doubt made dark, until my sun in my horizon shine. Turn then, my dear, and with thy light illume me, and drive away this care that doth consume me. As when the sun declines to south most low, the land doth lose the beauty that she had, and winter storms breed rain and ice and snow, the pleasant birds all silent sit and sad, so when as thou from me far off dost go, O shining sun, whose beams do make me glad, 1,000 fears, but all unjust and vain, make winter in my heart to my great pain. Shine then on me, O my clear sun, and bring thy beams more nigh this snow and ice to thaw. Refresh these branches withered in their spring, and do no more thyself so far withdraw. As Philomela dolefully doth sing, when as her young ones all destroyed she saw, or as the turtle early mourns and late, when she hath lost her dear beloved mate, so noble Bradamant still mourns and plains, with fear Rogero had her love rejected, and with salt tears her lovely cheeks distains, yet secretly, for fear to be detected. Oh, had she known that he was bound in chains, and every hour a cruel death expected, what grief of mine, think you, should she then take, that was so grieved already for his sake? But lo, the heavenly goodness so ordains, that Theodora's rage and cruel spite against her prisoner, whom she keeps in chains, and means to kill with torture all she might, reserving him alive for greater pains, came to the ear of Caesar's son one night, and put into his heart to save and cherish, and not to suffer so great value perish. The noble Leon that Rogero loves, not knowing though that this Rogero was, whom his rare virtue and great value moves, which he did think all human far to pass, devising sundry ways, this one he proves, and by the same he brought the feat to pass, so that his cruel aunt could not espy him, nor once complain that she was wronged by him. He speaketh in the secret sort he can unto the bloody wretch that kept the case, and prayeth him show him the condemned man, for why he must examine him, he says. A knight, a valiant man that was his man, he takes with him, fit for all bold essays. The cruel jailer, that no fraud suspected, in all points did as Leon him directed. He leads him secretly unto the den where good Rogero was in prison pent, nor took he with him any of his men, but as their guide the foremost of them went, who, when they saw the time best served, then no longer to defer the occasion meant, but unawares they at advantage catch him, and with a sudden stab they do dispatch him. Then open they the trap door out of hand, and down they let the ladder that was by, and Leon, with a lantern in his hand, of light concealed, went where the knight did lie, fast bound upon a grate with bitter band, not in the water, but thereto so nigh the very damp was such that one might guess that soul would kill him in a month or less. With great compassion Leon him embraced, and said, Sir Knight, the virtue you have shown, with sured knots my love hath knit and laced to you since first the same to me was known, so as my heart and thoughts are wholly placed to seek your safety rather than mine own, venturing your welfare and your love to win, to lease my sire's good will and all my kin. To tell you true, the Emperor's son I am, Leon by name, as yet to you a stranger. To set you free of purpose now I came, and put my person and my state in danger, that both my father greatly may me blame, and look upon me evermore with anger. The loss at Belgrade which you wrought him late makes him to bear to you so sharp an hate. These sugared words, and many more beside, which were for me too tedious to repeat, he spake, and then his bands he all untied, and secretly he caused him move his seat. Rogero in this wise to him replied, Your courtesy is such, your gift so great, to give me life, that you shall command it, whenever it shall please you to demand it. Thus Leon in this secret sort unknown Rogero from the prison doth convey, and sent him to a castle of his own, whereas he might secure in silence stay, until this tumult all were overblown, and till again for him regain he may his arms and gallant horse and famous blade, kept by Engardo, lord of Novigrad. The keeper slain the next ensuing morn, the prison gates from off the hinges heaved, the hinges and the manacles in pieces torn, each man might see, but none by whom perceived. All thought that Leon had him hatred borne, wherefore of him they no mistrust conceived. The cause he had of hate each man doth know, by name his late received overthrow. At this great courtesy that Leon used, Rogero wonders much, and thinks it strange, and sore he was in mind and thought confused, and suddenly he feels a wondrous change, his heart relented, and all hate refused, and turned it all to love by sweet exchange. What erst malicious, cruel was, and hateful, is turned now to kind and mild and grateful. So deep into his head and heart it sinks, that it possessed all his soul and sense. On this he studies when he wakes or winks, how he may do to him some recompense. To spend even all his future days, he thinks, sole in his service, and in his defence could not requite, no, scarce the 20th part of so great courtesy and so great desart. In this meanwhile the news was come from France, which Charles had notified to many a nation, of her that would be wooed by sword and lance, in single fight, so said the proclamation. Don Leon was quite out of countenance to hear of this her strange determination, and, as a man that well his own strength knows, himself too weak for her he doth suppose. And long debating how he might supply his want of force and courage by his wit, in fine, he purposed with himself to try this new-made friend, whose name he knows not yet, although he well could witness with his eye that for no brave exploit he was unfit. He hopeth by his manhood and his aid to conquer, and to have that hardy maid. But two things he must do before he goes. One is the mind of this same unknown knight unto his hardy enterprise dispose. The t'other is to bring him to the fight so secretly as none might it disclose, and all that while to keep himself from sight. First then in earnest sort he doth entreat Rogero take on him this hardy feat. Much might the Greek prevail by eloquence, the which he used to lead him thereunto. But more prevailed the bond of recompense so firm as no time ever could undo, that though the motion bred him great offence, and seemed a thing impossible to do, with gladder look than heart he doth reply, Dear sir, I nothing may to you deny. Though he no sooner had this word pronounced, but that he felt such grief did gripe his heart, as if damnation were to him denounced. Such pangs he had, such torture, and such smart, but yet his promise given he not renounced, nor from the same once purposed to depart. For first 1,000 deaths he meant to choose, then one request of Leon's to refuse. Die sure he shall, he thinks, for if he leave his love, he knows he cannot bide alive. For either sorrow will of life him reave, or, if that nature shall with sorrow strive, of his own hands he will his death receive, and so his soul from hatred harbor drive. Each other thing on earth to him seems possible, but missing her, to live he thinks impossible. Then die he must, only he doubts what kind of death were for his state and fancy best. Once this conceit did come into his mind, to lay in fight his naked open breast. Might she him slay, he deemeth in his mind that such a death in death might make him blessed. But then he sees what follow would of this, that noble Leon should his purpose miss, and then himself of promise eke should fail, which was not to dissemble, but endeavor that Leon in his wooing might prevail, and make Dame Bradamant his own for ever. Thus, though that divers thoughts his mind assail, yet wholly in that thought he doth persever that moveth him most plain to deal and true, and to all other thoughts he bids adieu. This while Don Leon, with his father's leave, with such retinue as his state required, of knights and squires his native soil did leave, and went to see the dame he so desired. Rogero did of him before receive his arms and horse, and in strange clothes attired, day after day they so their journey frame, that at the last to Paris walls they came. Don Leon to the city would not go, but near unto the same he pitched a tent, and by ambassage made the king to know how he was come and unto what intent. King Charles was glad, and did his gladness show with gifts, and unto him in person went. Don Leon tells what did his coming breed, and prays he may dispatched be with speed, and that King Charles that noble maid would cause to come the day ensuing to the field, that would, against all common wedlock's laws, be wooed and won with only sword and shield. King Charles her calls, and she that asked no pause unto the motion willingly did yield. And so accordingly next day she came unto the lists prepared for the same. That day that went before the day of fight, Rogero passed with as great content as doth a man condemned spend the night, the which before his execution went. He choosed to fight all clad in armor bright, because as then to be unknown he meant, and for to hurt her was not his pretence, save sword he used no weapon of offence. Lance he would none, not that he feared the lance which first Argalia, then Astolpho bare, which forced men beside their seat to dance, and unto many men procured great care, for neither he that used it first in France, nor any of those other was aware how all those feats were by enchantment done, save that same king that gave it to his son. Likewise Astolpho and the Dordan dame, that with that spear full many did unhorse, thought not that it from nigromancy came, but from their sleight and their own proper force. They thought with any spear to do the same. But now Rogero did both spear and horse refuse, because, if he had used his own, he thought it would by Bradamant be known. Needs must the damsel call to mind the steed, for why she kept him long at Clarimount, and used him with her own hands to feed, and made of him a special dear account, wherefore Rogero, that took special heed to go unknown, refused on horse to mount, or any other thing by which he may unto his dearest love himself bewray.
He further needs another sword would take, for well he knew against his Balisard no steel nor armour none defence could make,
Whose edge so keen, whose metal was so hard. Of that new sword likewise he for her sake rebates the edge, so great was his regard, and thus himself both weakening and disguising, he came into the field at Phoebus rising, and that each one for Leon might him note, until the controversy were decided, he wears upon his back Don Leon's coat, the golden eagle with the head divided, their making both was like from foot to throat. Thus, when all things were readily provided, the tun presents him in the open green, the t'other kept him close, and was not seen. But Bradamant now far in other rate herself in readiness for fight doth set, and if the knight do his sword's edge rebate, as fast the damsel her sword's edge doth whet. She wisheth with a heart most full of hate, her sword a passage to the quick would get. Yea, comfort her it would, and do her good, if she with every blow could draw the blood. Even as a Barbary horse that runs a race, and for the sign thereof hath long expected, against his will doth stay his running pace, with swelling nostrils and with ears erected, even so the noble damsel in like case, that of Rogero's presence not suspected, did swell with wrath, and burns like flaming fire unto the combat, such was her desire. And as oft times upon some fearful clap of thunder straight a whirlwind doth arise, and lifts the waves aloft from Tethys' lap, even in a moment up unto the skies, the herdman, doubting of some great mishap about some tree or cave close hidden lies, so Bradamant with rage of anger driven assailed Rogero when the sign was given. But never did a stiff and aged oak against the northern blast more firmly stand, nor better doth a rock endure the stroke of surging waves, still wallowing to the land, than good Rogero, guarded in the cloak of Hector's arms, her forces did withstand, though she still laid on load with spite and hate upon his arms, his sides, his breast and pate. Sometimes she gives a blow, sometimes a thrust, according as her vantage most she spied, and still she watched if she could hit him just between the plates, or where the same were tied. 'Twas well the coat was such as one might trust, for she doth search it still on every side, and inwardly she fretteth in her mind that naught fell out of that she had assigned. So shall you see some men besiege a town, well walled and strongly flanked with rampiers main, assault it oft, and strive to batter down some towers or gates with peril great and pain, and waste their time, and spending many a crown, to lose their men about the same in vain. No more the damsel's force did now prevail to pierce a plate, or to unrivet nail. Sometime forth of his helmet and his shield she made the sparks of fire fly out in sight, still smiting him with blows not soft nor sealed. Sometime at rear domain, and oft downright as thick as hailstones that upon the field or on the tiled houses do alight. But still Rogero close lies to his ward, and not to hurt her still he hath regard. Oft standing still, now turning, then retiring, he makes his foot accompany his fist. With sword, with shield, with slip, cause so requiring, he wards the blows, or shuns them as him list. And ever not to damage her desiring, when he might hit, of purpose still he missed. Yet in such wise that she herself was ware, and all the rest that he the same forbear. But Bradamant, when she herself bethought what was contained in th' Emperor's edict, that whosoe'er with her a whole day fought should have her at the end of such conflict, with all her force endeavored still, and sought to gall her adversary and afflict, And now the more she troubled was in mind to see the sun to west so low declined. And as her hope still less and lesser grew, so her desire increased still more and more, her loving adversary to subdue, that she had fought with all the day before, as labourers whose work by task was due, that loitered have, and now are sad therefore, when night draws on, bestir their lazy bones, until their strength and light fail both at once. Alas, good Bradamant, if thou didst know the man to whom thou wishest so much ill, that in this fight hath been thy friendly foe, and winneth thee, perhaps against his will, thou wouldest first have killed thyself, I trow, than of his blood one little drop to spill. Thou that didst now so curse him and beshrow him, wouldst neither of them do, if thou didst know him. But Charles and all his lords, with full persuasion that this so valiant champion Leon was, to praise him highly now they take occasion, and sith his strength did hers so greatly pass, they think for her there now was no evasion, the matter brought to such a narrow pass. Each man esteems this match for her most fit, each man allows, each man commendeth it. Now 'gan Don Phoebus dip his golden rays, to swage their burning, in the western seas, when Charles himself comes to them both, and prays the damsel now her fury to appease, and giveth sentence that without delays Don Leon may her marry when he please. Rogero doth himself no whit disclose, but armed still back to the tent he goes. Don Leon brotherly doth him embrace, and then he holp him to untie his beaver, and with great kindness kissed all his face, and said that he was bound to him for ever, and that no time such merit could deface, which to reward he would for aye endeavor, affirming frankly of his own mere motion, that all he had should be at his devotion. I never can such courtesy requite, scant in this life, he saith, or in the next. No, though I should surrender all my right unto my crown, and all thereto annexed. Rogero, that in speech took small delight, and was with inward passion so perplexed, restored to him his arms that he had worn, and took again his shield of unicorn, pretending, as he truly might pretend, he weary was, and would himself repose, and therefore to his tent unto that end all private, unaccompanied he goes. At midnight horse to take he doth intend. At midnight privily from bed he rose, and armed and mounted thence away departed, but why nor whither he to none imparted. And thus away he secretly doth ride, and gives Frontino leave to choose the way, now near a wood, then by the river side, he never looking to what coast it lay. He fain would die, and still, "Come, death," he cried. He thought death only could his pain allay. He only wished death to end his grief, that while he lives is sure past all relief. "Ah, wretch," said he, "of whom can I complain for sudden reaving me of all my bliss? Shall I so great an injury sustain? Of whom else shall I be avenged for this? I did the fault, and now I feel the pain. Nor can I say but just the torment is, for punishment doth properly belong to him that is the author of the wrong. But had I done myself the wrong alone, I might perhap forgive myself the same, though surely cause nor reason there is none to pardon such a fact so worthy blame. But now I have to her been cause of moan, to suffer that it were perpetual shame. So though I should no just revengement take for mine own cause, yet must I for her sake. This wrong revenge I may, I will, I must, by only death, sith this offense was such. To die I soon shall find the way, I trust. The care thereof my mind no whit doth touch. Oh, that I had long since been laid in dust, ere that I injured my dear so much. I would I had been put to death before, when I was prisoner unto Theodore. If I had then been martyred and tormented with all the plagues her malice could devise, at least my dear my death would have lamented with tears from out her crystal streaming eyes. Now, when she knows that I have thus consented to Leon to betray her in this wise, my part of her unto a stranger giving, she will have cause to hate me dead and living. Now while the night did thus lament and plain, the eastern parts of heaven with light were cleared, and Phoebus from his golden house again lift up his head, wherewith all creatures cheered betake them to their ordinary pain. And then unto Rogero it appeared that he was in a wood, a most fit place for one of such a mind in such a case. He lights, and off he takes Frontino's saddle, and gives him liberty, and thus he says, My gallant beast, so good, so serviceable, as I have found thee still at all assays, go, here I set thee free, and were I able, as I am willing, to set forth thy praise, thou doubtless shouldst not need that horse and vie that was ta'en up from earth unto the sky, nor should Orion's praises make thee sorry, nor Sillerus that Castor did bestride, nor any praised in Greek or Latin story. For why, thy shape and readiness beside, of all these famous steeds not one can glory as thou mayst do, it cannot be denied. Of them none passeth thee in commendation, nor justly challenge can such reputation. Thou hast been cherished and loved dear by such a nymph, so fair and so divine, as all the world can hardly show her peer. She hath thee fed with that fair hand and fine, I mean my love. But why live I here, sith now I may no longer call her mine? No longer mine she is. Ah, cruel word, why end not I my days by mine own sword? Now if Rogero thus himself tormented, and caused the birds and beasts to moan his plaint, for none but birds and beasts a place frequented, whom he with his great sorrow might acquaint, no doubt the damsel was as ill contented, and made a greater or as great complaint, sith for herself she nothing hath to say why she to Leon longer should say nay. Yet all means possible she means to try, before that she will her Rogero leave, and make King Charles and all his lords to lie, and Leon of his promise to deceive. Or if the worst shall hap, she means to die, and with her hands of life herself bereave, for present death she rather meant to choose, than her beloved Rogero to refuse. How cometh it to pass, said she, my dear, that at this time thou art so far from hence? How can a thing which all the world did hear so strangely be concealed from thy sense? If thou hadst heard it, sure thou wouldst appear, for that my drift, that was my sole pretence. Ah, my ill fortune evermore accursed, what can I deem but even the very worst? Why then, Rogero mine, can you alone not know that all the world doth know beside? For had you known it, straight you would have flown of purpose hither combat to have tried. Thou sure art ta'en or slain, for third is none. It may be Leon, that thy praise envied, hath like a traitor set for thee a trap, and thou art ta'en therein by some mishap. I gat this grace of Charles, to marry none but one that were for me in fight too hard. Assured thou shouldst be that only one, for no man's force but thine I did regard. I thought none else could vanquish me alone. But lo, how God doth this my pride reward, that he that never erst in all his life did manly deed hath won me for his wife. If I be won and vanquished, because he matched still my force at all assays, but Charles doth not judge rightly of the cause, and therefore I must seek some new delays. If I now put in some baffling clause, I shall be called unconstant all my days. But fickleness in maids is seldom wondered, nor am I first that used it by 100. Suffice it, that in the being true unto my love I others all excel, and pass the patterns either old or new, or near or far, even wheresoe'er they dwell. Then will I bid that constancy adieu that may be hindrance to my doing well. So I and Leon may not match together, let me be deemed as wavering as the weather. This Bradamant unto herself doth say, and oft she breaks her speech with sighs and tears. And that night that ensued that luckless day, to sleep or close her eyelids she forbears. But when Apollo's beams had driven away nocturnus shades, Then lo, supernal spheres, by which all human actions are directed, brought help to her when least it was expected. For why Marphisa, that brave-minded dame, the next day came and sowed new seeds of strife, alleging that it was great wrong and shame a foreigner should have her brother's wife, and swears herself could not endure the same, and that she would by combat gauge her life, according as the law of arms allows, to prove Rogero was her lawful spouse. And if Dame Bradamant would it deny, she saith she will it to her face aver, as having witness been with ear and eye, that good Rogero was assured to her with words as folks in marriages apply. And adding, she would unto law refer, if so the damsel to her noble brother affianced might justly take another. Now whether this she spake were false or true, I know not, but she spake it with intent to stop the marriage likely to ensue with Leon, which she studied to prevent. Some thought perhaps that Bradamant it knew, and that 'twas done in part by her consent, as having no more safe nor honest way unto her left to say Don Leon nay. In evil part these news the Emperor took, and called for the damsel by and by, and told her what Marphisa undertook, and lo, by hap Duke Ammon then stood by. She fixed on the ground her silent look, and to the questions said nor no nor I, that by her gesture every one did take that that was true that erst Marphisa spake. This made Orlando and Rinaldo glad, in hope that this might prove a lawful mean to make the match which they forepromised had, and hinder this new match and dash it clean. For sith Duke Ammon those first bands forbade, and unto Leon's side did wholly lean, to use pretence of law they both had rather than take by force the damsel from her father. For if that this pretence may stand for good, the neck of Leon's match it then would break, and move no cause of war or shedding blood. But Ammon in great wrath thus wise doth speak, This is a tale indeed of Robin Hood, which to believe might show my wits but weak. But think not that I will be so besotted, though this were true that you have vainly plotted. For presuppose, which yet I not confess, my daughter was by folly so allured, and that they are, which none of wit could guess, each unto other man and wife assured. I pray you yet the time more plain express when this was done, how long it hath endured. This sure I am, 'tis but a tale devised, except it were before he was baptized. And if 'twere done before his christened state, to stand unto the same I am not tied. Wherefore this caveat is put in too late. Her own desire she hath not had denied. Now 'tis not fit a prince of such a state as for her sake adventured to have died, should by our Emperor's promise be deluded, and by such craft be from his right excluded. You should have spoken then of this contract before our king had sent his proclamation. I mean not thus to have my credit cracked, for more than so I weigh my reputation. Thus pleaded he against that precontract, the which to break was his determination. To either part his ear the Emperor lends, yet partially to neither side he bends. Look what a murmur winds do make in woods, when Zephyrus mild blasts among them are, or when one hears from far the saltish floods, when Aeolus and Neptune are at square. So did the common people in their moods talk of these matters, and the same compare. And as the manner is, for 9 days' space, this was the news and talk in every place. This man Rogero, Leon that defends, according to the fancies of the men. But yet it seemed Rogero had more friends, scarce at the stranger one for t'others 10. But as I said, the king to no side bends, and having duly weighed the matter then, he points the marriage day to be deferred, the case unto his parliament referred. Next day Marphisa made another offer, sith that none could during her brother's life wed Bradamant and be assured of her. Her brother should, for ending of the strife, to Leon hand to hand the combat proffer, so she might be the last survivor's wife, and he that t'other could in battle kill, enjoy her might alone at his own will. Charles unto Leon doth impart these news, as he before the other did impart. That offer Leon meant not to refuse, but saith he take it would with all his heart. He minds again the matter so to use, the Knight of the Unicorn should play his part. He little knew that in great care and anguish the noble knight did now consume and languish. But missing him, he quickly did repent that he accepted had that stout defiance, and therefore straight to seek the knight he sent, in whose tried force he put his whole affiance. Him to Rogero to oppose he meant, and all his friends and all his strong alliance. Wherefore, to shun both danger great and scorn, he sent to seek the Knight of the Unicorn. To all the cities and the towns he sends, and all the villages were thereabout, and mounting on his horse himself intends to go in person and to seek him out. But neither he nor all Rogero's friends in France had ever light on him, I doubt, had not Melissa holp him at his need, as in the book ensuing you may read.
End of Book 45. The 46th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 46.
The argument. Leon by search doth good Rogero find, and having learned the cause of his annoy, he grants to him his love in manner kind, whom now Rogero sweetly doth enjoy. Only the Saracen king with hateful mind comes to disturb Rogero's ease and joy. Nathless he is deceived of his account. In fine, Rogero kills fierce Rhodamount. Now, if my compass and my card be true, I am not far from that desired coast, where I shall pay my vow and promise due unto my saint, of whose great grace I boast. I looked erst with pale and cheerless hue, for fear in this wide ocean to be lost. But now methink I now see surely the haven in which I harbor shall securely. Hark, hark, what peals of ordnance great and guns are shot in token of congratulation. Hark how they sound the trumpets and the drums to gratulate my happy navigation. See how on either shore the people runs to see me after my long peregrination. Behold a crew of peerless knights and dames, now I discern them, now I know their names. But lest my ship should perish in the port, as oft it doth befall for want of heed, I will go forward in my first report, and tell to you how well the prince did speed that sought Rogero, who in woeful sort did pine, and languished, and wished indeed, sith that Dame Bradamant he might not marry, to die all comfortless and solitary. But sage Melissa, that had ever sought to make that match, as often hath been said, and evermore did take great care and thought that good Rogero Bradamant might wed, by her great skill in magic art so wrought, she had continual notice how they sped. 2 sprites she did employ for that intent, and still as one came home, another went. By them she quickly had intelligence, how he had ta'en so inward grief and great. He tarried in a wood with firm pretence to pine himself away for want of meat. Melissa parteth presently from thence, and with some secret word she did repeat, in likeness of a horse a sprite she took, and so met Leon that for him did look. And thus she said to him, Sir, if you be so gracious as your semblance makes me ween, if your good mind with your good looks agree, if so you have not lost all pity clean, come then, oh come and help, and join with me to aid the bravest knight that e'er was seen, who for one courteous part that he hath done, except you help, is like to be undone. The noblest, stoutest, and the prowest knight that ever carried shield or blade forth drew, the seemliest and most worthy minded wight that ever was in age or old or new, is like to perish in most woeful plight, except he may relieved be by you. Come quickly then unto his aid, perdie, and suffer not so brave a men to die. Don Leon straight supposed in his mind that this same knight of whom the stranger spake was he whom long he sought and could not find, and he for whom such care himself did take. Melissa leads the way, he close behind doth follow her, and so good shift they make, that in some 2, at most in 3 hours riding, they came there where Rogero was abiding. Now being at the place to which they hasted, they both alighted there with mind to stay. There saw they how he pined away and wasted, for in 2 days before, nor all that day, no liquor he had drunk, nor meat had tasted, but in his armor on the ground he lay, and made a pillow of that noble shield, with unicorn upon vermilion field. Here, as I said, he lay along, and mused on his own misery, and on that wrong with which he had his love so much abused, and bites for grief his hands and lips and tongue, and his conceits and wits were so confused, to set his thoughts upon one thing so long, and having on his grief so firmly fixed them, he saw not them, although he were betwixt them. Don Leon hearkened to his lamentation, and heard him often call himself unkind, and saw him vex himself in such a fashion, as unto pity great his heart inclined. He finds that love bred all this molestation, but yet whose love it was he did not find. He heard how many times himself he blamed, but all that while his love he never named. And therefore pitying much his woeful case, although while he silent stood and mute, yet after stood before him face to face, and with great lovingness doth him salute, and with affection great doth him embrace, entreating him, and making special suit, that he would tell him plain, and make him know what cause had bred him so great grief and woe. Rogero, loath to live, resolved to die, prays Leon now to trouble him no more. But he most sweetly doth to him reply, that God hath made a salve for every sore, if men would learn the same how to apply, and that no one thing may avail man more to cure a grief, and perfectly to heal it, than if he do unto some friend reveal it. And sure, said he, I take it in ill part, because you trust not me that am your friend, not only since with your late friendly part you bound me unto you to my live's end, but was even then when you with hateful heart at Belgrade siege did me and mine offend. Think not but I will still procure your good, both with my lands, my friends, and with my blood. Why should it grieve you to declare your grief to one that may perhaps your loss repair? Bad haps are hope with hope and good belief, wherefore a wise man never will despair. I hope myself shall bring you some relief, by force, by policy, or else by prayer. When all means have been tried, and all hope past, then die. At least keep that unto the last. These words so earnestly Don Leon spake, and with such efficacy him he prayed, beseeching him his friendly counsel take, that t'other now with kindness overlaid was forced an answer unto him to make. But in his answer suddenly he stayed, and stammered twice ere he could bring it out, despair still moving him to causeless doubt. Good sir, he said, when I my name shall show, as I do mean, and that even by and by, you will be then full well content, I trow, to grant me leave and liberty to die. I am Rogero, if you needs will know, that went from France, and if I shall not lie, mine errand was your sire and you to kill, and would have done it, had I had my will. And all because indeed I then supposed your only life did let me of my love. Man purposes, but all things are disposed by that great God that sits and rules above. Behold, it happed I was in prison closed, and there I did your noble courtesy prove, for there you did me such a great good turn, as all my hatred into love did turn. And having bound me with so great desart, and ignorant that I Rogero was, you did your secrets unto me impart, and prayed me win for you that warlike lass, which was all one as to have asked my heart. Yet, lo, for you I brought the same to pass. Now take her to yourself, and much good do you. More good than to myself I wish unto you. But yet withal forbid me not to die, as now I trust I shall ere many hours. For live as well without a soul can I, as without her that holds my vital powers. And sure 'tis best for your behoof, for why, while I do live, she is not lawful yours. For we two are betrothed, and law allows one woman but of one to be the spouse. Don Leon with these news was so accrazed, he seemed in a trance, he knew not how, and on Rogero steadfastly he gazed, nor ever moving lip, nor hand, nor brow, but like an image long he stood amazed, that some hath hallowed to perform his vow. This act of his so courteous he doth ween, he thinks the like before had never been. So that he did not, when he knew his name, repent him of the good he had him done, but rather greatly did increase the same, proceeding in the course he had begun. Wherefore, to show from how great stock he came, and that he was indeed an emperor's son, although in other things he was inferior, in courtesy he means to be superior. And thus he said, "My dear Rogero, know, if I as well had known your person, when as by your means I had an overthrow, and that you foiled me and all my men, yet that great virtue that you there did show, should even in manner like have moved me then, and so I would all malice have removed, and so I would your virtue great have louved. That once I did dislike Rogero's name, before I knew you, I must needs confess, but that I now continue should the same, assure yourself I purpose nothing less. And if when first I to the prison came to set you free from danger and distress, I known had all the truth, yet then I vow I would have done the same I will do now.
And surely if I would have done it then, when I had reason to have borne you hate, much rather now I ought to do it, when not doing it I should be most ungrate, and most unthankful of all other men, sith you your love, your life, and whole estate have freely given for me. But as you gave it, of me again so freely you shall have it.
More due to you than me the damsel is, whom though I much esteem of Judas' art, yet not so much, that if I do her miss, straightways the grief thereof should kill my heart. Nor shall your death advantage me in this, sith you in her already claim such part, that lawfully, while you abide in life, she can by no means be another's wife. As for my part, first I will quite forsake both her and all my worldly joys beside. Then it shall once be said that for my sake a noble knight of so great worth had died. This only thing I could unkindly take, that you that had before my kindness tried, would rather choose to end your days with grief, than at my hands have comfort and relief." These words Don Leon spake, and many more, which now would be too tedious to recite, refuting good Rogero evermore, that in conclusion, being vanquished quite, he said, "I yield, and I'll resist no more, I will not die. But when shall I requite your courtesy, that twice to me have given my life, when I to greatest woe was driven?" Now had Melissa caused to be brought both cordial meats and wines of her purveying, and made him take the same, who now with thought and fasting long was even almost decaying. His horse likewise, as nature hath them taught, came where he heard the other horses neighing. Don Leon caused his lackeys him to get, and then his saddle on his back to set. And so Rogero, with Don Leon's aid, with much ado did clamber to his seat, so greatly was his former strength decayed, with which he overthrew an army great, and lately did withstand that warlike maid, so weakly weaponed, as I did repeat. And thus, with all convenient speed they brought him to an abbey that same night, where all the night and 3 days that ensued they stayed, and had of needful things good store, until Rogero had his strength renewed, which had with fasting long been weakened sore. Then privily among them they conclude to turn to Paris, where the night before a few Bulgarians came with an ambassage, and this was all the substance of their message. They said how that the people of their nation, to whom Rogero late such aid did bring, beyond all hope, beyond all expectation, had therefore chosen him to be their king, rejecting all their own king's generation, and all his royal race, no usual thing. So much they loved him, so well they leek him, and therefore sent to Charles his court to seek him. Rogero's lackey, that had been their guide, told eke his master's friends how he had sped, as namely how the Greeks he damnified, and how the Bulgars, having lost their head, chose him for king. How he alone did ride to Novigrad, where he was ta'en in bed, and unto Theodora was presented, who purposed to have him sore tormented. And how he heard it commonly was spoken, that he his cruel keeper closely slew, and that the prison gates were rent and broken, and he was gone, but whether no man knew. Now while Rogero's man such things did open, Rogero closely out of all men's view did come to town, and there that night did stay, and he and Leon came to Charles next day. Don Leon arm in arm Rogero led, thus it was then devised them between, with that self coat and arms apparelled, that were of late by all the people seen, then when Dame Bradamant had combated with Leon, as they falsely then did ween. That battered sword, that coat, that plume all torn, that headpiece now was by Rogero worn, by which each man even at first sight surmised this was that knight that had the lady won. Don Leon's self, barefaced, undisguised, came richly clothed like an emperor's son, and with retinue not to be despised. And when he had to Charles due reverence done, Rogero by the hand he then did take, on whom all eyes were fixed, and thus he spake: "This is that stout and well approved knight, that did with Bradamant fight hand to hand, whom sith she never took nor put to flight, but that he did 12 hours her force withstand. Most worthy sir, to have her aught of right, if your edict we rightly understand. And therefore now accordingly he cometh to lay his claim to her as best becometh. Besides his right by proclamation known, that justly doth all others' claims debar, I think the value that he now hath shown proves his sufficiency in feats of war. If love may win her, she is sure his own. His love to her doth pass all others far, and here he stands prepared to aver by law or force that he hath right to her." King Charles and all his court did greatly muse at this, for why till then they little thought that he before did them so much abuse, but that himself had that same combat fought. This while Marphisa, that with flying news of this same strange report was thither brought, scant him to end his speech she would permit, but presently this wise she answered it: "Sith now Rogero absent is from hence, that might his right against this knight defend, and prove that this is but a vain pretence, because the strife shall not so easily end, I that his sister am, in his defence and in defence of this same cause, intend to fight with whomsoever in this place as shall deny his title or disgrace." And these last words she spake with such disdain, that some that knew her nature, hasty ever, did fear she scantly would even then refrain, but without leave to kill him straight endeavor. Now Leon thinks it best no longer feign, and forthwith pulling off Rogero's beaver, lo, here himself now ready pressed, he said, to answer all shall to his charge be laid. As old Aegeus at his cursed board amazed sat, to find his spouse's wile, when to his son she poison did afford, and if he lingered had a little while, and had not known the handle of his sword, had killed his son, he gate by Pythia's guile, so stood Marphisa mazed in the place, when as she saw and knew Rogero's face, and straight she runs and on his neck doth fall, and long it were ere from him she could part. Rinald, Orlando, Charles, afore them all embraced him and welcomed from their heart. Good Dudon, Oliver, with joy not small, and old Sobrino health to him impart. Eke all the other lords and knights and squires, to bid him welcome, show most prompt desires. Don Leon, that in speech was eloquent, when every one had done his gratulation, begins to tell to Charles incontinent and all the rest Rogero's commendation, and how he to the Bulgars succor lent, to no small damage of the Greekish nation, and showed such noble courage and such force as him to love Rogero did enforce. So as when he was after ta'en and brought to her that vowed with torments him to slay, himself in spite of her and all that sought to hurt Rogero, brought him safe away. For which kind part of his Rogero thought himself so bound to him, that he last day did him that courtesy that sure doth pass the greatest courtesy that ever was. He further doth from point to point declare what for his sake Rogero hath achieved. But after this, with anguish great and care, the loss of his beloved so sore him grieved, that he to pine away did straight prepare, had not his sorrow been in time relieved. All which so ruefully Don Leon said, scarce was an eye but tears with blindness shed. Then spake he to that obstinate old man, I mean Duke Ammon, that fair lady's sire, and with all skill and rhetoric he can, he woos his love and pacifies his ire, that by entreaty at the last he wan himself to go in person and desire Rogero's pardon, praying him in the end to take him for his father-in-law and friend. This while to Bradamant the joyful tiding was quickly brought by more than one report, who in her chamber all her sorrow hiding, eschewed all solace, shunning all resort, whereby the blood about the heart abiding was drawn now thence in such a sudden sort, and this unlooked for joy so overfilled her, that even the suddenness had almost killed her. Quite speechless, lifeless, sinking to the ground, so strong a qualm her tender heart did feel, and she, in whom such force was lately found, for want of strength did here and thither reel, but never did thief with hands together bound, condemned to the rope, the axe, or wheel, and blindfold, looking every hour to die, joy more to hear some man a pardon cry. The houses of Mongrain and Montalbain rejoice at these their branches newly knit, but by Marganza comfort small is ta'en, for in their hearts they sorry were for it. And Selmus, Falcon, Gynemus, and Gain, dissembling yet their thoughts with crafty wit, but for a time of vengeance they do watch, as doth the fox the hurtless hare to catch. Besides old quarrels and their ancient hate, new matters done of late did them displease, although the king and wise men of the state for common quiet did the same appease. The death of Pinabello slain but late, and Bertolage did much their minds disease, yet now in show they do dissemble deep, and close in mind they do their malice keep. In this meantime the ambassadors that came to Charles's court, by those Bulgarians sent, rejoicing now that things so well did frame, in humble manner to Rogero went, and did salute him king, as in the name of all their countrymen incontinent, and so accordingly did lowly greet their new made prince, and kneeled at his feet. They told him how their sceptre and their crown was safely kept alone for his behoof in Adrianopolis, their chiefest town. And for they knew by many a former proof that Constantino strave to keep them down, they pray him not to stay so far aloof, affirming boldly that if he were there, the forces of all Greece they would not fear. Rogero granteth them their just request, and promised to defend them from the Greeks, and vows, if God permit, to do his best to be with them within some 13 weeks. But Leon bids them set their hearts at rest. He tells them that their choice so well he leaks, he on his princely word will undertake twixt Constantine and them firm peace to make. Thus each thing framed now in so good sort as could be wished by thought or by device. But neither did Rogero's good report get favor with ambitious Beatrice, nor personage that passed the common sort, nor feats of arms, in which he wan the prize, and of the which all Europe now doth ring, but only this, to see him made a king. In royal sort this marriage they prepare, whose charge it was the state will make it known. Charles bare the charge, and took thereof such care, as if she were a daughter of his own. Of her and hers so great the merits are, and had to him so many ways been shown, he thought the cost had not exceeded measure, if he had spent upon them half his treasure. He kept an open court by proclamation, where 9 days' space who list may freely haunt. Men of their own and men of foreign nation, to all of them he did safe conduct grant, and all that stood upon their reputation, that sought their foes in single fight to daunt, had license frank to challenge whom they lists, for evermore prepared were the lists. In open fields they pitched tents great store, beside with oaken boughs they made such bowers, strawing the pavements of them evermore with fragrant roses and sweet smelling flowers, that never had the like been seen before, nor never since from that same age to ours. Besides, the furnitures of silk and gold was more than can conveniently be told. The innumerable people of each sort, from Greece, from England, Italy, and Spain, the ambassadors that thither did resort, beside each several prince a several train, did cause the city walls to seem too short to lodge them all. So they in fine were fain in hovels, booths, in tents, and in pavilions, to lodge some thousands, if I say not millions. Only Melissa's care was to foresee the marriage chamber should be well attired, which by her skill she meant should furnished be. For long to make the match she had aspired, which now that she accomplished did see, she thought she had the thing she most desired. For by her skill in magic she did know what passing fruit forth of that branch should grow. Wherefore she placed the fruitful wedding bed amid a fair and large pavilion, which was even the sumptuousest that e'er was spread, of silk and beaten gold wrought every stitch, and more. From over Constantino's head, at Thracian's shore, where he his tents did pitch fast by the sea for his more recreation, she took the same, to his great admiration. Were it that Leon gave consent thereto, or that she did the same her skill to vaunt, to show what one by magic art can do, that have the skill the fiends of hell to daunt, for what cannot their power achieve unto, when for our plague God leave to them will grant. From Thrace to Paris in 12 hours it came, I trow she sent one in the devil's name. She caused it to be carried at noonday from Constantino, emperor then of Greece. The beam, the staves, the cords they brought away, the pins, the hoops, and every little piece. She placed it whereas she meant to lay Atlanta's nephew with his new made niece. In this pavilion she did place their bedding, and sent it back when finished was the wedding. 2000 year before, or not much less, this rich pavilion had in Troy been wrought by fair Cassandra, that same prophetess that had, but all in vain, in youth been taught of future things to give most certain guess, for her true speech was ever set at naught. She wrought this same with help of many other, and gave it Hector, her beloved brother, the worthiest wight that e'er man did behold, that should proceed forth of his noble line. She here portrayed in work of silk and gold, of precious substance and of color fine. Also the time and season was foretold, both of his birth and of his praise divine. Don Hector of this gift great count did make, both for the work and for the worker's sake. But when himself by treason foul was slain, and Troy was by the Greeks defaced quite, who entered it by Sinon's subtle train, and worse ensued thereof than poets write, then Menelaus did this great relic gain, and after on King Proteus happed to light, who gave to him Dame Helen ere he went, and for reward received of him this tent. And thus to Egypt at that time it came, where with the Ptolemies it long remained, till Cleopatra, that lascivious dame, as by inheritance the same obtained. Agrippa's men by sea then took the same, what time in Rome Augustus Caesar reigned, and then in Rome, while Rome was the empire seat, it stayed till time of Constantine the Great. That Emperor Constantine I mean, of whom fair Italy for ever shall lament, who when he loathed Tigris' banks and Rome, unto the city of Byzantium went, a place of more receipt and larger room, and thither this pavilion then he sent, of which the cords were golden wire and silk, the staves and pins were ivory white as milk. In this Cassandra wrought such diverse faces, more than Apelles erst with pencil drew. A queen in childbed lay, to whom the Graces with pleasant grace performed Lucina's due. Jove, Mercury, and Mars in other places, and Venus, to receive the babe born new. the sweetest babe that to the world came forth from man's first age, even down unto the fourth. Hippolito they name him, as appears wrote in small letters on his swathing bands. And when he is a little grown in years, on one side fortune, t'other virtue stands. Then in another picture divers peers, clad in long raiments, sent from foreign lands, unto the father and the mother came, to beg the babe in great Corvino's name. They part from Hercules with great reverence then, and from that infant's mother Eleanor unto Nanubia ward, and there the men still run to see that infant and adore. Also the King Corvino wonders, when he saw in them both wit and judgment more, in those his tender childish years and green, than many times in older men had been. One doth endeavor in his childish hand of the Strigonian realm to put the mace, but evermore the tender youth doth stand so high in that same noble prince's grace, that if he war in manly Alman's land, or in the Turks, or any other place, Hippolito is ever by his side, and learneth virtue under such a guide. Another place shows how he doth dispense his youthful time in discipline and art. Fusco instructs him in the hidden sense of ancient writs, and precepts doth impart. What actions praise, what actions breed offence, what be reward of good and ill desert. All which the picture did so well express, that at the meaning every one might guess. Lo, where as yet a boy in Vatican, among the gravest cardinals he doth sit, and speaks so wisely, that they all began to wonder at his towardness and wit. What manner man, if once he were a man, would this man prove? For Peter's chair how fit, they seem to say. Oh, if he thither climb, what holy age were that, what happy time! Within another part described were his youthful sports, when he more strong did grow. Oft in the mountains he doth meet a bear, oft times a boar in marish grounds and low. He rides his jennet fierce and void of fear, he chaseth oft the buck, the hart, and roe, and by his horse swift pace doth override them, and then doth with his sword in twain divide them. Of poets then and of philosophers about him you should see a worthy band, to make him know the course of wandering stars, how heaven doth move, and why the earth doth stand. Or reading elegies, or verse of wars, fine epigrams, odes hard to understand, or sometime instruments of music hearing, in all his acts a special grace appearing. Then on another part was to be viewed his virtues, each one by itself distinct. First prudence, temperance, and fortitude, and justice, and a fifth unto them linked so nigh, that who with it is not endued, the rest may seem or blotted or extinct. Good bounty, showed in giving and in spending, a special grace to all the other lending. This one place shows he aids unlucky's force, him evermore most faithfully assisting, sometime with policy, sometime with force, him helping and his enemies resisting. Of fortune's change he doth but little force, in woe and weal in one faith still persisting. He comforts him when evil haps to grieve him, in dangers he doth save, in want relieve him. Then stands he studying at another season, and for his country's safety taking care. He searcheth and he finds by depth of reason, and finding to his brother doth declare their most unnatural and filthy treason, that some of his own blood for him prepare, by which he doth deserve such name to have, as Rome yet free to famous Tully gave. Fast by he stands all clad in armor bright, and to relieve the church he runs in post, with sudden soldiers raw and armed light, against a settled and well ordered host. Yet did his only presence so affright the adverse part, that one may rightly boast it quenched the fire ere it to burn began. So he may say, I came, I saw, I wan. Here stands he by his native river side, and straight encounters with the strongest fleet that ever yet Venetians did provide gainst Greek or Turk. But he doth boldly meet and vanquished them, and took them at one tide. And though the booty and the gain was sweet, all save the praise he left unto his brother, for only that cannot be given another. Thus this pavilion, as before I told, the which Melissa brought so far from thence, did please the knights and dames that did behold the goodly imagery and rich expense, although they had not any to unfold the meaning of the same and hidden sense. But yet by good Melissa's wise instruction, Dame Bradamant did know their whole construction. Rogero marked likewise with great attention those goodly figures, calling to his mind that oft his uncle of that prince made mention, Hippolito, the flower of all his kind. But now King Charles, whose care is and intention to give to all men entertainment kind, made plays and feasts with sundry sports and great, and evermore the tables filled with meat. There men might plainly see and understand the courage and the strength of every knight, sometimes in single wise, now band to band, in justs and tournaments resembling fight, but still Rogero had the upper hand in all his exercise of day and night, in leaping, running, wrastling, and in dancing, all men him far above the rest advancing. But on the last of these days' festival, then when to take away they did provide, what time King Charles was set amid them all, even just between the bridegroom and the bride, behold, they saw a goodly man and tall, that seemed directly toward them to ride, most proudly mounted on a courser's back, but yet his horse and he all clad in black. This was fierce Rhodamont, king of Algier, who at his late received foil and scorn of Bradamant, inflamed with spite and ire, all use of horse and armor had forsworn, till 1 whole year, 1 month, 1 day expire, but live that while an hermit all forlorn. For so the knights were wont in ancient times, of their own selves to punish their own crimes. And though this while he oft had notice how King Agramant and how King Charles had sped, yet nathless for not breaking of his vow, forth of the doors he never put his head. But when the year and month were ended now, and day beside, himself he furnished with armor new, new horse, new sword, new lance, and came therewith unto the court of France. Not once alighting, nor so much as rising, for reverence sake to bow his head or knee, he bare the countenance of a man despising both Charles and all those peers of high degree. At this each man amazed stands, devising what proud and saucy fellow this might be. From talking and from eating each man stays, to hearken what this lofty warrior says. Now when he was to the emperor come so nigh, that he Rogero fully did confront, with stately voice and with disdainful cry, he saith, I am the king of Sarza, Rhodamont, that thee Rogero flatly here defy, and ere the sun go down make full account, to prove thou hast been false unto thy prince, and openly of treason thee convince. For though thy treachery be known so clear, in being christened thou canst not deny it, yet that to all the world it may appear, I offer here in single fight to try it. Or if thy courage fail, if any here will take on them thy quarrel, to supply it, I will accept of any one or more, yea, not to fail of 6 or half a score. Rogero, when he first had license craved of Charles, this wise to Rhodamont replied, and said, he ever had his honor saved, and who so said contrary loudly lied. For he had to his prince himself behaved most loyally, even to the day he died, and said he there was ready to maintain, that yet his faith had never suffered stain, and that himself was bold enough and strong with him to buckle hand to hand alone, and that he hoped to make him feel ere long he had enough, perhaps too much, of one. Straightways Rinaldo, to avenge this wrong, Orlando and the Marquis would have gone, Marphisa with the brothers white and black, and Dudon would be on the pagans' jack, alleging that sith he was newly married, for him to fight it was against all use. But from their speeches his opinion varied, and swears that that for him was no excuse. Those arms that erst the famous Tartar carried he takes, nor will he make 1 hour of truce. To arm him all those states their aids afford, King Charles himself hoped to put on his sword. His wife takes care his curates well may fit, Orlando ties his spurs, Marphisa bold doth fast upon his head his beaver knit, Astolpho is content his horse to hold, his stirrup Dudon, Others think it fit to rid the lists, and drive out young and old. Rinaldo, Namus, Oliver take charge to marshal it, and make it clear and large. Fair dames and damsels stand with looks dismayed, with fear and trembling like to fearful doves, whom some black tempest-bearing cloud hath frayed, and driven from fields to shroud in houses' roofs. Down falls the hail with which the corn is laid, and profitless unto his owner proves. So do they this fierce pagan's forces fear, which sure they judge Rogero cannot bear. Nor only do faint people so surmise, but many knights of worth the same did ween, that called to mind what erst before their eyes to their great grief they had in Paris seen, when he with fire and sword in fearful wise did well nigh spoil the town, and waste it clean, of which the woeful signs did still appear, and would remain yet many a month and year. But Bradamant more feared than all the rest, not that she thought in strength or skill well tried the pagan past her spouse, nor valiant breast, or that he had more reason of his side, which unto victory avails not least, when men by combat quarrels do decide. Yet still her mind is sad, her looks uncheerful, nor blame her though, for love is ever fearful. Great suit she makes, great labor to procure that upon her she may the quarrel take. Yea, if to have been slain she had been sure to save her spouse, but all in vain she spake. The champions now their lances put in ewer, and each with couched spear the t'other strake. The staves like ice in shivers small did fly, the splints like birds did mount unto the sky. The pagan, that his lance did full direct against the middle of Rogero's shield, did smite on it to small or none effect, for Vulcan had the same most firmly steeled. The t'other's target had no known defect, yet to the stroke it did a passage yield. Yet it was thick, 1/4 of a foot of bone, and lined with plated steel to boot. And save the lance sustained not the blow, but at the first did break and was dispersed, so that the pieces of it seemed in show to have been feathered fowls, as I rehearsed. That stroke had finished that strife, I trow, and had his curates and his body pierced. But now it brake, and both gave strokes so sound, as made both horses' cruppers kiss the ground. The riders ne'ertheless sate firm and steady, and labored so well with spur and rein, their horses were got up on foot already. The men to fight addressed themselves again with swords. Their horses both were strong and ready, and each with skill some vantage sought to gain. And where they thought their armors were most thin, with force they strave to pierce and enter in. Fierce Rhodamont had not that serpent's hide he used to wear, nor yet that shaving blade that he was wont to carry by his side, for Nimrod his great ancestor first made. He lost those arms, and many more beside, then when as Bradamant did him invade, at that same church where he had 12 months since entombed Isbel with that peerless prince. He had another armor good and sure, but not like that so passing tough and hard. But neither this nor any else could dure against the piercing edge of Balisard. No mixture such, no metal was so pure, no charm so strong, but that this blade them marred. Rogero so bestirred him with this blade, more than one hole in t'other's coat he made. Now, though a little while the pagan cloaks his hurts received with unappalled mind, yet when he saw his blood, and felt the stroke so smart, that still they seemed the quick to find, to so great wrath and rage it him provokes, even like the sea turmoiled with blustering wind, he hurls away his shield, and doth endeavor with both his hands to cleave Rogero's beaver. With force as great he strikes, and as extreme, as doth that engine in the river Po, borne twixt 2 ships upon the stately stream, and forcing down with many a heavy blow some piece of timber, or some sharpened beam. I say the pagan smote Rogero so. Had not the charmed helmet been of force, he doubtless would have cloven him and his horse. Rogero sitteth staggering in his seat, his hand the bridle left, his thighs their hold. Rhodamont gives another blow as great, to maze him more by all the means he could, and last a third, But now he so did beat his blade of metal free, it would not hold, but burst in twain with his continual hammering, and left the pagan in no little mammering. But yet for this the Turk doth not refrain, but still invades the knight that wants defence. So had the blow amazed his head and brain, so dazed had the blow his wit and sense, the pagan minds to waken him again. First he doth close with him, and so from thence wringing him by the neck with all his force, to leave the saddle he doth him enforce. He fell, but yet the ground he touched scant, but that he rose inflamed with wrath and shame, for looking up he saw fair Bradamant, whose blush did show how ill she took the same. Yea, even of sounding she did little want, and still her fainting colour went and came. Which seen, Rogero with his sword intends for this so great disgrace to make amends. The pagan with his horse would overrun him, and justles him, but he with little pain doth step aside, and warely doth shun him, and with his left hand takes the horse's rein, so as the Turk thereby no hurt hath done him, the while he puts inure his sword again, and with 2 thrusts he did the pagan harm, one in his thigh, another in his arm. The Turk, with whom a piece did yet remain of that same blade that was in pieces flown, smote on Rogero's headpiece so again, as had well nigh again him overthrown. But good Rogero, now perceiving plain his vantage, that was erst to him unknown, takes him by his left arm with all his force, and willy-nilly pulls him from his horse. Were it his strength or sleight, I cannot tell, but so he fell, no odds was them between. My meaning is that on his feet he fell, for in the swords Rogero's odds was seen. Rogero, that did know his vantage well, to keep him now at bay his best doth ween. It is not best for him, he doth suppose, with such a strong and big-boned man to close. He further saw what store of blood he spilt, so now he hopes by warily proceeding to force his foe to yield, and leave the tilt, whose strength decayed still more and more with bleeding. The Turk then takes the pummel and the hilt of his own sword, and with force so exceeding did hurl the same. He smote the knight so sore he stunned him more than e'er he was before. It strake him twixt the shoulders and the head, and gave to him a blow so firm and sound, that good Rogero therewith staggered, and scant could keep his feet upon the ground. The Turk to close within then hastened, but lo, his foot did fail with former wound, so that his too much haste, as oft we see, did hurt, and make him fall upon his knee. Rogero lost no time in manful wise to strike fierce Rhodamont in breast or face, and holds him short, and so his force applies, he laid him on the ground. But in short space, in spite of him, the pagan doth arise, and with small kindness he doth him embrace, and then they strive, heave, shove, thrust to and fro, and either seeks the t'other's overthrow. Each strives with all his skill and his ability by force to lay the t'other on the ground. Now Rhodamont was grown to some debility by means of more than one received wound. Rogero had great practice and agility, and used to wrastle, and he quickly found his vantage, which he did not overslip, but on his weakest side his foe doth trip. The Turk, most full of wrath and of despite, upon Rogero's neck took steadfast hold, now drawing toward him with all his might, now thrusting him back from him all he could, and by he heaved him quite upright, as strong Antaeus was in time of old. Rogero, notwithstanding, sure doth stand, and labored still to have the upper hand. Full oft the valiant knight his hold doth shift, and with much pretty sleight the same did slip. In fine, he doth apply one special drift, which was to get the pagan on the hip, and having caught him right, he doth him lift by nimble sleight, and in such wise doth trip, that down he threw him, and his fall was such, his headpiece was the first that ground did touch. The Turk with such an hard and heavy fall was sore perplexed, and drews it in such wise his wounds fell fresh on bleeding therewithal, and makes the place vermilion where he lies. Rogero gives him respite very small, but keeps him down, and will not let him rise, and presently presents his dagger point unto his throat, and to his chiefest joint. as those that dig and search for golden ore within Pannonian or Iberian hills, not under propping sure the ground before, oft for a plague of their too greedy wills, with sudden ruin are surprised so sore, as to get forth again doth pass their skills. So was the Turk held down and pressed so by brave Rogero, his triumphant foe, who now his naked dagger did present unto the t'other's visor at his eye, and with sharp words he told him that he meant, except he yield, to kill him by and by. But Rodomont, that rather than relent or show base mind, 1,000 deaths would die, no word doth speak, but strave himself to sunder from him, or if he could to get him under, even as a mastiff fell, whom ground more fell hath tired, and in his throat now fastened hath his cruel fangs, yet doth in vain rebel, though under him, and seeks to do some scath, for still the ground prevails, and doth excel in force of breath, though not in rage and wrath. So doth the cruel pagan strive and strain to get from under him, but all in vain. But with long striving, and with wondrous pains, he freed his better arm, and void of awe, his dagger that in his right hand remains, which in this latter bickering he did draw, he seeks to stab into Rogero's reins. But now the valiant youth the peril saw, then for his safety's sake he was constrained to kill the cruel Turk that grace disdained, and lifting his victorious hand on high, in that Turk's face he stabbed his dagger twice up to the hilt, and quickly made him die, and rid himself of trouble in a trice. Down to the lake where damned ghosts do lie, sunk his disdainful soul, now cold as ice, blaspheming as it went, and cursing loud, that was on earth so lofty and so proud.
End of Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto, translated by Sir John Harrington.